On the day they faced the soul-devouring black magic, Rin ended up falling into a deep sleep and left his companions behind. After that, 300 years passed. The apparent peace and the quiet life many believed they had were just illusions, because the world was still covered by a persistent darkness. When Rin turned 13, a heroine appeared to find him at the magic tower. She had hair as white as snow and golden eyes. It was said she had heard stories about a prodigy mage who appeared only once every 100 years. Even though he was called Archmage Rin, he was still only 13, and despite the fame, he simply ignored her and kept organizing his books. The heroine insisted on calling him a genius or a child, but Rin rejected those labels and made a point of reminding her he had a name. She wanted to confirm if he really was the youngest 4-star Archmage in the Empire's history. Even recognizing he was still a child, she teased that it was hard to call him a prodigy when he still needed diapers, offering to change them every day if he accepted her proposal. Annoyed, Rin conjured a fireball to drive her away. The heroine ended up hitting her head on a bookshelf and was buried under books. That unexpected scene even made Rin laugh. At that moment, he became genuinely curious about her. She introduced herself as Lista Alter, a warrior of the Radiant Dragon Church, who, according to her own words, wasn't exactly honest about everything. She asked for Rin's help to defeat the Abyss, which was advancing toward the South Pole. In other words, she was inviting him to join the group of heroes. This group already had 2 well-known members. There was Kai's, a famous Imperial archer, and Pride, the fire dragon priestess of the Draconic Republic. Although Rin had no desire to die on adventures, he showed interest in knowing if those 2 were as interesting as Lista. She explained they weren't as crazy as she was, but promised there was something even more fascinating: the world itself. This idea of the world being interesting echoed strangely in Rin's mind. He spent his days studying magic in the tower, dreaming of becoming a 7-star mage, the highest ranked in the Empire. They said whoever reached that rank would uncover the whole truth about the world. For him, living forever reading books didn't seem so bad, but he knew that to master 7-star magic, he would have to know the world beyond the tower walls. However, traveling aimlessly seemed far too troublesome, and he wondered if it was really necessary. That was when Lista appeared so unexpectedly, asking for his help to save the world. This sudden proposal was enough to pull him out of his comfort zone. Even without any real sense of justice, Rin decided to accept. Later, he met Caius, who was a curious archer. He only hit the target when he was drunk and barely spoke. He also met Pride, a priestess who seemed more like a walking chimney, constantly smoking and blowing black smoke in Rin's face while laughing strangely. Despite these quirks, they proved incredibly competent. In their very first fight with a wild creature, Keys landed an arrow straight in the monster's eye, while Pride decapitated it with a torrent of fire. They were incredibly strong and found no worthy opponents among the wild monsters or the Abyss's servants they encountered on the way to the South Pole. Lista always joked with Rin, telling him not to fall in love with her even though she admitted she was very charming. But deep down, she was the one who worried about him the most, afraid Rin was naive enough to be tricked by another girl. 5 years passed this way. As their journey to defeat the Abyss neared its end, Rin's body began showing signs of wear. It was the result of years under enemy attacks. Close to the final battle against the Abyss, Rin was dying, consumed by a poison that corroded his soul and had no cure. Lista begged him to wake up, while Pride tried to break the curse, but nothing worked. There was no cure. Rin then admitted to himself that he didn't want to die. Lista tried to find a way to save him, but Rin asked them not to worry so much. He explained that he had already prepared for that, showing a magic seal on his chest and stomach. It was a Lesser Lord's filter, an immortality enchantment carved into his heart, a spell that would put his body into hibernation to heal him over time. He had no idea how long it would take to wake up, but it was the only option left. As he spoke, his body began to freeze to protect him. Before falling asleep, Rin said he would come back one day and asked his companions to win that battle. Lista replied that they would meet again anyway and asked him to promise he would really return. She promised she would stay by his side until the moment he woke up. Rin then made his promise even as his consciousness was pulled into the cold embrace of death. He felt as if he were floating in a void, sinking into a frozen swamp. As he sank into the darkness, his friends fought to avenge his fall and defeat the Abyss once and for all. That journey to explore the vast world together had come to an end before the final enemy. For Rin, everything turned to darkness. He struggled not to lose himself in that void. When he was exhausted from fighting against the darkness, he saw a light again. At that moment, a woman asked if he was okay, and Rin realized it was his mother. But he found the situation strange because he didn't remember having a mother and thought he was an orphan. The sun was very bright on his face, and he wondered where he was. Looking around, he noticed he was in Heroes' Square, a place he had visited before. There was a statue there honoring the heroines group, depicting Keys, Lista, Pride, and himself, the 4 heroes of that world. He asked his mother mother what year it was. Finding the question odd, she replied it was the year 1418 of the Teresian calendar. Rin wondered if he had been reborn in another body or if his memories had been overwritten. Everything felt so real, as if it had happened yesterday. Lista's laughter, Keese's drinking, Pride's smoke. It was hard to believe it had all happened 300 years earlier. He then wondered if they had really won the final battle. He quickly concluded they had, because that statue was there, the sky was clear and peaceful. His mother confirmed that it was obvious. They also told him that if he visited the old magic tower, he could see his frozen remains preserved by his hibernation spell. Rin wanted to know more about what had happened to Lista, and his mother explained that she had stayed by his side until the day she died. It was sad, but also something beautiful. Rin thought it was incredible that she had kept that promise to the end. He approached the statue and thought about the promise that hadn't been kept, his own. Later, Rin began to research what people said about him. He discovered he had become a historical figure, someone celebrated by the emperor, who had ordered a monument built in his honor. Mage families and magic towers revered him as a saint, the great mage Rin. But for him, the last 300 years had left him with nothing but magic. The memories of the journeys, of his companions' smiling faces, had turned into legends for the world. But for him, they remained alive. Lista used to say that memories only truly became memories when shared with someone. Until he could see them again, those memories would stay only in his head, something he would have to live with alone. Now that they were gone, they had left behind a beautiful world. Rin wondered what he should do from there, and remembered he still had work to do. The Holy Human Empire divided mages into 7 ranks, from 1 star to 7. At the end of his first life, he had reached the level of 5-star mage. Only 2 people in history had ever reached the 6th level, and were known as those who had come closest to the truth of the world. He knew that if he hadn't left with Lista on that journey, he might have reached the 6th level, but he would have grown old and died without ever reaching the 7th. He was sure he would have deeply regretted not accepting that proposal. Even if he could go back in time, he would choose it again. He then wished that the world would remain full of laughter like hers. Lista used to say that the world they protected together might not be the ideal one they imagined, but whoever reached the truth could see what really happened. Because of that, Rin decided that in this new life, he would become a 7-star mage to finally escape the sadness and honor Lista, Pride, Keys, and himself, always grumpy but happy for having traveled with them. In the end, he said goodbye to his friends. The dead would remain in the past, while the living would keep moving forward in the flow of time. And so, he began his second life. He remembered a moment when Lista asked if he had a family. Back then, he replied that he didn't even know his mother's face. He said he'd been raised in the northern slums, and that if Headmaster Osirius of the magic school hadn't discovered his gift and taken him in, he would have died in the streets as an orphan. Pride remarked that it was a shame, and Rin said that even if he had a family, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. He didn't feel he needed anything like that. But Lista simply asked him not to overcomplicate things, telling him he had a good heart and would do well in the future. The next morning, Rin was woken up by the maid, who soon left to prepare breakfast while he got ready. He thought to himself that the memories of his past life had returned to the body of that spoiled 9-year-old boy only 20 days earlier. Now he was the eldest son of the Ludvig family, one of the Empire's 5 great magical families. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, but this time he was reborn into a noble family. To adapt to this new life, Rin knew he would have to work hard. He was greeted by the maid and by his mother, who said it was the perfect moment to tell his father that breakfast was ready. His father, Kevin Ludvig, remarked that even while sleeping, Rin seemed a little tired, probably because of the trip. When Rin went to call him for breakfast, Kevin thanked him but explained he would eat later since he needed to present his thesis and was in a hurry. He said eating would make him sleepy, and he wanted to stay focused. Rin asked if he could help with anything and offered to fix the magic circle his father was working on. Kevin accepted the help, but warned that if they were late for breakfast, his mother would be angry. Even so, Rin began explaining in a complicated way how magic worked, saying it was about expressing natural laws in numerical form. He soon noticed a conflict between 2 runes and corrected the problem by substituting one of them using Imperial Equation 41/2. Kevin was impressed. It was such a difficult problem that even the Empire's top scholars hadn't been able to solve it. It was an ancient and powerful spell, created around 200 years earlier, that could protect many people against natural disasters like floods or landslides. Surprised, Kevin wanted to know how his son had done it, considering he only knew basic magic until then. Judging by Rin's magical skill, he seemed very unusual. Even so, since he was of the Ludvig mage lineage, it was assumed he hadn't inherited much talent. At that moment, Rin broke the serious mood by saying they could go have breakfast now. Kevin laughed and hugged his son tightly, saying of course they could. Later it became clear what Rin's family was like. He had a mother, father, and a 6-year-old little sister named Sari, an adorable girl who always peeked at her brother. She had shiny black hair like silk and red eyes, inheriting the Ludvig family's features just like Rin. However, she didn't didn't really like him much, since in his memories, Rin had never been very kind to his sister. More than cold, he had been indifferent to everything. He then remembered Lista's words, telling him to value people. Rin recognized that it was a world where everyone always seemed busy, but Lista believed in him because she thought he had a good heart. Annoyed at his own thoughts about Lista, he called his sister into the room, offering to teach her magic or play with her. Siri ran off excitedly but returned shortly after carrying the book Basic Formulas for One-Star Magic. Rin was surprised that she was already reading a book like that at only 6 years old. She was very excited, which reminded Rin of someone very curious he had met in the past. Lista used to ask the name of everything and tell stories about distant places, acting as curious as a child. Deep down, Rin had always liked those moments. He then began to explain everything to Sari in very simple terms. He talked about magical circles and squares, comparing them to houses made of different materials. He explained that the shape of the magic circle determined the magic's attribute, like the triangle representing fire, or the fan meaning wind. He continued with the runes, saying they were magical words, U for binding, R for dispersing. For example, an I rune in a magic triangle became a binding fire spell. Before that, Rin even had to explain what addition and subtraction were, starting with the basics. The household servants watched everything in amazement. They were seeing young Master Rin act completely differently since the day he visited Heroes' Square. Later, the parents found the two of them together and were moved by the scene. The mother even said she wanted to have a painting made of that moment. Kevin agreed, but joked that by the time the painter arrived, they would have already gotten up. Kevin also noticed Rin was teaching Sari magic and commented to his wife that ever since he returned from the square, he seemed like a completely different person. She even asked if their son might be possessed by the abyss. Kevin denied it, saying he understood the change because he himself had had a similar experience. He explained that when he was a student, he had had the honor of meeting the original Lord Rin. At that time, he boasted about being a 3-star mage, while Lord Rin reached 5 stars during the war. Living in an era of peace created by the heroes of the past, Rin realized how all of that made people complacent. He himself had similar thoughts about it, even at such a young age. His mother even wondered if Rin really was frozen in time. Kevin, his father, explained that yes, he had mastered ice magic so perfectly that he kept the appearance of an 18-year-old. But beyond that, Kevin didn't know many details. He explained that inside that ice there was an ancient magic called Lista, which could awaken only on its own, or through Rin. Many believed it was a kind of message or letter left behind in case he ever returned. Kevin also told his wife about their son's unusual talent, recalling how Rin solved a complex magical equation just by looking at it, something Kevin himself hadn't been able to do in a year. Because of that, Kevin thought it might be the right time to start teaching his son the family's special magic, even though it was a little early. This was an art forbidden to anyone outside the family, as only members of the Ludvig family were allowed to learn it. It was a difficult magic, meant for those who could read and steal other magics, which gave the family the nickname Thief Mages. Despite the difficulty, Kevin already had a plan for how to start that training. Later, Rin got up to think about his future, admiring the place where he lived. Siestolica was a charming region with blue skies, vast tulip fields, and a pleasant climate. A third of that territory was under the direct control of the Ludvigs, showing its importance. As he looked out over the landscape, he thought about the need to have medium and long-term goals to follow the difficult path of becoming a 7-star mage. No matter his age, there was no time to waste. Determined, he wanted to summon his magical guide, even knowing it would take great effort. During his preparations, Sari showed up and noticed he was struggling. She also showed interest in having a guide and got so excited about the idea that she started dancing, leaving Rin surprised by her enthusiasm. With determination, he drew the magic circle with the runes Ju, Yu, Du, and J, performing an advanced spell that combined 4 elements. It was a high-level magic that only 4-star mages could use, and in that country, only 10 mages had that skill. Even so, Rin managed to summon a huge pillar of magic, but suffered greatly from the effort, bleeding from his nose and eyes. He realized his body still wasn't ready for such advanced spells. Fortunately, it was just a guide spell. If it had been an attack, he might have died. Despite the difficulties, he managed to summon the Ludian, his guide, which served to assess the mage's abilities and identify their potential. The Ludian also indicated which spells to practice, acting like a specialized advisor. Although it seemed like something basic, it was actually a 4-star spell. Siri loved the result, while Rin had to rest to recover some magical power before trying to summon her guide. Later, he was reviewing the information provided by his guide. His magical power was at 3,024 points, a little below the standard expected for a beginner mage. The magic circle was at 77 and his endurance at 64. He realized he still had a long way to go. During this analysis, the guide detected an old magic manual restricted by bloodline, concluding that he was qualified to learn the techniques Bel Sidious and Bel Quirius. Rin reflected on his current body, realizing it wasn't as useless as he'd thought. He remembered an old episode when he was traveling with Lista. A young mage approached him, dreaming of becoming the Empire's next supreme mage. Although he had average skills, he possessed special eyes that could replicate any spell they saw, allowing precise counterattacks even against Rin, who was the most powerful mage in the world. Remembering that moment, Rin finally understood the true power of the Ludvig lineage. The Belsidious technique allowed one to identify what spell an opponent was casting just by watching their movements, making it possible to choose the ideal counterattack. Bel Quirius was an even rarer power that only 3 people in the Empire's history had awakened, allowing not only the identification but also the appropriation of the enemy's spell. It was because of these abilities that the Ludvigs became known as thief mages, for their eyes were unique. With that, Rin understood that he needed a clear goal. He knew that without enough magical power and endurance, he would never return to being the great mage he once was. Because of that, he decided to train hard to achieve that dream. At another moment, Kevin approached him to talk. He explained that although it was a little early, he thought Rin could already start learning the family's magic. For that, from that day on, Ellen would be his mentor. When she returned to the academy, Kevin himself would take over his training. Rin had vague memories of Ellen, his aunt, since his memory was still weak. Kevin mentioned that she was an exceptional teacher at Delatain Academy, with remarkable magical talent, but above all, someone who loved her nephew more than anything. When Ellen appeared in the library, he noticed her long black hair and the striking red eyes, typical of the family. She seemed annoyed, thinking it was absurd to teach a child so early who was still unprepared. Even so, she wanted to know if Rin really wanted to learn. Firmly, she told him that from now on, he would call her Professor Ellen, making it clear she wouldn't tolerate slow or inattentive students. And so began Rin's rigorous bloodline magic training, marking the start of a new stage in his life. Bloodline magic was carefully documented to prevent mages from outside the family from stealing it. Because of that, the learning had to happen in person, with a family mage transferring the knowledge directly into the disciple's mind. Ellen explained she would demonstrate only once and asked Rin to pay close attention. She started using Belsidious. Her eyes shone intensely, making Rin remember that familiar feeling, the same eyes he had seen before in another mage. The demonstration was impressive. To master this technique, Ellen explained it was necessary to calculate 3 spells at the same time. Rin, however, believed he could do it. Ellen, satisfied with his confidence, wrote down several formulas, something much more theoretical than Rin expected. He reflected that if the founder of the Ludvig family hadn't imposed genetic restrictions, he would already have access to that technique without so much effort. Ellen even asked if it wasn't too complex for him to try, saying she could make an exception, but Rin thanked her very much for the guidance and assured her he could manage on his own. He sat down to study while Ellen stayed nearby, watching. Even when she asked if he wanted more help, Rin simply ignored her. Ellen doubted very much that he could learn on his own, and made it clear she wouldn't help him later, even if he came back crying. But even saying that, she ended up returning. She sat beside him, pretending just to watch him, but every time he had a question, she would solve it for him and pretend nothing had happened. She kept up this behavior for a long time. When she had to leave for a moment, Rin's mother appeared, commenting that Ellen was a bit strange, not very direct, but actually eager to teach him. She advised her son to ask his aunt some questions because when she was younger she had always been like that. Later, Ellen kept watching, waiting to see if he would have any doubts. Rin found this extremely annoying, even more than Sari, who was only 6 years old. To tease her, he made up a question, saying he hadn't really understood a part. Ellen threw the book aside, full of pride, saying she knew he couldn't do it alone. She explained everything so animatedly and exaggeratedly that Rin got lost in so many words. Even with these difficulties, Ellen's teaching was consistent. Although it required a lot of effort, thanks to her he greatly reduced the time needed to learn the theory and even gained practical experience. On the 10th day of studying under her guidance, Rin felt an intense pain in his retinas. It felt like his head and eyes were going to explode. Everything in front of him turned red, and it was at that moment that his eyes were marked with the sign of death. Information from the entire universe began transferring directly into his brain in the form of numerical formulas. Even his own magic appeared to him as numbers and calculations. In that instant, Rin understood that magic was pure mathematics. When he looked at Ellen, she noticed the result and asked if he had managed it in just 10 days. She was extremely impressed, remembering that even with special education, she herself took 7 years to master Belsidious. They told her it would take 70 years to master it completely, but that boy had done it in just 10 days. She even thought Rin might rival the legendary prodigy mage knowledge of multiple channeling. Later, Ellen told all this to Kevin, who was also very impressed. She commented that thanks to Rin, the Ludvig family could become the leading magical house of the empire. She praised the boy a lot, while Kevin, as his father, admitted there was nothing more to add. During this conversation, another person entered the room. Kevin asked the messenger to send a letter to Rin's grandfather, the former head of the family, humbly requesting his guidance because he believed his grandson possessed rare natural talent. The messenger respectfully said he would spare no effort for the young master and would do exactly as ordered. Thus ended the spring, giving way to the rainy summer. Dark clouds covered the continent, bringing constant rain day after day. Rin was incredibly busy during this period. During the day, he learned magic with Ellen and also taught the basics to Siri whenever he had time. At night, he focused on physical training and magic. The development of modern magic he learned with Ellen and from books was truly remarkable to him. Coming from 300 years ago, he was shocked to see how they had simplified many complex formulas. Activation time had been reduced, and the power of spells had increased greatly. The quality of magic had improved tremendously compared to what he knew. Rin recognized that in his current state, he might even lose to a modern 4-star mage. Becoming a 7-star mage in this era was absolutely impossible without much more power and knowledge. For this reason, he made an important decision. He asked his father for permission to go study in the magical world. His parents were very surprised by the request. Siri, curious, wanted to know what this magical world was. Rin explained he wanted to go to Golden Rose to study at the best magical university in the empire, which was there. But Siri protested a lot, saying he couldn't go at all. Kevin explained that it wouldn't be possible for now because Rin was only 10 years old. It was far too early to leave home. Normally, children from magical families only enrolled in Dela at 16. Besides, he said there was another important matter to resolve. Kevin said they had received a letter from Rin's grandfather. Ellen, who was eating meat, even choked in surprise when she heard this. Kevin asked her to behave and explained that the grandfather was one of the few in the Ludvig family who had awakened both Belsidius and Belquirius. Rin then understood that his grandfather was one of the awakened of the legendary Belquirius. Kevin stated that the grandfather wanted to teach him personally, so before thinking about studying in the magical world, he would have to visit his grandfather. A few days later, Rin was already at the family castle, preparing for this important meeting with the old mage. The first thing Skalga did was cast a powerful spell. The entire room began to shake with magical pressure, creating a heavy atmosphere that left everyone tense. Rin tried to think quickly of some way to defend himself, knowing that Skalga was gathering extremely dangerous magic. However, before he could react, the magical energy that Skalga had summoned simply vanished from his hands. At that moment, Skalga explained that he was demonstrating the power of Belquirius, a spell capable of controlling any visible magic at will. Ray was very impressed to see that. For Skalga, mastering Belquirius was not the final goal. He believed the caster needed to fully understand how this magic worked to use it well. Rin, in turn, explained that he was already able to quickly calculate 3-star spells, showing he had talent. Even so, Skalga warned that Belquirius required immense magical power, something Rin did not yet fully possess. Despite that, Rin was determined, recognizing that the path would be long but not impossible. He wanted his grandfather to help him walk that difficult path. Before continuing, Skalga paused to apologize for having been rude at the start. He welcomed them more kindly, saying that after confirming Rin's aptitude, he wanted to have a drink with Kevin, his son. Kevin was moved by his father's affectionate tone, since it was not common to hear him speak that way. Later, they went outside to train. Skalga explained that after this training, Rin would be able to use Belquirius freely. For that, he needed to read the spell without errors, because in a real battle, a single mistake could be fatal. During training, Skalga even cast a dangerous lightning bolt that nearly hit Rin, but acknowledged the boy's talent. If Rin learned something, he could understand many other related things. He was a true genius, capable of learning in a single day what others took a month to understand. However, Skalga also warned that mastering the use of his eyes and withstanding the magical load would be necessary steps. During training, he explained that Rin would have to be willing to risk his own life to grow strong enough. Rin understood this philosophy and accepted the challenge. Next, Skalga launched a huge fireball at him, saying that if he couldn't dodge it, he would die. But instead of dodging, Rin stopped halfway and decided to face the attack head-on. The large fireball was coming straight at him, and he knew he couldn't just block it. He needed to interpret the opponent's magic to manipulate it with Belquirius. After much effort, his eyes even started bleeding from the strain. He began to see magic as a set of numbers and formulas. It was as if the entire universe turned into equations sent directly to his brain. He identified that the magic circle was made up of 2 triangles, and that there was a pattern with 17 axes and a range of 23 kilometers. When he finally solved this equation in his mind, the fireball simply disappeared in front of him. At the end of the process, he collapsed, exhausted and weak, but his grandfather caught him before he hit the ground. Skalg was proud and said that Rin had done very well, although he still needed to increase his magical power a bit more. He could hardly believe his grandson had awakened Belquirius at 14 years old, something he himself had only achieved at 39. For him, Rin had the potential to rewrite the Empire's history. Later, Skalge said he didn't intend to interfere in the life Rin chose, but recommended that when he turned 16, he make sure to enroll in Delatain, the famous magic city. Rin thought that didn't matter much at the moment, but Skalge explained that if he could graduate at the top of Delatain, he would have the chance to meet the legendary archmage Rin. While they talked, Skalge also mentioned that a heroine named Lista had left a letter for him. According to Skalge, no one Rin's age had ever awakened Belquirius before, and only someone with that ability would be able to read the contents of the letter. At that moment, Ray was so impressed by everything that he couldn't even pay proper attention. This would be Rin's journey, a story of discovering the past of the old comrades and the mission to follow the clues left in that letter. Back home, Kevin commented that there was about half a year left until the Delatain entrance exam. He suggested that Rin use that time to see the world and visit different places while heading south. It was a good opportunity to learn more about people and local culture. Kevin also asked if he planned to stay in the Magic City even after the tests, and Rin said yes, because that was where all the knowledge was gathered. The entrance exam for Delatain was notoriously difficult and took place at the end of the year. Those who passed would start classes the following March. Rin was excited to discover this new world. He decided to make the trip on foot, taking his time to get used to the route and observe everything around him. On the 15th day of his journey, he arrived in the southern region of Guram, a rich land of the sacred human empire. In a small town, he saw many inns, taverns, and noticed that everyone wore bamboo hats. A drunk man asked him why he wasn't wearing a hat. That was when Rin discovered there was a local tradition. Long ago, the first leader of that caravan had received help from an archmage Rin, and ever since, people wore that type of hat as a sign of gratitude. Rin tried to remember the name of the first leader they had mentioned. He thought that if he heard the right name, he might finally recall it. As he reflected, he found it curious to see such respected merchants living in such a small town. They told him the problem was with the road leading to the highway. Ferocious monsters often appeared there, and dozens of people had already disappeared. The local authorities hoped the Lord's forces would deal with it, but for now, trade was bad and dangerous. Rin knew those monsters well. They were beings whose essence had been corrupted by the abyss. They had animal attributes, but grotesque appearances and magical power. Even when hunted and destroyed, they never completely disappeared. He knew he would have to cross the forest anyway. As long as it wasn't a high-level monster, he could handle it without much trouble. While walking through the mist, he felt something watching him. Even so, the creature didn't attack. Maybe it recognized the difference in magical power between them. Rin concluded that he could defeat it if he wanted to, but it wasn't his responsibility. There were extermination teams to handle that work. He also remembered passing through a similar place before. The caravan he was traveling with often stopped along the way, because Lista insisted on taking breaks to look at the river or admire the scenery. This deeply annoyed him because he knew that 2 extermination teams had recently been wiped out on the continent. The front line was practically paralyzed, holding out as best it could while waiting for the heroes to arrive. Even so, Lista wanted to stop and look at the view. She claimed to know what was going on. She explained that the Red Dragon Legion and the Yellow Dragon Legion were heading to the battlefield, and that even the most powerful mercenaries had crossed the sea to fight. That meant whoever was left had to stay behind to protect the routes and cities. The monsters had become wilder across the continent, but Rin judged them to be at most B-level threats. He saw no reason to waste time fighting such weak creatures. For Lista, however, there were many people desperate for help, and all had the same right to receive it. She believed it was important to learn that lesson to one day become an adult capable of protecting others. Rin remembered that even though she had died 300 years ago, she still complained in his head. At one point, he decided to sit down and rest and used earth magic to track the monster he felt nearby. When he finally located the creature, he ordered his mud snake to bring it to him. It was a being that resembled a wolf, but had far more eyes and teeth than normal. Rin did not consider it a real threat. He had faced similar creatures many times. He ordered his mud snake to strangle it, tightening more and more until it tore it apart. He did not want to admit to himself that he had helped. He preferred to think he had done it out of boredom. Continuing his journey, Rin reached the border between the central and southern regions of the Empire, known as the Badantio Range. As soon as he entered, he encountered several other creatures on the path, but they were insignificant to him. He did notice, however, that someone had already defeated them before. They were archers. For a moment, he mistook them for keys, since they had the same strong smell of alcohol. One of the archers explained explained that it was a place where monsters often appeared and asked if no one had warned Rin about it before. Another archer, a blonde one, remarked that no warning was needed because the descendants of the Great Palace guarded that place. Rin did not quite understand what they meant, but he acknowledged they had cleared the path for him and thanked them. He also wanted to confirm if the place was still called the Badantio Range. The archers laughed at him, saying it had long been renamed Lantine. It was explained that Lantine was the range where Keys's palace had stood. After defeating the Abyss, Keys had settled there and founded an archery school. Those archers were disciples of that school, following the tradition that only the most skilled, recognized by the master, could take that path. To Rin, they seemed just as foolish as Keys had been in life. He thought drunken archery must have been the school's basic style. The blonde archer commented that Rin had arrived at a good time, since there was a festival where anyone could drink for free. But another archer reminded him he still had a guard shift to do. The blonde one grumbled about leaving a child alone and decided to take Rin to the village entrance, mainly to avoid his own work. As they walked through the forest, the archer mentioned that everything was a mess. Normally they cleared the leaves every year, but that autumn, so many had fallen that the work seemed endless. He explained that if Rin climbed those wooden stairs, he would find the training hall, and by going straight ahead, he would reach the village. In front of them was a tombstone, and Rin felt Keys's presence emanating from it. The archer said he could also make a wish there, since it was the tomb of the old Keys palace. People used to go there to ask for protection for the whole year. Rin, however, got irritated and asked them not to joke with him. The archer, confused, wanted to know why that would be a joke. Rin asked who in their right mind would build a tomb in such an isolated mountain. The archer asked if he did not know the story behind the place and if he was really from that country. The archer then explained that among Keys's old companions, there had been an archmage named Rin. It was something well known, so he believed Rin must have heard of it. It was said that Rin was very shy and that Keys truly believed his friend could come back to life after dying. For that reason, he said that if the tomb were built in the center of the village, Rin, being so embarrassed, would not have the courage to go into the crowd to say goodbye. So Keys asked to be buried in the middle of that mountain, where it would be easier to meet again if Rin returned. As he listened to that story, Rin remembered everything. He recalled that Keys smelled of alcohol, snored loudly, and even though he was mute, he would always mess up Rin's hair even when he complained. Despite those habits, Keys always liked to share knowledge and gave that same affectionate head rub. At that moment, Rin felt his friend's kindness again, as if it were real. He thought that maybe Keys had already known that goodbye would be final, that they would never see each other again, but still wanted to leave that memory. Rin began to feel guilty. He remembered he had promised to come back, but had never kept that promise. Filled with regret, he ran off, tripped, and fell face first on the ground, feeling completely pathetic. Even so, he reaffirmed to himself that he needed to return. Later, sitting at the edge of a cliff, he reflected that he had to go back to Keys's grave, even if it was too late, to ask for forgiveness and say he had returned. When night fell, he stayed there, lost in memories and regret. He wondered if that was all that was left after so much time in the dark, since Keys could find amazing things even looking at the night sky. He remembered Keys had excellent vision, that he kept a perfect aim even when drunk, but in truth could not hit anything when sober, going into withdrawal fits. Rin also remembered that once Lista explained that Keys did not have a tongue, and that was why he could not speak, even though he snored like a demon. Thinking about all of that, Rin began to laugh out loud. In the end, though, all those memories mixed with pain and turned into tears. He could not stop crying, staying there for a long time under the moonlight. After many hours, he finally went back to Keys's grave. He stopped right in front of the tombstone and used fire magic to punch the ground. The flames burned all the leaves that littered the path. When he finished, the grave was clean. The sun began to rise, lighting up the old stone. Rin turned around, feeling the weight of guilt. He thought that just because he was shy did not mean he lacked the courage to face his friends, confront everyone again, and ask for forgiveness for breaking his promise. A few days later, he was still suffering from the autumn heat. He continued his journey until, at last, a bright city appeared before him. It was the Golden Pink Magic City, home to Delatain University, considered the heart of that place. Rin remembered he had been curious to visit that city since his previous life, but upon arriving, he realized the place did not quite match his expectations. Even so, it was a very busy region, especially because of the magic trade. There was a saying that all knowledge flowed through the Golden Rose, as it was where all wisdom gathered. Later, while walking through the streets, Rin bought a stone that looked like a rare ore. He paid 10 copper coins, thinking that in his time it would have cost 80. Right after that, he heard the bell ring. signaling that the test he needed to take was about to start. He paid for the stone and began running, but on the way, a thief ran past him. Rin concluded that the city's security was not as good as they claimed. Being a large urban center, he assumed the guards would handle the problem. However, he saw that the victim of the theft was an old man chasing after the thief and ended up bumping into him. Lying on the ground, the old man explained that the stolen object was a family heirloom, something his grandson needed for the test that day. Rin thought about ignoring the problem because he also had his own test to take, but then he heard the voice of the heroine in his mind asking him to help. Passing by the old man, Rin asked if it was that man who had robbed him and told him to wait a bit, as he would take care of it. With agility, he leapt across rooftops, pursuing the thief and preparing an electric spell. He was determined to turn that criminal into charcoal if necessary. However, before he could attack, a mage suddenly appeared. She cut off the thief's path and used sand magic that covered the entire street, forming a tower guarded by sand soldiers. Confident, she declared that the thief was finished since he had been captured by her, Krista. Rin recognized her magic and determined attitude. She belonged to the Warden family, which, like the Ludvigs, was one of the 5 great magical houses of the Empire. Before regaining his past memories, he had met her a few times. She had always been very energetic and confident, but Rin had never really cared about her presence. Whenever they met, Krista would usually scold Rin, but he ignored her. Even so, he noticed that she was already wearing the school uniform despite being the same age as him, which made him reflect on the expectations placed on them. During the confrontation, a bandit fought back with force, completely dissipating the sand magic meant to hold him. He conjured a windstorm so intense that it separated a child from her mother. Rin, watchful, used his nature magic to extend a branch and return the child safely to her mother's arms. It was then that Rin realized the thief was also a mage, but with a twisted and unpleasant magical power. He noticed the problem came from a strange device attached to the bandit's left hand. Krista quickly assessed that he had unusual skills for a thief and decided to act, using a 2-star spell. That show of strength even impressed Rin, who was watching carefully. Rin remembered that his family, the Ludvigs, was known for producing thief mages, while the Warden family, Krista's, was famous for their commander mages. Their signature ability was earth-attributed summoning magic. Krista then summoned a sand golem, showing confidence and even arrogance, believing she had already won. However, the thief, relying on his device, claimed he was invincible with it. A strange black magic emerged from the artifact, pierced the golem's chest, and took control of it, making the creature turn against its own creator. By the time Krista realized it, it was too late, and she was nearly crushed. Luckily, Rin cast a powerful electric spell that ripped off the golem's arm and saved her. Rin realized that revealing his trump card so early had not been smart but stayed focused. He reflected that using a faster spell did not guarantee victory. Meanwhile, the thief kept trying to control the golem to attack him, but Rin was ready. Using a magic circle of water with flame inscriptions, he created a strong current that pushed the golem away. Krista, surprised, commented that water was a naturally opposing element to earth, but was sure the golem would not fall from a simple 1-star spell. The thief, confident, mocked if that was all they had to fight him, swearing they would die for real now. However, Rin's current not only held back the golem's attack, but also infiltrated water into its sand arms, making them heavy. In the next move, Rin and Krista dodged together. The golem, clumsy with the extra weight, crashed hard to the ground. The infiltrated water made its structure collapse, turning it into a useless pile of mud. Rin concluded that the thief could steal control of others' magic, but could not use his own efficiently. Krista was annoyed with Rin for doing everything alone, but soon was surprised to see him already conjuring another 2-star spell, despite just having cast a 1-star one. Rin used an earth magic circle with runes meaning bind and reverse flow. He manipulated the laws of nature, and, casting the spell on the ground, made roots grow that wrapped around the golem's remains and also immobilized the thief. Taking advantage of the situation, Rin took the bandit's magical device, examining it with curiosity. He realized the artifact worked by stealing control of an opponent's magic, something similar to Belcedius, and noticed that 2 magic circles were engraved in the gem, limiting the theft to spells up to 2 stars. The defeated thief just asked himself who that boy was and how he could cast magic so quickly. Rin thought the thief would never believe him if he told the truth about who he really was. Then, he returned the artifact to the old man from whom it had been stolen, recommending that he take good care of it from now on. She thanked him greatly and everyone around applauded Rin for his bravery. But it was at that moment that Rin realized he was late for the admission test. Soon after, someone arrived to deal with the thief. It was Caroline, the hooded teacher. She spoke with Krista and remarked that having confidence was good, but she should not have used her golem so quickly. Krista, a bit embarrassed, promised to be more careful next time, but quickly told the teacher she had seen Rin in action and that he was incredible, with a casting speed comparable to the teacher's. Caroline admitted he even seemed faster than she was. Curious, Krista asked what had happened to him since she did not remember him being that strong the last time she saw him. Caroline then wondered if he was really there for the admission test, realizing that the exam had already been going on for some time. Krista insisted, saying he was only late because he was helping people and that the school should be more understanding with someone like that. She emphasized that Rin had completely defeated the thief and that it would be good for the school to have someone so talented. Caroline, reflecting, acknowledged there was truth in that. Later, in the teacher's lounge, Caroline reviewed Rin's record and noticed he had no awards in competitions or notable achievements, despite being from the Ludvig family. However, she was surprised to discover that he had been Skalga Ludvig's assistant, the great mage and headmaster of the school, for 3 years. She knew very well that coming from an important family did not guarantee privileges, since even Ellen, another member of the family, had been rejected by Skalga. But if Rin had truly been his assistant, that indicated the boy was truly a genius. Because of that, Caroline decided to schedule a meeting with the Chancellor to discuss the possibility of admitting him individually. Later, the Chancellor herself remarked that history seemed to be repeating itself. She could not explain why, but she noticed that great talents always seemed to appear at the same time. She observed that several students from excellent schools had come to Delatain during that same period, including 5 students from the Empire's 8 top schools and even the heir of the Warden family, something extremely impressive. The conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools was very deep and complicated. It was not pleasant at all to have to deal with disputes among students, but it was undeniable that the situation at that moment was special. Medelia Page, the Chancellor, acknowledged this and decided she would instruct all teachers and instructors to watch the students closely and intervene if necessary. She then asked Caroline what the problem was at that moment. Caroline replied that it might be too soon to make such a direct decision, because there seemed to be another genius from a magical family besides Krista. She said that even if she tried to explain, Medelia might not believe how unusual that boy's situation was. Caroline remembered the family meeting where she had seen his talent. Medelia commented that Caroline always brought up that topic, but Caroline explained it was just her opinion and suggested they might consider letting Rin Ludvig enroll. According to her, it would cause no problems and would be interesting to see how he would behave. Medelia said they would see soon enough, since the teacher assigned to them would be the strict Owen. Medelia then wanted to know if it was true that Rin had not accepted any reward for what he had done. Caroline confirmed it and explained that he actually did not want to draw attention and preferred to quietly read his books. Medelia remarked that he seemed like a somewhat strange fellow. Caroline agreed, saying that people like that generally became good mages, as her own master used to say. Then Caroline noticed Medelia looked melancholic and asked why. Medelia admitted she was as perceptive as ever. She explained she had a bad feeling because the thief Rin had captured seemed to have ties to the Church of Darkness. She was almost certain they would show up there soon and told Caroline to be prepared. Later, Rin was notified of his admission even after missing the exam. The next morning, after all the chaos, Caroline suggested he could pretend he had taken an extra test and be included in the list of admitted students. For him, this was no problem at all. In fact, he was eager to take the test and accepted immediately. Soon, he was standing before the great gates of Delatain, the Empire's largest magic academy. Later, already wearing the school uniform, Rin thought that he had never really had a true connection with any school. In his previous life, he had learned everything in the Magic Tower, and in this life, he had learned from his family. Even now, he did not feel any need to learn from anyone else, but he knew he needed to find what was missing from his list of goals. He believed that awaited him at the end of his path, and decided that until then, he would bring his magical abilities at least up to the level he had in his previous life. While he reflected, Krista appeared and asked what he was doing there. She almost thanked him for helping her the other day, but quickly changed her tone and claimed that even without his help, she would have managed on her own. Everyone nearby paid attention when she said that. Rin thought she was much more famous than he had expected. Krista then declared that even though she was so important, she recognized him as her rival and that he should feel honored because of that. Rin thought to himself that he hated that whole rival thing. He even remembered someone similar he had met in the Magic Tower in his previous life. It was an annoying girl who insisted on being treated as a senior just because she had enrolled first, always arrogant and provocative. Krista noticed he was laughing and got even more irritated, promising she would show him her full power and make him regret it. She then conjured a sandstorm around him. Rin, unfazed, wondered to himself why she had to do that right there. Krista asked if he now had a better idea of her power. Rin concluded that she reminded him a lot of that annoying girl from the tower, as if she had been reincarnated. He decided he would give her a little lesson. At that moment, another student appeared and remarked that it looked like quite a dramatic performance, with an important candidate from a noble family and a genius prodigy who had barely passed the test. This student was Wilbert from Ruilnum School, known for having been the runner-up at Delatain and Krista's former rival. Wilbert teased Krista, asking why she had stopped. He said he was really enjoying the show and that she should thank him for his consideration. Krista replied that the quality of the audience was very low and that it would be a problem if someone got hurt there. She sarcastically said he should be grateful for her concern. Wilbert pretended to be moved and said he was almost crying at her words, but warned that she should know her place, so she would not regret it later. Krista fired back, saying it was funny to hear that from a runner-up. Wilbert commented that her personality had not changed at all, and that at this rate, she would just disappoint her family even more. Then Wilbert noticed Rin standing there next to her, the young master who had gotten into the school through an extra test. He asked in a provoking tone why Rin was looking at him. Rin, for his part, thought he had no intention of provoking anything, and honestly did not even care. Rin wondered how someone could be as arrogant as Wilbert. He thought that if Wilbert wanted to pick a fight, he should at least know how to use magic properly. Rin's comment surprised everyone around them, and even Krista started laughing, saying he should bury his head in a hole out of embarrassment. Despite the tense atmosphere, the inspector appeared and ordered everyone to head to their classrooms. Rin simply ignored Wilbert, while Krista said she would let it go this time, but that next time they would duel. Rin was not interested in that at all. When the students saw Rin, rumors about him began to spread. They said he had been the assistant of Skalga Ludvig himself, which only increased the curiosity about his past. Later, everyone gathered for the 1388th entrance ceremony of Delatain University. After long speeches and many formalities, Rin was already growing impatient until finally Medelia Page appeared. Her presence alone was enough to impress everyone. Rin knew she was the greatest mage in the Empire, head of the Magic Council, and a direct descendant of the founder of magic, Remitsa Page. He thought her striking hair color must be genetic since he himself had met the one who came before her. Medelia welcomed the 233 freshmen present, congratulating them for making it that far. But she made it clear that half of them would not make it to the second year, being held back or expelled. Of the 117 who would continue, only about 60 would reach the third year, and of those, less than half would graduate. Everyone understood that Delatain was a place to refine talent, putting students through constant trials that demanded not only magical improvement, but also discipline and continuous effort. She explained that even the most worthless stones could become precious gems there. In 3 years, she hoped to see them again as prepared fellow mages, wishing them all good luck. Hearing that, Rin felt eager to see her again on that day in the future. Meanwhile, the teachers were watching the ceremony. Caroline commented that everything seemed a bit chaotic, but she liked that lively energy. Another teacher replied that at the very least you needed skill to survive there. She asked Professor Owen's opinion, and he responded skeptically, saying he hoped the class would be high level, but it was full of idiots destined for failure. Later, Rin went to the university department building known as the Sleeping Dragon Room. He found the place very beautiful and walked through the halls until he found his classroom. He arrived before everyone else and enjoyed the quiet and the lovely view. But soon someone interrupted his peace. Krista approached, saying they would be partners and should look out for each other. She seemed proud to be his companion for the first class. Another student who always fawned over her agreed, saying Rin should feel grateful. Krista reinforced that, while Wilbert commented it was just a coincidence. Also present was Gertrude Penton, daughter of the Penton family, who teased Krista, saying she had terrible taste in choosing who stayed near her. Gertrude explained that this was part of Krista's charm, that she was more complex than someone superficial like Wilbert. The argument between them escalated, giving Rin a headache and even making him feel nauseous. He then remembered an old conversation with Pride, who had asked if he had ever been curious about studying in a school. Rin had answered that he was already an elite 4-star mage, and that school had nothing to teach him. But Pride insisted that school was not only for academic learning, but also for learning how to get along with others. At that moment, he thought Pride was really right, since he needed to learn how to deal with those annoying humans. While he was thinking about this, the professor entered the room. He had an intimidating air like a gorilla, and his mere entrance made the atmosphere heavier. Krista commented that Owen was known as the strictest teacher in Delatain. He looked at everyone with disdain, saying the class was full of pathetic monkeys, people with crap for brains. He even threw a piece of chalk at the throat of a student who was not paying attention. Owen explained that none of them knew anything and that they thought they were great just because they had gotten into Delatain, dreaming of court mage positions or lives of luxury in their towers. He said that if they ever reached that level, level, they could call him master, but until then, they were nothing but monkeys. He asked if there were any students from the 8 great schools, saying those schools were the worst kind of tradition, with ridiculous formulas. When he saw Krista and Rin raise their hands as noble mages, Owen called them disgusting beings, arrogant for thinking they knew everything. He said the first thing they would have to learn was to clean up their own mess. His goal that year would be to turn them, at least, into useful mages. He explained that his job was to evolve them from monkeys into humans. No one replied. He asked if they were afraid, wondering if he needed to teach them even how to respond. A student turned around, saying he was not afraid. Owen then said that if they thought he was an easy teacher, they would be tested right then. Everyone would have to form pairs to solve the exercise. Andy warned with no softness at all that the pair with the worst result would be immediately expelled from the academy. Some students still questioned if the professor really had the authority to do that, but when they saw him start writing the details of the test on the board, they realized he was serious. The time limit for the test was 20 minutes, and everyone had to solve the problem written on the board. Anyone who could not solve it within the time limit or turned it in last would be expelled, as Owen had promised. As soon as he told them to begin, the room fell into complete chaos. Students were desperate, scrambling to form pairs and discuss answers. In the middle of the confusion, Krista stayed extremely focused on the problem. She demanded that Rin start helping immediately, asking him to build the basic formula with matrices. Rin was mentally questioning the point of using matrices, but he still began to write. While she worked, Krista remembered the rumors about the Warden family, saying it was finished and without a future. She felt she was the only one who could change the family's destiny and had to be the top student at any cost. Rin could see the weight of that burden on her shoulders, but he had already figured out the solution to the problem. However, a strong wind blew through the room and tore their exercise sheet apart. Owen commented on the excessive noise from the students, while Krista complained that the wind had destroyed their work. But Rin realized it had not been an ordinary wind. He activated the Bellidius and traced the source of the magic, discovering it came directly from Wilbert. He knew the wind school well. It was a secret art, silent, colorless, with hidden manipulation of air. Krista insisted that Rin hurry up and rewrite everything. She was worried, believing they had only 8 minutes left, but Rin analyzed what she was doing and said that the way she was trying to do it was impossible. It could be solved, but not with that method. Calmly, he took the paper and, in a few seconds, wrote out the entire correct formula, replicating what they had lost. He asked Krista to memorize the method well, reminding her that a powerful mage needed to remain calm in any situation. He remembered that 300 years ago, creatures would devour innocent people's heads right in front of him. Back then, there weren't 8 minutes to solve anything. It was a matter of seconds to save lives. That was why he told himself he would lead this time, and that Krista just needed not to slow him down. Meanwhile, Wilbert and his partner handed in their test. Owen used magic to check the result. The runes were correct, and the work was acceptable for the time given. Even so, he said the grade would be a C. Wilbert protested, saying he had been the first to finish, but Owen cut him off coldly, telling him to stop acting smart because he knew very well why the grade was low. At that moment, Rin appeared, demanding to be allowed through to hand in his test. Owen noticed his confident attitude and liked it. He admitted he was dying to expel the two nobles, but since they had finished the test, he would evaluate their work. Rin remarked that a real mage should not panic just because the wind blew away their paper. Owen praised that spirit, but noticed something different in their magic circle. Their formula had a fan-shaped magic circle instead of the usual complete circle. Rin explained that the G rune worked better with the water attribute, and that he had simplified the mathematical formula to turn the solution into a first-degree equation, speeding up the activation time. Owen was surprised. He said that kind of solution did not even appear in high school lessons. While the other students whispered among themselves, Krista could not really understand those explanations. Rin said that to master magic, you had to understand all the runes, which was why he had modified the magic circle. Owen agreed that it was a very smart answer, but warned that creating a good theory was one thing, and making it work was another. Rin challenged him to see for himself. Owen accepted the bet. He used his magic to activate the circle created by Rin and Krista. The result was impressive. A current of wind swirled like a thin stream, and a large star appeared on the ceiling of the room, producing a gentle, elegant rain. The room fell silent at the sight. Owen began to applaud, admitting that in 13 years of teaching, he had seen many geniuses, but never anyone present such a well-made and creative answer. It annoyed him, but he could not deny it. He gave the pair the highest grade. Rin thanked him for the recognition, while Krista could not hold back her excitement, jumping and dancing with joy. Owen immediately told her to calm down, warning she would lose points if she kept that up. He also told Wilbert and his partner to return to their seats. Krista walked past Wilbert looking very proud, but Rin just stared at him coldly. Wilbert asked if he had anything to say, but Owen intervened, telling everyone to be quiet. With the exercise finished, the students managed to survive the first class, even after hearing all of Professor Owen's harsh criticism. When class ended, Krista seemed more serious and downcast. Owen asked if it had been hard for them, warning that next time would be even worse. On the way out, Krista approached Rin to thank him, still a bit shy. Rin pretended not to hear her, which left her irritated. She told him not to act so smug, reminding him that she had also received an S grade, not just him. The news that the strict Owen had given someone an S grade spread quickly through the school. Everyone was talking about how he had finally given the top mark, not to Wilbert, as many had expected, but to Krista and the prodigy Rin. The next day, Rin needed help finding his dorm room. Krista, who had promised to repay the favor, agreed to help him find his way around the huge university. She had promised to help Rin, but ended up getting frustrated and leaving him alone. Meanwhile, Rin walked through the dormitory halls, attracting everyone's attention. People watched him and talked about him, saying they did not understand why he had taken an extra test when he clearly had more than enough ability to pass Delatain's regular exam. After walking for a while, Rin finally found the room that would be his. He used a magical pendant as a key to unlock the door. This detail reminded him of the time he spent in the magic tower. Even in his previous life, he had been locked in a room like that, always focused on studying without rest. However, he tried to leave those memories behind. He lay on the bed, determined to forget the past for a moment. He thought that except for the first class, he did not have much else to do in the next few days. He even considered the possibility of sneaking into the Vatican to investigate his own remains, but realized it would be very difficult to do that with his current identity and abilities. In silence, he began to practice magic. He managed to cast 2- and 3-star spells, but when he tried to perform a 4-star spell, the magic broke. He realized he still did not have enough power for that. As he reflected on his limitations, something unexpected happened. An owl appeared at the window and brought a small wooden box. The box had no sender. Inside were 2 objects, shaped like the letter L. One of them he recognized immediately. It was the diary he had given to Lista. That left him intrigued. Who could have sent it? He looked out the window and felt a strange presence outside. It seemed like someone knew he was the reincarnated Rin. Elsewhere at the training center known as the Dragon Battlefield, the students were working hard. They were not only fighting monsters, but also racing against time, while being closely observed. Krista stood out for fighting several creatures on her own, showing great skill. Gertrude noticed this and asked if something had happened, since Krista seemed more fired up than usual. Krista denied it, saying nothing had happened between her and Rin, explaining only that she had gotten annoyed seeing his face again. Gertrude, however, did not really believe that. She thought Krista was trying to hide her true feelings, and that the rumors about her and Rin might actually be true. For Gertrude, it was surprising to think about that, since the Rin Ludvig she had met at the family gathering had not shown that kind of behavior. The training session ended, and later in the main hall of the student dormitory, the students gathered. One of them started provoking Wilbert, calling him a loser for getting a C grade. Wilbert replied angrily, telling him to stop or he might end up dead. The one provoking him was the heir of the Chayhak school. He mocked Wilbert, saying he was so scared he might wet his pants, but would actually die laughing because someone like Wilbert had gotten a C. He also commented that Krista had earned an S grade even using those sandbags she called magic. He went on to say that the genius had been in the same group as her, and asked what he was like in person. Wilbert reacted with anger, wanting to know if he was being challenged. The heir of Chayhak replied that if Wilbert wanted, they could settle it, but the argument was interrupted by Lillian, a student from Rivendell School, who asked them to stop that silly fight. The successor of Chayhak tried to play it off as just a joke, but at the same time revealed he was planning a strategy to bring down Krista and her little genius, asking if Lillian wanted to join in. Lillian criticized him, saying he was stuck in the past and coming up with useless plans, also adding that there was no reason to intimidate the weaker ones just because it was Krista. He insisted it was only a joke, but Wilbert firmly declared he would take both of them down on his own, and that if the other tried to interfere, he would be the first to fall. After that argument, Wilbert went to his room full of anger, questioning what Rin had done to deserve so much attention. He remembered that Rin had worked as Professor Skow's assistant for 3 years. He had not been chosen because of blood ties, but purely because of his skill, which Wilbert found almost impossible to accept. Meanwhile, Rin was in his room reading a book he had received in a mysterious way. The first part of the book told the story of of Rin's life, while the second part explained magic and the combat styles he used. Rin wondered how anyone could know so much about his identity, and, if they did, why they had not made direct contact. He noticed it was already 11 o'clock and decided it was better to turn off the lights before getting in trouble. Before sleeping, he picked up the diary he had received. He opened it without much expectation, but from inside it emerged a magical guide, a Ludian. It was a type of magical creature he himself had created, perhaps even in his previous life. Even so, Rin realized this Ludian was twice as large and much darker than the earlier one. Still, he noticed it had persisted for 300 years. He began to wonder what purpose, or whose magic power had kept it going. Then the Ludian landed in his hand and revealed the progress of his unique magic. It was at 37%. Next, a large amount of information appeared before him. Rin quickly understood it was the result of his research in his previous life, the project to reach the level of a sage. He had believed he had failed, but seeing the 37% proved that the path he had taken had not been wrong. If he kept going, he might reach the truth. The sudden appearance of this hope cheered him up so much that he completely forgot to worry about who might have sent the book, which could end up being a problem. The next morning, he was already prepared to continue his research. That day was rainy. For Rin, it was a little strange, since in the south, it usually rained when it was hot, while in the north it rained when it was cold. Even so, he went straight to the battlefield. This place was used by students to practice their magic freely. The dormitory supervisor had explained that the field was designed to allow the use of powerful spells without any risk to the surroundings, since it was surrounded by high-level magical barriers. This way, students could cast spells without worrying about environmental damage. To enter, he just had to use his student ID. Since there were 30 empty rooms at that time, he could choose anyone. Upon entering, he requested a sturdy target for practice. A small cyclops appeared before him. Rin quickly analyzed it and concluded it was about 2-star level, which he found acceptable for training. Then he remembered a specific spell with the property of twisting molecules and decided to try practicing that rune. He began by drawing a magic triangle, the U rune, but his magic circle quickly fell apart. He admitted to himself that it did not work with first-star magic, so he tried again, this time with a 3-star spell. The runes began spinning at extremely high speed, creating a massive explosion of particles in the air. The Cyclops was not hit directly, but when one of those particles touched it, its body began to glow. Wilbert, who was passing nearby, saw the scene and frowned, thinking that magic was trash. He noticed that flame spells were usually noisy, and seeing how quiet this one was, he concluded Rin was probably going to fail. He even thought the rumor about Rin being Scout's assistant was probably fake, but when he turned to leave, he realized the Cyclops had simply dropped dead. Rin, for his part, did not celebrate much. He looked at the Cyclops' body with its head destroyed and scattered on the floor, as if it had imploded from within. He knew that rune had the property of penetrating the target's body and melting it from the inside, but the spell had taken about 30 seconds to work on a 2-star monster. He concluded there might be issues in his mathematical theory, but he also felt he still had time to improve. It reminded him how exciting magical research could be. Ludian then processed the experiment's data, adjusted the mechanical theory, and changed the symbol to another rune. Rin realized that Ludian not only detected magic around it, but also summarized and recorded the research conducted, working like a walking diary. His progress rose from 37 to 37.1%, probably thanks to the improvement in the mathematical theory, but he decided not to think too much about it for now. Suddenly, he was hit by a gust of wind. It was only Wilbert, the newcomer, using his magic to cut down all the creatures trying to approach. Rin watched calmly and concluded that Wilbert was not bad, but also not anything extraordinary. He felt there was something strange about that boy. Later, during the next class, Professor Owen explained the process of casting a spell. First, you had to set up the magic circle, then inscribe the runes, and finally do the mathematical calculations. Owen emphasized that the hardest part was the calculations, since any mistake could cause a disaster. To prevent students from turning into charcoal, the great Archmage Rin had created a formula known as Rin's discriminant. Owen said that the day's exercise was to use the discriminant to solve a problem. They would have 10 minutes, which he claimed was enough even for little monkeys like them to figure it out. Rin, hearing that, wondered who had passed along the formula he had created. He remembered 3 disciples who had been terrible at calculations, not even able to add properly. Then he thought of one person in particular, that stubborn child, who called herself his disciple, Turena, who had always followed him. But he reflected that it seemed impossible, after all. More than 300 years had passed. While he was lost in these thoughts, Krista nudged him. Rin already guessed she might want to ask for help, but she simply said she was the great heiress of the war Warden family and obviously didn't need his help. Even so, Professor Owen's serious gaze was so intimidating it almost made her panic. Embarrassed, Krista said she wouldn't speak out of turn again. She then handed him a very elegant wooden box. Inside was a cookie, or at least that's what she claimed. She boasted about the gift, but when Rin opened the box, he found only charcoal. He looked at it in confusion, wondering if it really was a cookie or if she had used mud instead of flour. Of course, Krista was furious, started yelling at him, and almost got a more serious scolding from the professor. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the students were talking about the great archmage Rin, saying he had been a true genius, a god of magic. Rin started getting embarrassed, and Krista noticed it. She asked why he was so shy. She figured it was because of the cookie she had given him, thinking he would fall for her. But she didn't realize Professor Owen was right beside them, watching. Owen commented that for someone like her, she actually knew how to defend herself, and asked if she wanted to join a special class. Krista immediately replied that she didn't want to. Later, the students were choosing the clubs they would join. Krista confidently declared she would go to the Magic Volleyball Club. She said that descendants of magical bloodlines had the duty to uphold the dignity of that sport in the magical world. Rain found it very strange and wondered what dignity had to do with volleyball. He said he would look for something more interesting and took his leave. Delatain offered several clubs created for exchange and competition among students. There were clubs like Combat Magic, Fire Attribute Magic, and Festival Magic. These clubs were formed by students with common goals and received funding for their activities, as long as they had the approval of a faculty advisor. This system allowed students to pursue research outside of class. Even so, Rin couldn't really focus because of Krista. She insisted that everyone from a magical bloodline needed to join the Magic Volleyball Club. Rain said he had never heard of such a rule and explained that his father wouldn't interfere with his choice. Gertrude appeared, insisting that magic volleyball was important to uphold the honor of the lineage and that he should participate. But Rin replied that it wasn't mandatory. He said he found the Magic Sculpture Club or the local Magic Development Club more interesting. He remembered how in the past people fought just to survive, but now the world was more peaceful, letting everyone do what they liked. He also thought of Lista, who always hoped he would transform and protect those lives. Even so, Rin completely ignored what they were saying and decided to check out the local Magic Development Club. Gertrude wondered if he even realized that joining the Magic Volleyball Club was an essential part of high society gatherings. She remembered Gloria from the Ludvig family, who competed for over 100 years against the Page family. She also thought about how the eldest daughter of the Page family had disappeared after a certain event. For her, if the Ludvig family weakened, it was time for the Warden family to lead. Excited by these ideas, she turned to Krista, but it was obvious Krista had decided to follow Rin. They arrived at the local Magic Development Club and noticed there was already an argument going on. Logan was saying the strong took everything, claiming that was the rule of the clubs. He demanded they hand over the room, saying it would be useful for him. Krista explained to Rin that Logan was a junior member of the Chihak school, famous for training mages with a focus on martial arts. Logan wanted to settle things with a duel and was mocking the other boy, saying he didn't have the guts, calling it ridiculous that they needed a local development club. She said this happened often. To keep a club's activities going, you needed a room. When there weren't any available, you could challenge another club to a magic duel and take their room. Rain, watching the scene, said he hated that kind of trouble and thought about giving up right there. The club leader admitted that academic advances had boosted magic, but explained that activities like farming, first aid, and others were very important for those without easy access to them. He said the club's goal was to research how to use magic to help these people and solve problems like poverty. He shared that the older members had created the club for this purpose, and that he didn't intend to give it up easily. Logan laughed, asking if he was serious. He grabbed the boy by the collar and said he could barely hold on to the club against a freshman. He asked if he really believed that worthless research left behind by failed old men could change the world. The older student insisted he wouldn't give up the room, but Logan said he would open his eyes to reality and was about to throw him when someone stopped him, electrocuting his hands. Rain intervened, asking if he could settle it in a magic duel against Logan, since he had just declared himself a new member of the club. Later in the dormitory, Rain noticed his magical progress rate had risen from 37.1% to 37.9%. He remembered an old conversation with Lista when she asked if magic could do anything. Rin replied that it couldn't, because there were many things that couldn't be done. But Lista said that if they could create an oasis in the middle of the desert, they could help thirsty travelers. She said that after that that great journey, she wanted to create with him a series of spells to make people's lives easier. Rin thought that he himself should develop these spells. Back in the present, Logan looked at him with disdain and asked if he really was a new member. Rin noticed the boy had red eyes and was standing next to Krista. Logan said that as a member of the 8 great schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rin, but ended up mentioning something about a magic duel. It seemed he had heard correctly, because Rin confirmed firmly, saying that if Logan was so eager to get beaten up, they could pick the place whenever he wanted. Even while provoking him, Rin stated he wouldn't use any combat magic to give himself an advantage and said he would only use 3 spells, all developed by the club. Despite this, Logan reacted with scorn, calling him stupid and a failure, pointing out that normally it took 3 days to approve a new member in the club, making it clear that duel was just a personal challenge. The two ended up making a serious bet. If Rin won, Logan would give up joining the club and kick out any troublemaker who showed up. In return, if Logan won, Rin would have to retire and leave Delatain, claiming he had found an insurmountable barrier, represented by Logan. While they were discussing these conditions, Krista was outraged, considering the bet unfair, since Rin would risk giving up everything while Logan would only give up 1 club. Even so, Logan asked her not to interfere and Rin agreed, assuring her that regardless of the terms, he would come out victorious. Logan decided to schedule the duel for that very night and left to find a professor to serve as judge. Before leaving, he remarked that the day would be fantastic, showing confidence and eagerness to face him. Meanwhile, Krista was very worried about the situation and tried to warn him about his position there. Rain, a freshman at the university, commented on it, but Krista acknowledged that he could do as he pleased, calling herself an idiot for worrying too much. Bran noticed her nervousness and asked why she was so angry. The club president, for his part, seemed surprised and confused by what was happening. He explained that descendants of magical bloodlines like Rin usually never got involved in duels because they had too much to lose. Observing the ring on the club president's finger, Rin noticed it marked him as a second-year student, identified by the 2 open golden wings on the ring. The older student confessed he felt more confused than grateful and asked why Rin was helping. Rin clarified that he didn't intend to help directly, but was there because of a promise. Even so, the club president expressed his gratitude, warning him that he was underestimating Logan. He explained that Logan was a combat mage, excellent against mages who used long-range spells and had remarkable physical abilities. Moreover, Logan had already won many duels with a win rate of about 90%. The older student admitted he was embarrassed for having argued with Logan so recklessly and confessed that his club wasn't even that impressive. He shared that he had grown up in the countryside, where the villagers gathered money to pay his university tuition in the hope that he could improve the village. But things hadn't turned out as he imagined, and his anxiety only grew over time without being able to give anything back. He regretted being the only one participating in that magical duel, but Rin interrupted him, saying there was nothing pathetic about it. He said he himself had accepted the challenge and would be the one to fight. Determined, he announced he would spend the rest of the day reading the club's magic books to get familiar with the spells and prepare for that night's duel. When the older student tried to warn him again, Rin calmly explained that he had started studying magic simply to survive in that world, reminding him that everyone had personal reasons for following that path. Later, while walking through the university corridors, Rin noticed that rumors about the duel had already spread. That was when Ellen appeared running, visibly sweaty and out of breath, shouting his name. As soon as she reached him without hesitation, she punched him in the face, saying she had been sleeping badly but was wide awake thanks to that mess. Ellen said she had heard in the faculty lounge that he was taking part in a duel, especially against someone like Logan, and demanded that he deny it immediately or she would hit him again. Rin, however, admitted it was true. She called him a troublemaker and said she would need to drink some good liquor to calm her nerves, warning that if Logan hit him, it would be 10 times worse than that punch. Despite her complaints, Ellen was clearly very worried about him. When Rin asked if she was okay, she threw the question back at him with irony, asking if she looked pathetic enough to worry about her nephew. Yes, she really was. Ellen said Rin would only come to his senses after getting beaten up. She stormed off angrily, making it clear that despite everything, she was worried about him. Rin apologized, admitting he hadn't realized it was something he shouldn't have done, but promised he wouldn't bring shame to the Ludvig family. He was determined to win. Even though she was upset, Ellen commented that in the worst-case scenario, it could end in expulsion, but that was fine. She was especially angry at those who laughed in Rin's face, treating him like he was worthless. For that reason, she declared that since he had started that fight, he would have to win in the name of the Ludvigs, and promised to make sure he gave Logan a lesson. Rain, hearing that from his aunt, smiled in satisfaction. Later, at the scheduled time for the duel, everyone was ready. There was a crowd gathered to watch, just as Rin had suspected from the start. He thought that was Logan's real intention and promised himself he wouldn't disappoint Ellen. The entire academy had turned out to see the fight, saying that the useless noble would face the brute from Chihak. Even Owen went to watch, and when Caroline asked whose side he was on, he said he didn't care about status or lineage. He just wanted to see who was stronger. The duel judge, Tion, introduced himself and declared that the fight was officially sanctioned by the school, making it clear that the loser would have to accept the winner's conditions. The two got ready to take their first steps in the duel. Logan, to everyone's surprise, took off his entire uniform, with the crowd commenting that it was overkill and that he would crush poor Rin unnecessarily. In the audience, someone in a hood tried to hide, but Gertrude noticed it was Krista. She commented that she hadn't gone out of worry, but to see Rain get beaten up. Caroline watched everything carefully and thought that magic students took a long time to cast spells, making combat mages like Logan especially dangerous. She was curious to see how Rin Ludvig would do. At that moment, Rin drew his main weapon, a broom. As soon as everyone saw it, they burst out laughing. The professors just watched in silence. Krista was disappointed, and Tion asked what that was supposed to mean. Rain explained that he had picked up the broom in the library, taking advantage of the fact that the cleaning lady had finished, and asked if it wasn't allowed. Tion replied that wasn't the problem. Logan then mocked him, saying he looked like he was begging for mercy, since earlier he had been so confident and now was sweeping it under the rug. He even suggested Rin should give up to avoid embarrassment. But Rin answered firmly that it was pathetic for a senior student to act like that, criticizing the younger ones who only knew how to talk, reminding them that mages won with magic, not with words. The judge Tion had to ask them to step back a bit, and made the final confirmation of the conditions. If Logan lost, he would have to serve as a guard for the local development club until graduation. If Rin lost, he would have to leave Delatain. Both accepted, and Tion ordered them to take their positions, warning that the duel would begin in 10 seconds. A magical timer appeared above them, and all the students rushed to make sure they wouldn't miss the start of the fight. Meanwhile, a staff member asked Ellen if she would be watching. She replied in an oddly calm tone, saying of course she would stay there. The staff member found her calmness curious, but Ellen explained that she was proud of Rin, and that maybe he was the vessel of a sage. She added that there was no reason to worry about the result because she already knew who would win. The duel began. Tion gave the signal, and Logan prepared to show his secret technique from the Chihak school called body enhancement. His body was covered by a magical aura that made his veins pulse with energy, a technique that concentrated power for both attack and defense. Even Hilbert, watching, was impressed, knowing that a mistake could rupture internal organs or break bones. Gertrude commented that Logan wanted to end everything at once. Caroline understood why Logan was considered a great talent of the Chihak school. Meanwhile, Rin held his broom tightly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Logan announced he would finish it in 10 seconds and charged at terrifying speed. He thought Rin wouldn't even have time to react, since body enhancement guaranteed an explosive, nearly unstoppable impact. But at the last moment, Rin kept his eyes closed and spun his broom, completely destabilizing Logan's strike. He then landed a dry, precise blow that sent Logan flying. The entire crowd fell silent, shocked to see Logan airborne and spitting blood. Owen wondered if that was the famous staff technique from the Osirius school, explaining that 300 years ago this achievement elevated the school to one of the top 8. It was a staff technique developed by the great archmage Rin, who taught that even mages needed to master close combat to survive. The story said the archmage Rin only managed to create that technique after getting beaten up a lot by a great heroine, Lista. People in the audience wondered how a successor of the Ludvig family had managed to master such a refined technique. Meanwhile, Logan was recovering from the first blow. Caroline noticed something interesting. Rin's broom hadn't even broken. Normally, hitting a body reinforced like Logan's would have shattered an ordinary broom, but Rin had increased its durability with magic. His magical control was so impressive that even Caroline, as a teacher, was amazed. The crowd erupted in cheers when Logan was sent flying by that powerful strike. Even though he was surprised, Logan tried to understand what had just happened. He couldn't believe his body enhancement had been broken by a simple broom. As he got up, still confused, Rin reminded him that 10 seconds had already passed and that the duel wasn't over. He taunted Logan, saying that besides being a loser, he was also a liar and promised to finish everything in just 6 seconds. Logan was furious at Rin's arrogance and decided to use his magic release, creating a huge tremor in the arena. This lifted Rin off the ground and sent rocks flying at him. But Rin used the broom to protect himself, planting it in the ground with magic to withstand the impacts of the falling rocks. Logan tried another kick, fast and strong, but ended up stepping in a pool of mud that made him sink. Rin calmly explained that the mud was the result of a spell from the local development Development Club, normally used to plow farm fields. He then said he had another spell ready, one that created a temporary dam to contain floods, a 2-star spell. He asked Logan and everyone watching if that wasn't pretty useful. Owen noticed that Rin had used the broken rocks to create a platform and maintain the right distance. It was impressive how he had predicted Logan's movement to turn the terrain into mud and limit his mobility. Caroline recognized that the mental calculation involved had been truly impressive. Rin announced that the duel was about to end. As the finishing move, Rin threw the broom, his main weapon. Krista was surprised and wondered to herself what he was doing since it looked like he was abandoning his attack. When the broom got close to Logan, he used the opening to charge at Rin like a meteor, but Rin didn't even move. He knew the duel was already decided. Logan was suddenly trapped by large roots that emerged from the mud and held him in place. Rin explained that this was the final spell, which gave life to dead plants for about 10 seconds, making it perfect for that situation. Logan realized, shocked, that the broom had transformed into those roots and wood. Rin confirmed to everyone that, as promised, he had used only 3 spells. Logan, unable to move, struggled against the roots that bound him, feeling humiliated. Rin commented that maybe he had put too much magic power into them and that the roots were very firm, but reassured Logan, saying he would be comfortable soon. Instead of injuring him further, Rin simply slapped his face and turned away, ending the duel. He declared that it was over and that all Logan needed to do now was accept defeat in silence. He remarked that taking a blow like that hurt, reminding Logan that he himself had done the same to many people. That was why he said from now on Logan would have to live a more kind-hearted life. Next, Rin used magic to make the roots grow even more, lifting Logan off the ground and immobilizing him completely. It was the first time Logan had experienced such a humiliating defeat. He remembered that it wasn't the strongest who survived, but the most adaptable. Rin commented to himself that the wood had held up well, considering the spell. He also remembered that a magic duel only ended when one side surrendered or fell completely, so he finished the fight with a direct spell to Logan's face, knocking him down with no chance to react. Even so, Rin calmly said that technically he had used only 3 spells, and that the last one was just to finish it for good, so it shouldn't even count. In the next moment, everyone was speechless. Logan was completely defeated. Tion, with a satisfied smile, declared Rin Ludvig the winner of the duel. Krista couldn't hide her pride. The professors were impressed, and the leader of the local development club approached to thank him personally. He wanted to know how he could repay such help, but Rin simply asked what he was talking about. He said the 3 spells he used belonged to the club itself, and that he could feel the love and effort in them. Even if they still needed improvement, the spells showed the hard work of the older members. Rin asked for only one thing, that the club keep creating many useful spells for local development, so many that he himself would no longer need to intervene. The older student was moved by his words and thanked him deeply, bowing to Rin. As he left, Rin wondered what Lista would have done in that situation. He chose not to think too much about it, because he knew he wasn't a hero. But even so, he believed he had managed to keep a little of his own dignity. The useless noble had defeated Logan from Chihak, something many refused to believe. In Logan's dormitory, some said it had been rigged or that he had lost unfairly. When Logan finally stood up after being treated, he found Owen beside him. Owen asked how he felt about tarnishing the school's name. Logan realized he was really in trouble. He almost cursed at Owen, but Owen reminded him to call him Professor in there and ordered him to take a break. He said that if he kept going down that path, he would end up getting beaten to death by the elders, and that he needed to stop pretending to be a genius. Finally, he asked if Logan even knew who Skalje was. The students talked among themselves about how that old professor had kept Rin as an assistant for 3 years. They said the fact that Skalje, known as the Heartless, had kept Rin around for so long was proof of his genuine skill. Many bet he would certainly become a big name in the world of magic. Some thought Logan should try to approach him and build some kind of connection, but Logan rejected that idea with contempt. To him, Rin was a disgrace, and he swore that next time he would crush him without mercy. Owen listened to all of it and asked if Logan was stupid or blind for failing to realize anything, even after all that. He reminded him that he had been beaten in hand-to-hand combat, the very thing that was supposed to be his specialty. The most curious thing was that the person who had observed Rin most closely during the fight was Logan himself, but if that was the only conclusion he could come to, then he could do as he liked. Still, Owen reminded him that he had lost the duel and needed to keep the promise he had made. Logan admitted it without arguing, simply saying that he hadn't been intimidated by Rin. Meanwhile, the story shifted back about 15 minutes before the duel, when Rin was in the Central Library of Delatain, the largest in the Empire, famous for its vast collection of historical books. He found it strange to have received biographies and diaries about himself to read. At that moment, he was examining other books, such as The Life and Achievements of Kais the Palace Archer and The Book of Pride, the Dragonfire Priestess. He remembered a bet he had made with Pride about 300 years earlier. She had proposed comparing the length of their biographies to see who would have more recorded achievements. Rin had questioned why she even cared about a ranking made by people they didn't know, but she replied by asking if he was afraid of losing. Rin accepted the bet, confident the result would be obvious. At that time, Lista, who was training nearby, joined the conversation and said she would bet on Rin. Pride commented that she always bet on him, but Lista explained it wasn't favoritism. For her, it was a logical choice. Lista was aware that her bloodline gave her a very short lifespan. Even though she was the oldest of the group, she wouldn't live very long. Pride didn't expect to live long either. But Rin was young. He would have much more time and many more stories to tell. That was why Lista said she really wanted to read his biography one day. Remembering that, Rin felt a heaviness in his chest. In the end, he had been the first of the group to die. Pride won the bet, but he noticed that Keys' biography was only a little thicker. Keys had become known as the Saint of Archery, founding the famous Drunken Archer School, which emphasized shooting while drunk, and he had many disciples. Rin was surprised to learn that Keys married a noblewoman 20 years younger and had descendants. He seemed to have had a happy life. Next, Rin picked up Pride's book and noticed there were no records after the year 1168. It was said she led the Republic as the Dragonfire Priestess for a long time, but then disappeared without a trace, being presumed dead since she hadn't been seen until 1200. Rin wondered if someone like Pride could really have died quietly, changed so much as to vanish without a trace. But remembering her, he concluded that was impossible. He knew her too well to believe that such an intense and determined woman would die alone and silently. If she had disappeared, something very serious must have happened. Lost in these thoughts, Rin was gripping the book so tightly he nearly crushed it. He realized that wouldn't help much and decided to look for something about the Republic. That was when the librarian appeared and recommended a book, saying she had noticed his interest in the group of heroes. He thanked her for the suggestion, but saw that it wasn't on the original list. It was the book of the Ash Mage, Turena. Turena had been his student, and Rin was touched to see the book about her. He wondered if that girl had really become a shaman, remembering that shamans were among the highest ranks of witches, people who commanded spirits. Not just anyone could become one. He also noticed her lifespan dates, from 1094 to 1413, which surprised him. He hadn't known anyone could live that long. Rin decided he would look for books about the Republic later, but he knew he had an obligation first, the duel. Although it did not interest him much, he was going to do it since he had promised. So he asked the librarian to hold the book for him. She explained it would be hard to reserve it for long, but Rin said he would be quick, promising to return in 15 minutes. After defeating Logan, Rin went back to the library. The librarian Karen looked nervous and asked if he had taken any book without permission. Rin immediately denied it and asked why. Karen explained anxiously that when she finished organizing things and went to check, the book was simply no longer there. She insisted it was impossible for it to have left the library since any unregistered book would trigger a magical alarm. Rin was surprised that all this had happened in such a short time and felt that Karen was not lying. She apologized several times, saying it was embarrassing that the book had simply disappeared. Rin suggested they could just buy a new copy. He assured her he could pay for it, and even mentioned Karen could file a formal request with the Academy saying he had lost the book. Karen, however, did not want to take it that far. Even so, Rin insisted there was no reason to refuse. He explained that no matter how expensive the book was, even if it was his responsibility, there would be no punishment. Karen hesitated at first, but eventually agreed because she knew Rin would not change his mind. Rin did not understand why she was so attached to the matter, realizing that Karen was very careful. She, in turn, seemed surprised by his determination and thanked him sincerely. Later in his room, Rin reflected on the people who had thanked him so far. He wondered if he had changed because of the new body and if it gave him more peace of mind. At the same time, he began to sense something strange about the incident. The diary he had given to Lista had ended up returning to him, and that happened exactly when he started investigating the past. In addition, the book about Thor Rin had disappeared. For a moment, Rin considered the possibility of someone who knew him from his previous life being involved, but he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it absurd because everyone he had known before was dead. He wondered who could be behind all of this. His thoughts became so confused that he got a headache. To try to calm down, Rin decided to summon Rudia and check his progress, which was at 37.9%. He found it curious why it had increased, since in his view, all he had done the day before was win a magical duel. He suspected that maybe using magic against people contributed to the progress, but he did not think that was the right path. Although power could rule the world, he felt it was not enough to use brute brute force alone. He remembered that when he defeated something that was not alive, the increase had been only 0.1%, while beating Logan had given 0.8%. With no other clues, he thought it might be worth testing, but he also knew that using magic against living beings inside the school could cause problems. That is why he started considering becoming an adventurer, since he needed money to buy books. Despite the risks, Rin thought it might not be such a bad path to follow. The next morning during class, Rin was widely talked about. Many women gathered around him, and he awkwardly apologized, explaining that he did not plan to remember any of their names. Even so, they did not mind and told him not to be shy. Other people also commented on his success with the girls. At that moment, Krista appeared and asked everyone to move away. Immediately, they made way for her. Gertrude even joked that his nickname should be Heartbreaker. When Rin tried to talk to Krista, she scolded him and made it clear she did not want to talk to him, reminding him she had already warned him not to bother her anymore. Rin figured she was still upset about the magical duel and everything that had happened. He concluded they were not friends. However, Krista explained she was not exactly angry. In fact, she found the duel satisfying, but it annoyed her to see Rin pretending to be weak. For her, a strong person should show their strength proudly. Now that she knew his potential, she could face him without guilt over humiliating the weak. She even said that next time she would crush him, exciting the crowd who wanted to see another duel between them. Rin, however, remarked that in Professor Owen's next class, she should remain standing. Krista acknowledged that and sat down. Gertrude found it funny to think Krista had probably rehearsed that declaration of war all night, but could not deliver it the way she wanted. On the weekend, in the central library, Karen explained they had a serious problem. All books related to Turena were out of stock. She said she had contacted all the publishers, but there were none available. Apparently, the Church of the Radiant Dragon had added all those books to its censorship list for the year, declaring Turena a heretic even after her death. Rin wanted to know how someone could be declared a heretic after death, and asked if Karen had read the book. She confirmed she had, saying it was required reading for any librarian since it told the story of Turena, summoner of the Fire Dragon Pride, with many stories to tell. Rin, however, did not like thinking about that girl. He wanted to know if there was anything suspicious in the book, such as black magic, but Karen said she did not remember anything like that. It was just a normal biography, which would have been filtered by the censorship if there had been any dangerous content. Faced with that, Rin concluded he might have to turn to the black market, where it was possible to find heretical books and even magical tools corrupted by the abyss. Karen admitted that those books could be found there, but was worried about the price. She explained that the rarer the book was, the more expensive it would be. Rin concluded that money was the biggest problem. He could not ask his family for financial support since it was a book considered heretical. Karen estimated the price at least 3 gold coins, something she herself could not afford on her salary. Rin felt frustrated because he did not want to have to worry about money in this life. He began thinking of ways to make money quickly. He knew that in situations like this, only a high-risk strategy could give a good return. That was when he remembered what he wanted to do: earn money by risking his own life. He told Karen he planned to become an adventurer to get the necessary amount. Karen was shocked and said it was very dishonorable for a lord of a noble house to get involved in such humble activities. Despite that, Rin replied that he was not doing it only for the book, but also because this path would allow him to achieve his goals faster. Even though she was embarrassed, Karen ended up accepting it. The next morning, a library inspector questioned Rin about a borrowed book. He said that freshmen were not allowed to check out books during the first semester, and that the person who had authorized the loan was Karen on her day off. Another staff member remarked that Rin might have insisted somehow, and the librarian on duty suggested she might have written the wrong name. Karen's handwriting was so messy it was hard to say whether she had really written Rin or someone else's name. Lately, everyone at the academy only talked about Rin, so she might have gotten confused while writing. There were also rumors that Karen had been seen in secret meetings with Lord Rin, fueling gossip that she was in love with him. Given all that, the library inspector concluded there was no problem and decided to correct the name in the loan record. They concluded that the person who had probably borrowed the book was Professor Ellen Ludvig. Meanwhile, it was explained that in the past, being an adventurer was considered an extreme job where you risked your life for money. Nowadays, adventurers were more like combat specialists who helped people or worked as mercenaries to eliminate monsters. At the higher levels, they were even treated as heroes. The world had changed a lot, and even so, inside the Adventurers Guild, there was still an old-style tavern where everyone gathered. Rin used that environment to listen to rumors and conversations. He found out that the most common monsters in that area were called rat spiders. He made a mental note of this information, thinking about how he could use it to make money. money. Then he went to the counter to register as an adventurer. The receptionist noticed his uniform and asked if he was from Delatain. When he confirmed it, Rin handed over his student ID. She explained that for people from Delatain, identity verification was quick, and the registration would be ready in just 10 minutes. When she saw the surname Ludvig, the receptionist was surprised that a noble would register as an adventurer. Rin just wanted to know what else he needed to do. The employee explained that he only had to fill out the form and sign a special clause for nobles. This clause exempted the guild from any responsibility for problems that happened during the adventurer's activities. Rin was curious and asked if anyone had tried to hold the guild responsible before. The receptionist said there had been cases about 100 years ago which justified the existence of the clause. A short time later, his registration was complete. He received his Iron Rank Adventurer badge. The receptionist explained that the guild's ranks were Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. Combat experience and individual skills determined the ranking, and they were constantly evaluated based on the missions completed. Rin understood the basics and decided that was enough for now. He left thinking that now he could collect rewards for exterminating monsters and expand the scope of his activities. He checked that he had only 44 silver coins, so he decided to start hunting rat spiders, since they paid 2 silver coins per creature. Given the low price, he figured they were relatively weak enemies. Then he set off for their next known habitat. Rin headed to a nearby town at the base of a large peak and noticed how much the place had changed since the last time he was there. The streets were full of merchants, and there was a lot of movement. He also noticed there were no more dragons around, which explained why the monsters had gotten out of control. He reflected that the stone steps led to the old sanctuary of the fire dragon and noticed the place was well preserved. He remembered how hard it had been to climb those stairs the first time, but he was glad to see that Pride's hometown remained safe. Rin stretched, determined to exterminate all the pests in that land. That was when an adventurer approached him. She noticed he was a mage, saying there was no point in trying to hide it, since she could see it clearly. Rin shot back that he was not hiding it, and that his uniform made it clear who he was. She chose to change the subject and asked him to join her party, saying they needed a mage. She introduced the members of the group. The big guy behind her was Bart, a silver-ranked tank. Rin was impressed by his size, thinking he looked more like a golem than a human. She thought that was cruel, and explained that Bart was very tough, but had a gentle heart. Behind her was Sammy, an apprentice priest. She herself introduced herself as Rem, a talented archer who was confident everyone would do their best on the mission. Rin, suspicious, asked if they were some kind of criminal gang that tricked rookie adventurers or even a human trafficking group. Bart glared at Rin threateningly but ended up crying instead. Rem was embarrassed and asked him to stop, saying it was not the first time they had been misunderstood. Rin wanted to understand why they wanted him in the group since he was only Iron Rank. Rem explained that she did not care about rankings and that she could judge people by looking at them. She said he seemed strong right away, which reminded Rin of Lista. Sammy also commented that Bart could not stand the thought of seeing Rin going alone down a path full of monsters. They explained that many young students ended up in accidents trying to earn money in those dangerous areas. Even so, they said they would not force him to do anything, but it would be safer for him to have company. Rin thanked them for the advice, but chose to go alone. Rem regretted it, saying it was really a shame, but there was nothing they could do. She reassured Bart, saying he would be okay. Then the group decided they would exterminate the rat spiders on their own, since they had found their habitat and could profit quite a bit. Soon after, however, Rin changed his mind. He thought it over and said he could be the group's mage. It was typical of him to change his mind like that. That was how he ended up joining them for the rat spider extermination mission. Later, together, they found the first of those monsters. Rem explained to the group that those were very timid creatures that normally did not appear in front of humans. The marks on the trees were a sign that rat spiders were nearby, since they made those characteristic scratches. Bart asked if it was okay to split the profits equally, and Rem replied, of course, it would be fair. He also wanted to know if that was Rin's first adventure, since he seemed to know the creature's behavior. But Rin admitted that, in truth, he knew almost nothing about them. It was then explained that rat spiders were creatures with a rat's head and a spider's body. The colonies were organized with a queen, soldiers, and workers. The workers were omnivores, feeding on trees and smaller pests, but the soldiers attacked humans. The queen rarely appeared on the surface. The most common strategy for adventurers was to eliminate only the soldiers and ignore the queen, since she stayed hidden underground. Rin asked why they left the queen alive instead of exterminating everything at once. Bart explained that the queen was much more powerful than the regular soldiers, and capturing her would require a large-scale operation with many well-prepared adventurers. That was why they usually limited themselves to eliminating only the soldiers that threatened daily life. Rin imagined that if it was so hard to capture her, the payment must be very high. But Rem warned him not to even think about it, because the queen was dangerous even for high-level adventurers. adventurers. After some time searching, Rem found the rat spider's nest. The creatures were attacking a poor horse. Without hesitation, Rem fired arrows with precision, while Bart attacked with force, decapitating the monsters. During the fight, other adventurers began to approach, and Rem urged Bart to hurry so they would not lose the prey to the newcomers. Rin watched all of it and felt a bit useless. He asked if not fighting would change anything about the profit split. Sammy explained that Rin's role there was simpler, lighting the campfire, preparing water to drink later, and helping around camp. In fact, they had never planned to let him fight for real because they were worried about his safety. Sammy said they usually did this to help others, just like they had done for him when he joined the group. Bart and Rem did not think about profit, but about protecting and welcoming those who needed it. Even though they earned little doing it, they kept at it simply because they thought it was the right thing to do. Sammy said that with them, he felt something like God's love, a genuine solidarity that could not be explained by religion alone. It was the desire to help one another. He mentioned that adventures with Bart and Rem were truly fun, and that his heart felt lighter traveling with them. He apologized for talking so much, but Rin said it was no problem at all, and that he agreed. He really thought it was great traveling with that group. Then Rin remembered Turina, the one who used to travel with other adventurers. Curious, he asked Sammy if he knew anything about her. Sammy confirmed that he did, saying it was impossible not to know her story. Rin wanted to know if it was true that Turina had been declared a heretic. Sammy replied that it seemed to be the case, although it was hard to be absolutely sure. But before they could talk more, one of the adventurers shouted after spotting a gigantic creature. Suddenly everyone panicked as they saw the rat spider queen on the surface, something extremely rare. It was a huge, ferocious, murderous monster, ready to devour anyone it found. No one could believe what they were seeing, since it was insane to see the queen so exposed and furious, threatening to kill them all without mercy. Rin wanted to know why that gigantic creature was there. It was much larger than any normal queen, with no known record of anything like it. Rim explained that it had happened because she had been alone for too long. The queen was furious and let out a roar so loud it stunned everyone. Those who could run fled immediately, but Bart warned it was unsafe to turn their backs on her. All the other rat spiders turned toward the queen. Sammy realized the danger and suggested they retreat, explaining it wasn't just the queen that was a threat. When she appeared, all the rat spiders would group together to kill anyone who tried to escape. Rem tried to save some people with his arrows, but Bart said it was useless to fight the minions. They had to focus on the queen while Sammy protected the newcomers. Rin was also fighting with his staff. Rem kept firing arrows and managed to hit the queen's eye. While she tried to remove the arrow, the other rat spiders closed in. Bart held the front line and killed several of them, then landed a direct blow to the queen's head. Everyone felt hopeful, thinking she was dead. However, something strange happened. A black liquid began to corrode the axe blade. Rin shouted for Bart to get out of there, warning that touching that liquid would be fatal. The black liquid spread over the queen's body, and she was still alive. She pulled the axe from her head and began devouring her own offspring to regenerate. She grew even stronger and made Bart her next target. Bart didn't have time to escape. His arm was caught in the queen's massive jaws. Even with Rem shooting arrows into the creature's face, she wouldn't let go of him. An army of rat spiders used the situation to climb over her body. Meanwhile, Ren froze, recognizing it as devouring black magic. He had seen it before and knew it was what had killed him last time. He began to suspect a black mage was nearby. Sammy snapped him back to reality. Ren understood he had to act, since no one else could fight. Even afraid, he looked at the state of his allies and thought about the bounty for killing that queen. Sammy said it would be worth about 20 gold coins. Rin thought the price was fair and decided to fight. He threw his staff at the queen, blasting several of her legs apart with a second circle fire spell. Next, he used lightning magic to create a flash bomb, blinding the queen and the surrounding rat spider soldiers. Using wood magic, he launched Bart and Rem away to protect them. Then he asked Sammy to take good care of everyone, saying he would handle the queen himself. He warned the other adventurers to rescue anyone who could still be saved. The queen, even with a leg torn off by the explosion, regenerated the limb immediately. Ren realized that losing body parts meant nothing to her. He decided to change tactics and cast explosive spells on the surrounding soldiers. He created small fire bombs dense enough to explode violently on contact. Then he tried to prepare a third circle fire spell, but was interrupted by a strike from the queen's leg. He knew there was no guarantee of success with a 3-star spell, so he decided to assess the enemy. He used Belsidius to see the energy around the queen and noticed third circle black magic there. He understood that this wasn't the work of just any black mage. His body wouldn't withstand the black poison. Valkyrius wouldn't be able to block it. He knew he would need to use a 4-star spell, even at the risk of his body collapsing. As he thought about how to solve the situation, Rem noticed his state and decided to act. She told Sammy she would be fine and returned to the fight, clearing a path for the others. Rin wanted to retreat but saw the queen killing her own offspring and throwing them as projectiles. He fell from a tree, nearly breaking his arm, but managed to protect himself by raising a stone wall. The queen was enraged and focused on killing him. The next moment, one of Rim's arrows hit the creature's eye, saving Rin just in time. She told him she was still standing and ordered the queen not to ignore her. The creature charged at Rim, who told Rin not to worry about her and to focus on using his own magic. Rin realized she could handle herself. Rim fought well and managed to knock the queen down temporarily. She asked him to watch the rear. Rin understood he needed to stay calm and hid behind the stone wall, ready to keep fighting. Rin wanted to cast his most powerful spell without being noticed. He knew the black mage couldn't realize he was using that power, so he started by focusing on a 3-star spell. Meanwhile, Rem was already exhausted, dodging the queen's constant attacks until she was thrown aside by another violent blow. Sammy tried to help her the whole time, but the adventurers warned it was too dangerous. Rin kept pushing himself to the limit, coughing up blood just to maintain his concentration. When the queen was about to strike Rim, Sammy managed to save her at the last moment. He promised everyone would get out alive, that no one needed to sacrifice themselves, and asked Rem to stop being so reckless. While healing her, Rem apologized and promised she would write a letter of apology later. He replied, of course she would. That brief moment of relief was the time Rin needed to finish the spell. He began forming the runes. The first rune was for range, allowing him to hit the queen with a firestorm even from afar. The magic circle had 4 layers of interlocked triangles. The second stage was restriction, used to bind and prevent the creature from escaping. He finished the complex equations, involving 14 polynomials and 7 rational functions, ensuring the flames would hit only enemies and spare allies. When he completed the power calculation, Rin used the dissemination rune. This created a pillar of fire so intense it burned the queen to ashes. The flames were so huge they could be seen on the horizon. When it was over and the ground was still smoking, the group saw only a charred carcass left. Rin found it almost pathetic. In his previous life, he could cast that kind of magic 7 times in a row, but now he had almost died just to use it once. When the wind blew, the queen's ashes scattered, and the rat spider soldiers returned to normal, fleeing the battlefield. Sammy immediately went to rescue Bart, who was in critical condition. Rem felt dizzy realizing that creature had been defeated with a single attack. Sammy explained that Bart was naturally strong and would survive, recovering from his injuries. When Bart regained consciousness, he asked if everyone was okay. Rem said yes, that everyone had received treatment. She admitted she hadn't expected the queen to have regenerative abilities, since that wasn't in the adventurer's records. She also asked who had managed to defeat that creature in one blow, then remembered Rin, who was passed out. Sammy assured her he would be fine, explaining he had suffered magical overload, using up all his mana and fainting. Rem wondered why he had hidden behind the rock before casting the spell. It seemed like he didn't want to be noticed. Unconscious, Rin remembered something important. Back when the adventures of the hero's party were being documented and shared, he had asked not to have his name included. They said he hated the group, but Rin replied that wasn't it. He explained he was different from them. He wasn't a hero, didn't carry any glorious destiny like Keys and Pride, nor did he have a grand mission like Lista. He had only joined that journey out of curiosity by chance, and didn't feel worthy of being called a hero. In that memory, Keys just ruffled his hair affectionately. Pride told him to stop with the cute stuff. Lista asked if that was really what was bothering him. Rin replied it wasn't worry, just the logical conclusion. But Lista said it didn't matter what he said. He was part of the group and didn't need to think about sacrifices. He just needed to do what he thought was right, because the world already recognized him as a hero, a member of the legendary Arkima party. Back in the present, Rin woke up on Bart's back. Still confused, he asked where they were, and Rem explained they were on their way to his school. He felt pain all over his body and thought he might have overdone it. Even so, he was glad they hadn't been found by the Black Mage. Bart asked if that powerful magic had been his. Rem told him not to lie, since everyone already knew. Rin said he wasn't hiding it. Rem mentioned she had left his name out of the report and asked if she should correct that. Rin said no, to leave it as it was. Rem suspected he had other reasons, but decided not to ask more. The most important thing was that he had used his power to save everyone, and they would repay the debt one day. Sammy reminded them that this time Rin was entitled to the entire reward. Bart immediately agreed, saying he would do that without any problem. Rem also agreed, but Rin joked that he only wanted 5 gold coins. Bart insisted he deserved much more, that he should take whatever he needed since he saved their lives. When Rin refused the full payment, Rim suggested dividing it differently. She said she intended to become one of the best adventurers in the world and that Rin could invest the money in connections. Rin agreed, saying it made sense. Sammy took the chance to tell Rim something. He said he had heard by chance in the church district that Terena had been involved with black magic in the last years of her life. Later, they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. In the dormitory, Rin reflected on what he had heard. He didn't remember any mention of Terena being involved with black magic. He recalled the first time he met her. Her village had been completely destroyed and was full of corpses taken over by the abyss. In the middle of a house submerged in the swamp, they found Terena, who was only 7 at the time. He lit a fire to warm the place and saw she was starving. When she saw him reach into his bag, she thought he was drawing a weapon, but he only pulled out a piece of bread and assured her it wasn't poisoned. Later, the rest of the group arrived, guided by the smoke from the fire. Terena could barely eat, and Rin asked if she planned to die like that. She explained that everyone was dead. Her family, her friends, everyone was gone. Rin asked if her village didn't have contact with the rest of the world. He himself hadn't even known a place so remote existed. Maybe now she was the only one who remembered that village and those people. It was a lonely life, a destiny forgotten by everyone. Rin knew that if Terena died, that village would disappear without a trace. But Terena said she didn't want that, so Rin insisted that she eat. Even if she didn't want to, she needed to eat to survive and to carry the memory of all the people who had lived there. It was something only she could do. Even crying, Terena began to eat. From that day on, she followed him everywhere. Terena was a child with a talent for magic, able to draw runes on scrolls with ease. Even so, Rin never intended to turn her into a great mage. What he taught her were just basic spells, enough for her to survive on her own. Even so, he ended up becoming her teacher. Terena learned everything with dedication, without complaining. She practiced putting out small fires with water magic, using earth magic to rescue people in danger, and other useful spells to help others. At one point, Pride asked Rin if he liked her. He didn't want to admit it, but he liked being a teacher. He thought it might be sympathy, compassion, or maybe a kind of affinity for seeing her in a situation similar to his own in the past. The day came when they had to leave Terena at the church. Though her expression was somber, she said goodbye without making a scene. But as soon as she entered the church and was received by the priest, Terena declared that it wasn't her place. She said her family was the heroes group. When another bishop arrived, she noticed the head bishop was magically restrained against the wall. The new priest talked about sending a team to capture her, but the leader said there was no need, that he was fine. Terena had apologized but explained that her place was at her master's side. She ran all the way back and, when she rejoined them, explained she had escaped using the magic she learned from Rin. She asked to be accepted back, promising not to cause any trouble. Rin accepted but asked if she had hurt anyone with her magic. She said no and promised never to harm anyone without reason. And so Terena returned to the group. During the journey, her talents blossomed. Although reckless, she had great potential. Everyone in the group helped guide her. She learned quickly, like a sponge absorbing water, even if she was sometimes shy or hesitant. Over time, she became strong enough to face dangerous monsters. She was then officially accepted as a member of the group. Lista even bought her an official uniform, while Rin prepared a hat just like his to give her as a gift. To earn the hat, Terena had to pass a test and, with great effort, managed to steal it from Rin as agreed. As their journey neared its end, in the battle against the Abyss, Terena was already strong enough to help, but Rin disagreed with her joining the final fight. Rim argued she had the skill to fight, but Lista sided with Rin, saying it was too dangerous for her. The others also silently agreed. Terena protested that it wasn't fair to be left behind. Rin explained it wasn't that. He said the enemy they would face was too dangerous and that the 4 of them had started that journey, so it would be the 4 of them who finished it. He promised he would return to teach her more magic. Terena agreed and said she would wait for them. That's how their adventures with her ended. Rin reflected on all of this and found it strange that, of all things, Terena might have gotten involved with black magic. It was suspicious that the books related to her had been added to a censorship list that year. He was thinking about this when Rudin showed up, reporting he had increased his own progress from 37.9% to 39.9%, wondering if killing rat spiders had boosted his experience by 2%. He knew he still had a long way to go. Flipping through Terena's biography, Rin found a drawing of himself with the words, "The most amazing master in the world," written underneath. Meanwhile, in the ruined field where they had fought the rat spider queen, 2 black mages were among the bodies of the dead adventurers who had been left behind. One of them was furious, vowing revenge on whoever destroyed his masterpiece. But the other said there was something more important than revenge. They first needed to report everything to Tarina. The next morning, everyone was praising Rin wherever he went. But he simply headed to the Magic Club for local development, which was now packed. The number of members had grown a lot. Jaewon introduced himself as the club president and thanked everyone for coming. He said he hadn't expected so many participants but was happy and ready to work hard with them. As he prepared to explain more about the club, Logan appeared. Jaewon called him over to sit, saying he'd arrived at the perfect time. The only free seat was next to Rin. With everyone gathered, Jaewon began to speak, full of motivation and a renewed mindset. Rin remarked that Logan really did keep his promises. Logan replied he was just following the rules of the duel. While Jaewon explained everything to the club's new members, Rin thought about how black mages still existed in those times. He wondered if he would be able to defeat another one in the future. He knew he currently had 12,564 magical power and 311 stamina. The biggest problem was his stamina. He needed to strengthen his body immediately and knew he couldn't just do random exercises. It would be good to have someone to guide him. At his side was the perfect person for that. Later, on the training field, Rin was doing planks, sit-ups, and push-ups under Logan's orders. Even though he wanted to punch him, he understood it was for his own good. Logan remembered the moment when Rin had asked for help with physical training. He thought it was strange, saying there was no reason to learn from someone who had beaten him, but Rin insisted he shouldn't hold a grudge. He explained that Logan was an example of the younger generation with a lot of experience in physical training. Logan argued that he had lost and deserved to be ignored, and he didn't want to embarrass his school by helping someone from another. Rin said he had no intention of mocking anyone and got straight to the point. Logan was strong, and he needed his help to train properly. Rin praised the fact that someone Logan's age was already in such good physical shape. He explained that having a strong body was essential, and that he didn't want to waste time doing exercises wrong. He preferred to have guidance from someone experienced. Logan admitted that maybe there wasn't anyone more qualified than him at the academy, but he refused, saying they were from different rival schools. It didn't make sense to help an enemy. Then Rin called his attention, holding a spell ready to cast. He showed that if he wanted, he could have killed Logan right there. He asked why he didn't do it. He said they weren't soldiers at war, but students. This wasn't a battlefield, it was a place of learning where everyone explored magic together. Logan was left speechless and eventually agreed to help him. When Rin finished the exercises, he was exhausted and couldn't get up. Logan admitted he was doing better than he expected, thinking Rin would have given up already. He told him to get ready for the next exercise, but Rin simply couldn't move anymore. Logan said it would be pathetic to help him up in front of everyone, but Rin replied that was nonsense. His muscles weren't just for show. If anyone complained, he should just punch them. Logan laughed, agreed, and helped him up. Owen was watching everything with a smile on his face, but the one who really caught them was Krista, who appeared asking what they were doing there, if they were fighting again. Both said they were just working out. Krista was puzzled and asked what they meant by working out. Logan explained that he had something to give Rin, purified magic water with magical protein. Krista thought it was weird and asked if he was really going to drink that, if he wasn't being tricked. Logan complained that she was ruining their nice moment. Then Owen appeared, saying she was always so noisy. They were surprised by his presence. Owen explained he had come to make an announcement and ended up seeing these little monkeys talking. He shared the important news. In Delatain, the educational philosophy was constant competition. Anyone who fell behind in the exams would be automatically discarded. They needed to be ready for that. Later, Rin reflected on the upcoming tests and made plans to prepare. But suddenly, Rudin lost control. A bright light filled Rin's room and he found himself transported somewhere else. It happened because his progress reached 40%. He confirmed the opening of a new mana circuit. Inside the mental barrier he created, within a 20-meter radius, the success rate for combining magic with unique runes and formulas increased by 33%, while magical power was amplified by 66. However, the mana required to cast it was 20,000, and he only had 12,564. Suddenly, Rin was back in his room, not fully understanding what had happened, but already thinking about the possibilities of that mental barrier. He knew that in the past, only 2 sages had mastered that secret technique. He thought it was incredible to have achieved something like that. Then he bandaged his injured hand and got ready to go to the black market. The weather was nice. The last few days had been so chaotic that he'd barely had time to think, but now he could enjoy a bit of peace. Then he ran into Bart, who greeted him, saying it had been a while since they'd seen each other. Rin replied it hadn't been that long, just a few days. Bart and Rim ended up grabbing Rin by the arm and dragging him him with them, Rin asked where they were taking him so suddenly. Rem said that university students were busy and this was their only chance to all go out together. Rin complained that it felt like a kidnapping. Sammy explained it was to give one last command briefing on the rat spider subjugation. They couldn't leave the main hero out. Soon everything would be over. Also, the commendation would be granted by the Adventurers' headquarters. At the local branch of the Adventurers Guild, they were praised and recognized. They called Bart Black Iron Bart and Rem of the Drunken Archers. They acknowledged Rin as the eldest son of the Ludwig family. He found it curious and asked if that was really such a big deal. Rem replied that of course it was. Bart said that for Rin it might seem simple, but they had faced countless challenges to reach silver rank. They'd never thought they lacked skill until they faced that queen. At that moment, an archer approached the group. Roran was known as the Saint of the Bow, one of the 4 warriors with the title of Martial Star of the Emperor. He had been sent directly by guild headquarters, which impressed everyone. Rayoran introduced the group as the Rising Stars and explained that the Empire gathered the best warriors of the age, granting them this special title. Meanwhile, Rem was visibly nervous. Rayoran recognized her in the group and noticed she was the same girl who had left the dojo and dyed her hair, showing surprise to see her there as an adventurer. He mentioned it, but Bart, the group's leader, kept a calm tone and explained that even though they had defeated the mutant, they functioned as a team where everyone covered each other's weaknesses. That attitude impressed Raran, who praised their unity and said he believed Bart would soon reach platinum rank. While listening to all of this, Rin found it curious how Raran reminded him of Keys, not just in appearance but also in the way he spoke. At one point, Raran watched Rin carefully, saying he had seen that posture somewhere before. He eventually recognized that Rin was Ludwig's grandson, which impressed everyone since there really was a resemblance in the eyes. Raran mentioned he owed a favor to Rin's grandfather. Meanwhile, Rin noticed the bows they used and realized theirs was the same as his own white reed bow. Remembering that, he felt nostalgic because it had been a long time since he'd seen it in use. When he focused, he felt the bow resonate back to him, which surprised him. Rioran, however, quickly returned to the reason he was there. He needed to perform the ceremony to formalize the mission, but since the text was very long, he decided to summarize it. The reward would be 2 gold coins for the group and 500 contribution points for each guild member. With that, everyone around them began praising and crowding the group, calling them amazing. Sammy explained that they were already very popular. He asked Rin if he was sure he wanted to leave without enjoying that fame. Rin replied that he didn't care about it and preferred to leave right away. Sammy agreed and said he would let the others know about his departure. By the way, Rin had been promoted to bronze rank and could be recognized on the streets because of it. Even so, he just hoped nothing troublesome would happen. While walking through the crowd, he realized he was being watched. Later, he saw again, through Ludien, that he needed to accumulate 20,000 mana to advance, but at the moment he had only 12,000. He knew there was still a long way to go, but once he got the necessary book, he could finally focus on mana training. He thought about the difficulty of breaking through the mental barrier, something he hadn't managed even in his past life. In the middle of this thought, someone in the crowd shouted to Rin, saying that even if he kept going that way, he wouldn't reach the black market. He explained that it wasn't a wrong direction, but that the black market had changed location because of the circumstances. The man introduced himself as a member of the Magic Alliance and asked for a bit of Rin's time. Later, already seated in a restaurant, Rin asked him to get straight to the point because he was in a hurry. He wondered how that man knew he was going to the black market and realized he had a considerable amount of mana. The man forgot to introduce himself at first, but then said his name was Doran Slade and that he worked in the Special Operations Department of the Magic Alliance. He said he had been Kevin's secretary when Kevin was the Student Council president, noting that it had been some time ago. Doran Slade explained that he was on Rin's side, just trying to confirm a few things, such as the magic used to defeat that mutant queen. He said there was no record of Bart's group having bought any scroll to use it, ruling out that possibility. He also asked if Scuse had helped the grandson in any way to protect him, but Rin denied it. So the only option was that he was trying to hide his own identity. Rin replied that he had just taken a precaution. Doran Slade insisted, saying that he was trying to protect himself from a dark mage. Meanwhile, the waiter brought the food, but Doran Slade commented that it wouldn't be enough for both of them and ended up eating it all by himself. When Rin got up to leave, Doran Slade invited him to work with him in the Special Operations Department in the future, explaining that, for now, he was still just a student. He also said that Kevin was in good health but wouldn't take long to inherit the family estate, and that working there would give Rin the authority to investigate magical crimes independently. Rin didn't seem very interested, but Doran Slade warned that the Church of Darkness was on the move and that the Magic Alliance's higher-ups were negotiating for peace, although something big was about to happen and no one was sure they were ready for it. Rin said he had no idea what he was talking about but promised to think about it. Deep down, he wondered if he would have to fight those terrible people. He decided he didn't want that life again and that this generation would have to deal with it. Doran Slade explained that if he needed anything from the black market after the Delatain tests, he could look for the VIP escort mission at the Adventurers Guild for help. Soon after, another person showed up. It was Tyring, also from the Special Operations Department. She joked, asking if Doran Slade had been rejected. She commented that Delatain generation was called the Golden Generation and asked why he had chosen the young genius master. Doran Slade replied that Rin wasn't part of that generation and didn't seem to have had any contact with Tarina. Even so, they decided to investigate if there was any connection before they entered the school. In his thoughts, Doran Slade reflected that Rin couldn't be part of the Golden Generation, and that, in fact, Kevin had created a monstrous being. He admitted to himself that he had never met anyone so frightening in his entire life. Later, already back at the academy, Rin told Karen that, fortunately, he hadn't managed to find the book he was looking for. Karen said it was all right and took the blame for losing the book, explaining that it happened out of carelessness. Even so, she thanked Rin a lot for trying to recover it. For her, the most important thing was knowing he was healthy and well. Rin then asked if, by any chance, a man with a smiling hat had shown up there looking for him. Karen replied no, but said that some agents from the Special Operations Department of the Magic Alliance had stopped by. They only talked to some familiar staff members without looking for anything specific. Rin thanked her for the information and said he would head back to the dormitory. On the way, he thought that Doran Slade must have been there. But even so, he didn't know how he had found out about the black market. Arriving at the dormitory, Rin found 2 large boxes delivered right at his door. It was the order he had been waiting for. Inside them were 2 large spiritual pearls, bought to store his mana and help him activate his mental barrier. At the moment, he had just over 12,000 mana but needed to reach 20,000 to progress. So he decided to put 8,000 of those mana units into the pearls to store and use later. When he did that, the release power was so intense that he was thrown backward, ending up exhausted. After that, he just had to wait for everything to stabilize. Later, he finally managed to raise his mental barrier using the mana he had stored. During the process, however, he felt terrible pain, was hit internally, and even coughed up blood. For a moment, he thought he had failed, but realized he hadn't. Around his body appeared the runes of flow, volume, reverence, and world. He had managed to activate his mental barrier. To test it, he cast a 3-star spell and noticed he could feel everything with absolute clarity, as if the runes were at their most refined level. Even the magical formulas seemed more precise and detailed. It was his own mental world taking shape, but the effort left him so tired he collapsed. The mental barrier was a mirror that reflected the user's mind. The second sage Krista Warden had taught that. In Rin's case, his desire for truth was clearly manifested in that space. Even so, he did not intend to follow the sages blindly. He only wanted to use part of that knowledge to improve his own methods. Still, he knew he was one step closer to becoming a 7-star mage. Meanwhile, at Delatain, a meeting was taking place in the conference room. Medelia asked if everyone was there and if everything was ready. Kyle, the associate professor, confirmed yes and explained that the upper-year students were out in the field, allowing them to focus only on the first-year students. He also mentioned hearing about some recent disagreements. Tion and Owen, other professors, were also present. Ivan commented that they did not have clear information about the case, but suspected someone might be hiding a student's powers. That comment made Ellen extremely angry. Caroline tried to calm her down, saying he probably hadn't meant it badly. But Ellen complained that Caroline was too calm. She was worried about the girl she had been training, thinking she could be the next victim after Logan. Meanwhile, Medelia was thinking about a student named Canessa. She thought Canessa should also be studying there and maybe could have been president of the Delatain Student Council, just like during the Page family's golden era. The head teacher Margina suggested they speed up the meeting a bit. Medelia then announced that the mid-year tests would begin that very day. In the next class, Rin was feeling a lot of physical pain from the heavy training. He suspected Logan had deliberately increased the difficulty to punish him even more. He also noticed that all his classmates were strangely tense and anxious that day. Krista explained to the class that they would receive instructions about the mid-year exams in the Great Hall, so everyone should head there. Rin found it strange since he was sure the tests were only the following week. Krista explained that the teachers and the headmistress had the right to change the dates at any time without notice. Gertrude commented to Rin that by moving the tests up, the academy was preventing students from over-preparing or using strategies to study better. She reminded him that the previous year they had announced the schedule and given the exam the very next day. Rin replied that he actually liked that kind of challenge because true mastery required someone to achieve good results in any situation. Gertrude was furious when she heard that, thinking he spoke like an arrogant noble, but even so she had to admit to herself that he was right. Krista commented that this kind of pressure made everyone give their best without regrets, so they all went toward the Great Hall, where many people were already gathered. Many were clearly nervous, almost crying, but Krista remained firm and determined. Rin ended up meeting Logan, who greeted him, saying he had also arrived early. The two seemed to be getting along better, but Gertrude warned Rin not to be so friendly with Logan, reminding him that he would be one of his biggest rivals in the tests. Rin, however, thought that he did not see him as a real enemy. For him, Logan was almost like a teacher, someone who even provided magical protein every day to help him with training. Gertrude wondered if Rin really thought that anyone who gave him food was therefore a good person. Meanwhile, Logan teased her, calling her Krista's servant and joking as if he were going to offer some magical protein. Gertrude, irritated, was not in the mood to talk. Logan found it funny, saying she was very scary, but Krista interrupted, reminding them it wasn't the time for that kind of conversation. Rin noticed that Gertrude was very stressed. He thought she would be able to pass the tests easily since she was quite skilled. Krista explained that those mid-semester exams had a nice name but were actually a cruel filter. They were meant to weed out students who did not have what it took to stay at Delatain. Usually at least 20 students were expelled every semester, and sometimes the number was even higher. To remain there, they would need to focus a lot. At that moment, Professor Caroline began an official announcement over the loudspeakers, commenting that the atmosphere was very tense and anxious, but that students should save that nervousness for the exams. She then explained that they would now make announcements about the mid-semester exams. She said the exams would last a week, starting that very day and going until Friday, which left many students in shock since they did not expect them to start so soon. The professor explained that the teachers themselves would assign the grades. If any of them judged a student as insufficient, that student would have to pack up and leave the academy immediately. Next, the professors who would do the grading were introduced. The class grew nervous and very impressed. Gertrude recognized one of the figures, becoming shocked when she realized it was Professor Margina, someone Rin did not know. Gertrude explained that Margina had been the leader of the Magic Alliance and was the head teacher, even surprising Logan by seeing someone so important from the magical world there. To help Rin understand better, Gertrude told him that Margina had taken his grandfather Scourge's position, and Rin realized how worrying that could be, thinking that if she was anything like his grandfather, they would have problems. In addition to Margina, the other grading professors would be Kyle, Geron, and Ellen. When Margina began to speak, everyone became even more tense. She cast a very powerful spell to demand silence, leaving the students almost deaf and even impressing the other teachers. She then said they were not there for a sightseeing trip, warning that any useless student would be removed from the school in this process. She made it clear that she was not like other teachers who wanted to see everyone succeed in life. Her goal was to ruthlessly eliminate the incapable and see how many would remain at the end. With that, the crowd fell into absolute silence, everyone afraid of what was to come. She explained that they would be tested in various areas and that the location of each test would be determined by each student's magical affinity. Soon the locations and the teachers assigned to grade them would be announced. Margina emphasized that this was Delatain. The strong would rise, the weak would be left behind. Meanwhile, in Test Area G, located in the Red Mountains near Crimson Peak, Professor Kyle was in charge. He explained that the goal from then on would be to clear a labyrinth, using all of their magical knowledge and experience. Rin, without meaning to, commented out loud that he didn't remember there being a cave in that location. Kyle asked if that was important, and Rin said no, but explained that those mountains were territory of the Red Dragon Army, finding it strange to see a labyrinth there. Kyle praised Rin's knowledge, saying he was right, but explained that the labyrinth had been created artificially just for the test. He assured them he would control everything that happened inside, and that although they could get hurt, they would not lose their lives, at least probably. However, the biggest problem was not safety, but whether they would manage to pass the test. He explained that he preferred a relative grading system. First place would get an S grade, second and third place an A, and so on. Anyone below 39th place would have a chance to retake, but those finishing worse than that would fail. They would be graded on the time it took to cross the labyrinth and the number of enemies eliminated along the way. Additionally, anyone taking more than 40 minutes would be immediately disqualified. Another important detail was that they now had to work in pairs. Assistant Professor Jimar was there to help explain. Kyle said the pairs would be formed based on the average of their entrance exam scores, so everyone had to find someone with a similar score. Rin wondered who his partner would be. Suddenly, a sand doll fell beside him, and Krista stomped on it forcefully, as if to show she hadn't been lucky to end up paired with him. To her, it was unfair to have to compete against him right from the first test. Rin tried to take it lightly, but she seemed determined to prove her superiority. Logan, on the other hand, approached cheerfully. He wanted to team up and explained he had good news. He and Rin would be partners. Rin was pleased, believing they could pass the test together. Krista, irritated, commented that it made no sense for the two best students to be in the same pair. Rin asked if she was finally acknowledging his skills. Krista admitted he was good, but not as good as her, and only then realized Rin had entered the school through an additional test, which explained some differences. The other students, who knew Logan and Rin had fought before, were surprised to see them now working together as partners, but Krista remained determined to take first place no matter what. Rin, for his part, thought that his goal was only to pass the test. He didn't understand why people cared so much about validation. Logan explained that even so, it was important since there were only 4 tests of that kind per year, and everyone wanted to be first. Rin apologized to Krista but decided that this time he wouldn't hold back during the test. That was exactly what Krista wanted to hear. Meanwhile, Professor Kyle told everyone he would give them 10 minutes to plan their strategy before entering the labyrinth. He explained that there were 20 different routes, all leading to the same final point, and that only one pair could use each one. While the groups gathered amid the confusion to discuss their plans, Jimar commented that Kyle always used this same method and asked if he had any special reason. Kyle explained that he believed a mage only reached their true potential when thrown into something completely new. In that state, the mind became like a blank canvas, ready to learn and adapt. He wanted curious students willing to face challenges, and that was the kind of person he intended to select. Logan, playfully, suggested a simple strategy: go in and hit everything they saw. Rin thought it was a very direct way of thinking. He admitted it wasn't a bad idea in itself, but reminded Logan they needed a specific plan for the labyrinth, not just for the monsters. He suggested they should divide the roles between light, attack, and defense, because if they didn't understand each other's limits, they would end up failing. At that moment, Krista appeared to taunt them, asking if Rin really thought he could take first place with such a basic strategy. Rin replied that if she had so much time to bother him, she should go discuss strategy with her own partner. Krista shot back that she had already finished her plan. Even knowing that spells would be limited inside, she seemed very confident. She said she would take first place this time, showing the difference between them. Then she called her partner Lumro to go straight into the labyrinth. Kyle watched carefully as pair 2 prepared to enter. Outside, the teachers followed everything through a large magical hologram screen. Inside the labyrinth, Krista rushed forward, leading quickly. She asked her partner to use a light spell and immediately received a magical detection warning. Krista instructed Lumro to find the targets while she prepared to destroy them herself. 2 enemies were detected. Without hesitation, Krista summoned more than 10 sand soldiers in the blink of an eye. The other students were impressed by the speed of her summoning. Even the teachers were impressed, remembering that the Warden family specialized in sand magic, a technique created by the second sage, Rayat Warden. Although it was a 2-star spell, Krista showed incredible mastery, with the soldiers quickly eliminating all the monsters. Kyle noticed that for someone her age, controlling so many sand soldiers at once was truly impressive. As they advanced through the narrow tunnels of the labyrinth, they encountered 3 powerful creatures hiding in different corners. But the soldiers handled everything easily, crushing the hidden crab, slicing the creature behind the wall in half, and knocking down the one above. Krista was in such a hurry that her partner ended up confused and lost, being dragged along by her to keep up. All the watching students were impressed by her talent. Rin recognized that she controlled a 2-star spell with extreme precision, admitting to himself that she was very good. Logan agreed, reminding him that Krista was considered the greatest prodigy of Generation D, and that even his own family's elders had warned him about her. Krista didn't do all of this just out of pride. She knew she had a long road ahead. Even though she was talented, she had to work even harder because of the cruel comparisons with the Page family, considered unmatched in magical talent. Many said the Warden family would never reach the same level. They remembered her father was considered a failure. a mere 2-star mage, and even insulted her for it. Some teachers thought it was fair to say such things to a child, claiming it was just the truth, and even made her deliver humiliating messages to her father, saying her family didn't deserve to continue. They spread rumors that Krista's mother and sisters couldn't use any magic at all. Some even said it would be better if the Warden family disappeared so they wouldn't embarrass themselves any further. Even so, Krista did not want to give up. That is why, inside the labyrinth, she defeated all 20 monsters that appeared in her path. Her partner even asked for a short break, but Krista did not want to waste time. She dragged her companion onto one of the sand soldiers so they could keep moving without stopping. People commented on how impressive and even frightening it was. Kyle, watching everything, did not expect such a young student to be able to use that magic so skillfully. Despite her past failures and the criticism she carried, Krista had made a promise to herself. She would become the best mage in her entire family. Krista was determined that she and her family would never be underestimated again. She was committed to restoring all of the Warden family's honor and reputation. As she advanced through the labyrinth, she defeated the 29th, 30th, and 31st monsters, determined to do everything with her own hands. Finally, the boss monster appeared. At that moment, Krista remembered her father's words telling her he believed in her, and she promised herself she would restore the Warden's honor. With determination, she created a demonic, powerful sand soldier. With a single blow, it crushed the labyrinth's boss. The assistant professor announced that all the monsters had been defeated in just 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Kyle commented that Krista had finished in under 5 minutes, something expected of a descendant of a great mage family. Her grade was S. Perfect. When she and Lumro emerged from the labyrinth, they were highly praised. Logan watched it all, thinking he knew Krista was talented, but hadn't imagined she was that good. Now he understood why the elders of his family had always warned him about her, and why so many people said she could become the next leader of the Magic Alliance. Kyle confirmed to everyone that the pair had finished in under 5 minutes. Krista spoke with a firm and confident tone, showing the pride of her family's motto. Kyle praised the strength of the Wardens, saying that beyond having a large amount of mana, Krista demonstrated very well executed movements, the result of great effort. Her greatest advantage was being a genius who knew how to put everything into practice. Kyle then officially declared to Krista, Warden, and Lumro that there was nothing to discuss. They had passed with an S grade. There were still other students competing, but for now, that pair had the best result. Krista thanked him for the praise, leaving there confident and convinced of her victory. In her thoughts, she told herself that Rin would only come in first place in his dreams. Meanwhile, Rin commented to Logan that taking that test was more fun than he had imagined. Logan replied that he had always known that. Then Rin remembered a scene from his past life. He was with a few companions, standing in front of a massive castle they needed to invade. Pride asked what the strategy would be, saying that charging in directly would be suicide because of the traps, barricades, and soldiers. Rin asked Lista what they should do. She, practical and direct, simply suggested blowing everything up at once. Rin found it odd, saying that it wasn't some cultural site or anything. Lista replied that yes, it was, but she explained that there were moments when it was better to act first and regret it later. Pride ended up agreeing, saying she was right. Lista also joked that there were 3 hungry heroes there and that was much more important than protecting a cultural site. Even if they were punished in the future, she didn't care. She said that if necessary, she would solve it with her own fists. She hated complicating things. Rin agreed, but warned that if anything went wrong, it would be her fault. He reflected that this kind of impulsive attitude could, in the end, change the world. Back in the present, Rin defined his strategy. When he whispered it to Logan, Logan complained that it could get them disqualified. Rin told him not to worry and said he would take responsibility. Logan thought it would be easy, but not that fun. Krista, who was nearby, overheard parts of the conversation and grew curious, asking what they were planning. She wanted to know why they were talking about disqualification. Rin teased her, asking if she was worried and telling her to just wait and see. Krista got even more annoyed, saying that this wasn't the place to play around, that it was a serious test. Rin, however, remarked that magic had to be fun and that she should understand that. Soon after, there was only 1 minute left before all the groups would enter the labyrinth. Rin approached Kyle to confirm if all the students were safe inside. Kyle confirmed yes, assuring him that nothing should happen. Rin then turned to Logan, saying everything would be fine. Assistant Professor Jamar announced there was only 1 minute left before starting. Rin asked Logan if he was ready. He said yes, claiming he would finish his part in 7 seconds. Rin trusted him just as he had in the past, ready to solve everything at once. Some students wondered if they weren't going to enter the labyrinth like the others. Kyle watched, surprised by what Rin started to do. He noticed that Rin was using the Sludwig family's secret magic, Belsidius. Kyle was impressed, thinking that that boy could use it at 16 years old, surpassing his entire family in speed. Meanwhile, Logan focused on his body-strengthening technique. Rin, using Belsidius, located all the creatures scattered throughout the labyrinth. He announced that he had finally found all of them. He then linked Logan to each of the targets. Logan channeled all his power into a single punch on the ground, creating a massive crater. Krista, watching that, commented that those idiots had blocked the entrance but found it strange that such a strong blow had caused almost no visible damage. Kyle also noticed the trick. The impact had been internal. The cracks Logan created spread through the ground, and Rin channeled his magic into them, creating magic circles around every creature in the labyrinth. In a single instant, he detonated all the monsters at once. The explosion was so violent that it caused an earthquake that knocked everyone down, both inside and outside the labyrinth. After the tremor, the students asked fearfully what had happened. Even Assistant Professor Jimar was focused on the shaking, while Kyle asked him to check the magical reading. Jimar replied that there were 0 living monsters. Kyle then asked how long it had taken to complete the test. The answer was surprising, 59 seconds. Kyle confirmed he had checked the labyrinth's internal state. He found it unbelievable that they had done everything in under a minute. Jimar commented that it didn't make sense since the test was designed to see how students would perform inside the labyrinth, and they had simply demolished it. Jimar admitted that although they might deserve an S grade, the result was far from the perfect one expected. But Kyle disagreed. He explained that geniuses were, by definition, the people furthest from the idea of perfection. For him, perfection meant following already known ideal standards. True geniuses, however, changed the world by breaking those standards. They did not fit into molds but created new ones. Jimar acknowledged it was not a traditional way of seeing things. He admitted he would never have thought of demolishing the labyrinth to pass the test. In the end, he said it had really been genius. Kyle watched everything carefully and told the teachers that those 2 students had created a new path, imagining a strategy no one had ever thought of before. Even though it was a risky and careless idea, he admitted it had worked. He asked Jimar to pay close attention because on the day those 2 became adults, the very definition of magic would change. 40 minutes later, the test finally ended for everyone. The students who completed the labyrinth in under 30 minutes passed. Some failed because they became exhausted or lost control of their own magic, getting hurt by the monsters. Krista's result was still impressive, 4 minutes and 13 seconds, guaranteeing an unquestioned S grade. But Rin and Logan had finished in under a minute, which lowered Krista and Lumro's grade to A. Krista remembered when she was little, only 6 years old, being revered by everyone for being able to use 2-star magic. At that time, her warden family was on the brink of collapse, and she was their reason for hope, a relief amid the despair. She also remembered the magical family meetings, when she heard people saying the Ludvig family had lost all expectations for their new heir, calling him a disaster. Some in the warden family even silently gave thanks it wasn't happening to them. But Krista wondered if Rin would accept living like a fool, without fighting back. She thought he needed to work hard to shut up those who spoke badly of him, but back then, he didn't even seem to care. Now, however, he had returned to her life like a meteor, showing a magical talent never seen before. She didn't remember him being that powerful. She even worried about him getting into Delatain and was happy when he succeeded, believing she'd finally have a worthy rival, someone who would take her seriously as a mage. That was why she chose him as her rival. But now she was devastated. Her team was thanking only her for helping them get a good grade, even if it was an A. Despite everything, they were satisfied. But Krista felt she had lost again. She had lost to that guy who said magic was fun, to that fool who had destroyed the entire labyrinth without thinking about the rules. She wondered what he was thinking when he did that. Kyle noticed she was burning inside, following a path as hard as Rin's. Then he announced to everyone that normally only 1 team received an S grade, but given the exceptional result, 2 teams would be awarded. In other words, Krista and Lumro's team would also receive an S grade. The other students found it fair. No one was upset about it except Krista. Rin even tried to praise her, saying she had done really well and that he was impressed. But Krista told him to stay away from her. She couldn't accept that result. To her, it wasn't a real victory. Rin tried to reason with her, saying she had received an S grade. But she lashed out, saying it had been out of pity and that she didn't need that stupidity. She remembered how everyone looked at her. As a noble from a magical family, she thought she needed to be respected and admired all the time. She wanted people to see her as an example, a standard to follow. But now she felt they only pitied her. She had given everything to be called the genius of the century. But then Rin appeared. He even accepted tarnishing his reputation in a magical duel but still won and became friends with the one he defeated. Krista couldn't understand how he could say magic was fun. To her, there was nothing fun about it. She found it absurd that he could get better results just by enjoying himself. Angry, she even summoned a sand soldier to attack him. But Rin easily destroyed her spell. She admitted to herself that just his existence irritated her. But Rin calmly explained that he loved magic. When it appeared in his mind and took shape, he forgot all stress and worry. Of course, he recognized that effort was needed and that everyone had their own pain. He knew Krista carried alone the weight of being the Warden family's last hope, training non-stop so as not to disappoint them. He imagined how much pain she must have endured to get there. Rin also reminded her of something important. In that first moment when she succeeded with her magic, all the shame and responsibility shouldn't have fallen on her. She could have given up, but she didn't. Even so, Krista didn't want to hear anything else. She told him to shut up and summon the most powerful golem she could. Rin just looked at her and thought that, at that moment, she had forgotten how pure and sincere that satisfaction was when she first created magic. When Krista landed a hit on Rin, for a moment she remembered the happiness she felt creating her first little sand figure. But Rin easily defeated her golem, saying he was sure she was strong, someone capable of choosing her own destiny. He asked her to give herself a chance, to try liking magic once more. The next morning, already at the academy, Rin asked Logan if he knew a red-haired girl named Lillian. Logan replied of course he did, but found it strange Rin was bringing it up out of nowhere. Rin explained that after the written test the day before, he had met Lillian in the hallway, and the atmosphere between them had felt a bit strange. He wanted to know what kind of person she was. Logan said that Lillian Kareen was considered Rivendell School's secret weapon. They said she could already use 2-star magic at 5 years old and, at 7, formed a contract with one of the 4 great beasts of Venos. Since joining Rivendell, many rumors and stories had spread about her. Rin thought Rivendell was a school specializing in fire magic. Logan explained that people with red hair were seen as blessed by flames and had a natural sensitivity for the fire attribute. Among the 8 schools, Lillian had been chosen to be the rival of the genius Krista Warden, and many called her a monster. Some scholars even said she had the potential to become an archmage. Rin asked if that wasn't an exaggeration, but Logan said he didn't think so. He admitted Lillian was really powerful. Rin thanked him for the information and teased him, asking if Logan knew so much because he was interested in her. That left Logan so surprised he almost spat out his magic protein. Rin laughed, saying he was rooting for them as a couple, while Logan complained, thinking he was being made fun of. Even so, Rin kept thinking about Rivendell's secret weapon. He thought that Delatain had never faced such a turbulent time as that. Soon it was the 4th day of the midterm tests, held at the foot of the Red Mountain Range. The teacher explained that the day's tests would place the students in a fantasy world. 60 students would be divided into 3 groups. Rin concluded it would all take place within the mountain range itself and would basically be a big battle royale. There would be treasures and monsters scattered throughout the area. In addition, illusions and secret paths would make the search harder. Finding treasures and defeating creatures would earn points in the test. Krista commented that it didn't seem much like a battle royale to her. Then the head teacher herself, Margina, appeared to explain the final rule. She said that within that world it was allowed to attack opponents and steal their points. It was even possible to take treasures from other competitors. Even killing would be allowed, since it would all happen in a grand illusion. Those who died inside would not really die but would feel the pain as if it were real. Outside the illusory world, their bodies would return to normal. That meant they could use all the power they had without restrictions. Margina explained that the evaluation method was simple. Whoever earned the most points would be in first place. Some students were excited about the possibility of fighting and even killing in the illusion, while others were visibly nervous. She then reminded them that Amitsa Page, the founder of magic, said that magic should turn dreams into reality and that a true mage was one who could do that. For Margina, the most essential thing to fulfill that duty was skill. After all, in the magical world, both past and present, what truly reigned was skill. She then announced the teams. Team A had several students, but the main ones were Hubert, Logan, and Krista. Krista commented to herself that this was finally a task she could take seriously. Rin, hearing her, asked if she hadn't taken the last test seriously, since she had even cried when she lost. Krista, annoyed, snapped that no one there had cried. This time, she promised herself she would get an S grade and told Rin and Logan to stop laughing at her. When Team A's test began, the next called was Team B, which included Gertrude, Lillian, and Rin. As soon as they entered the test environment, Rin asked Gertrude if she was nervous. She proudly replied that of course she wasn't, even reminding him that she had laughed earlier. She told Rin to watch out because if he crossed her path, he'd be eliminated immediately. Rin simply replied that wouldn't happen, but took the chance to ask Lillian if she had any unresolved issue with him, curious about the tension he had felt before. Lillian wanted to talk privately with Rin, and he was willing to listen, as long as it was something interesting. Meanwhile, a huge golem summoned by Krista was defeating several creatures in the test. She only had 280 points at the moment and knew that wasn't enough to win. Even so, she easily predicted when two students tried to attack her from behind to steal her points and defeated them without difficulty. She preferred to let them flee rather than eliminate them completely. People were very impressed with Team A's performance. Krista was clearly the most powerful, managing to control 2-star summoning magic with great mastery. Wilbert also drew attention, using his wind mastery to move quickly, kill monsters, and collect treasures while dispatching enemies. He had 253 points. In third place, Logan had 249 points and faced anyone who crossed his path without hesitation. Kyle commented it was expected that those three would dominate the scoreboard, but Margina considered them all still very weak. Meanwhile, Ellen watched in silence, analyzing everything carefully. In her conversation with Rin, Lillian explained she had never lost. For her, losing once meant dying. She questioned why he hid his powers so much, and Rin replied it wasn't on purpose, he just didn't see a reason to show them. She thought that was typical noble behavior, but Gertrude reminded her that Lillian also came from an important family. Lillian, however, firmly denied it, saying she didn't deserve that title. She explained she was called a tool, since she wasn't born out of love from her parents but for a specific purpose. Her father was Dedan Kareen, the headmaster of Rivendell, who locked her in a room and forced her to study magic without rest. She couldn't go out for anything, and if her grades weren't good enough, she was tortured. Her father, a specialist in fire magic, knew how to inflict pain like no one else. Rin tried to understand if she aimed to be the best student just to avoid that fate, but Lillian explained she didn't want to confront him directly, since he was dangerous enough to kill her if he felt threatened. Gertrude reflected on the fact that Dedan was a 4-star mage and questioned whether Lillian really had any way to kill him. Lillian explained that by graduating with excellent grades, she would gain enough respect and prestige to get him removed from the school. She made it clear this wasn't a request, but a warning that no one should get in her way. Gertrude was impressed by her determination, but suggested she give up on that dream, since Krista was right behind her. Lillian brushed off her rival, saying Krista was just a small obstacle, like a grain of sand. The provocation almost turned into a fight, but Rin stepped in to stop them from clashing any further. He understood Lillian's desperation, but also knew he had no intention of giving up on his goal of being the best student, since someone special was waiting for him. Even so, he recognized her warning. If he insisted on getting in her way, she'd have no choice but to eliminate him. The test ended, and the results were announced. Krista earned 361 points and Wilbert 38, both receiving an S rank. Gertrude declared she was proud of Krista, even with her injured and exhausted, who still joked that it had been easy. Kyle explained that now each member of Team B could choose their starting area for the next challenge. The test worked like this. Students chose between zones A to H. The center of the mountain range was the largest area, with more monsters and treasures, making it a popular choice. Zones B and C were on the peaks, offering excellent visibility but a high risk of being surrounded. Zones D and E were great for hiding, with many trees and bushes, but required good awareness to avoid traps. Rin thought carefully before deciding where to start. When Gertrude left for the test, Krista wished her good luck, hoping she would do her best. Thus, Team B's dimensional transfer was completed. Caroline commented to Ellen that now it was Rin's turn to participate. Ellen thought that Margina's criteria for evaluating the students was clear. They needed to demonstrate mobility, information gathering ability, and combat skill, all essential for a mage. She was confident that Rin would be able to surprise everyone. Anyone watching the exam noticed that Lillian chose the same zone as Krista, Zone F, which was dangerous but offered many points and allowed easy movement to other areas. That showed confidence. Rin, on the other hand, chose a quieter area, trying to avoid direct fights. Although some found this choice surprising and even a bit boring, Ellen defended her nephew, explaining that he had his reasons. Caroline also admitted she was curious, remembering he was so skilled that he had managed to defeat students from all 8 schools, which made everyone eager to see what he would do. When he finally encountered someone, the audience got excited to see Rin fight, but he just ran away, avoiding the confrontation. Watching this, Ellen wondered why he was running like that, looking like a little mouse trying to escape. Krista watched in surprise and wondered if Rin was really the rank S student everyone talked about. Margina seemed amused by the situation, saying it was exactly what she expected from Skalja's grandson, finding him just as eccentric as his grandfather. She thought everything was much more interesting now and suspected Rin was saving energy, planning something for later. About 40 minutes passed. Compared to Team A, Team B's points were lower but still good. Gertrude Panton was leading the scoreboard at that moment, which didn't surprise Caroline, who knew her potential well. When a creature appeared behind Gertrude, she defeated it with just one blow. Even while hiding in Krista's shadow, she showed remarkable magical talent. Meanwhile, many people were wondering where Lillian was, as she hadn't shown up yet and still had 0 points. She was just meditating, motionless, until someone stumbled upon her by chance but chose to avoid fighting. Rin, on the other hand, was focused on collecting treasures. He had 198 points and was in 13th place using only that strategy, which was quite impressive. Caroline commented that Rin looked very experienced while climbing the mountains, and Ellen joked that he must have been a monkey in another life. Even so, Caroline warned that at this pace he would have trouble leading the group. Ellen wondered what Rin might be planning. Suddenly, rain began falling over the mountain area. Rin considered the weather perfect, as it increased the monster's hunting sensitivity and also favored the hunters. Meanwhile, flames began to gather around Lillian. She was finally starting her offensive, pulling in everyone nearby. With her magic, she caused a massive volcanic eruption that forced everyone to flee quickly. Some students used the chaos to steal points from each other, exciting the crowd. Team B was now much more interesting to watch. One of the mages analyzing the exam noticed that Rin was climbing the ranks very quickly. He had started moving and was defeating numerous monsters at once. From 13th place, he jumped to 11th, 9th, then 8th place, catching everyone's attention. Margina commented on his boldness, while even Logan seemed unable to understand what was happening. Krista realized Rin was vibrating the ground to attract creatures, taking advantage of the location in Zone C to use his vibration magic. When all the monsters gathered again, Rin eliminated them all at once, controlling tree roots with his magic. Kyle understood that all his previous movements touching the trees had served to set up this coordinated attack. In a single moment, Rin earned 64 more points. Caroline was impressed at how he could calculate 3-star spells so quickly even against so many enemies. Ellen, however, said that this was nothing for him. With that, Rin reached 362 points, taking first place when combining the results from Team A and Team B. He believed he had done enough and decided to get ready to leave. Meanwhile, Kyle noticed that the entire field was shaking because of Rin, while the area around Lillian was covered in lava. Most of the monsters and treasures had already been eliminated, which could make it harder for other students to reach rank S. Suddenly, the students who were in 3rd and 4th places completely disappeared. Kyle realized those students weren't even in the top 10 or 20 anymore, but were being crushed by Lillian's power. She had come down from the volcanic peak determined to eliminate everyone. She was burning anyone in her path, which even made the teachers worry about her personality. Gertrude noticed she had been overtaken by Rin and Lillian in the points, and ended up being attacked by a phoenix that Lillian had summoned. She managed to dodge the first attack just in time, but was hit by another in the air. Even so, when the flames died down a little because of the rain, Gertrude appeared on her feet, fighting Lillian with water spells. The crowd was thrilled to finally watch a real duel. Lillian realized she would have to take Gertrude more seriously, unlike the other students she had easily eliminated until then. Gertrude, however, believed it was too late for Lillian to regret it. Lillian still had a lot of magical energy and was using extremely powerful spells as if they were simple. At one point, she broke the necklace she wore, made of strange pearls. From it, she drew one of the famous Rivendell family talismans, built with magic circles, formulas, and runic inscriptions to maximize power in combat. When the talisman came into contact with the flaming pearls, it formed fire insects that shot at Gertrude like projectiles. She managed to raise a water spell at the last moment to defend herself. When the flames cleared, Gertrude was still standing, surprising Lillian as she rushed in using martial arts. Gertrude landed a strong kick to Lillian's face, throwing her far away. Krista cheered for Gertrude, who moved closer while dodging the next bursts of fire. She combined martial arts with water magic while Lillian dodged skillfully. When Lillian tried to counterattack with another talisman, she fell into Gertrude's trap and was completely hit by a powerful torrent of water. Kyle noticed that Gertrude had used underground water to launch that unexpected attack. It was impressive how Gertrude could use martial arts and water magic at the same time, employing all her power without hesitation. Lillian was practically immobilized on the ground, trapped in a firm arm lock that left her breathless. Gertrude kept up the pressure, adjusting Lillian's arm behind her head to prevent any attempt at resistance. While she was pinned, Lillian explained to her rival that she did not use talismans because she had slow magical calculations, but because she could not control all the power inside her. On her tongue there was a runic inscription that sealed part of her power. As soon as Gertrude realized the danger, she was forced to quickly retreat to avoid being caught off guard. At that moment, the pearls on Lillian's necklace glowed and gathered, forming a ring of fire so intense it momentarily blinded Gertrude. Soon after, a massive flaming serpent appeared on the battlefield. It was the flaming python, the most powerful creature one could summon with the fire element. This mythical being was considered the pride of Rivendell School, known as the very manifestation of the founder's power, Archmage Orvos Karim. Despite the grandeur of the summoning, Lillian could not use the creature's full potential, reaching only 30% of its real strength. Even so, it was an astounding feat for a 16-year-old girl. Gertrude and the other onlookers knew this represented a major problem. them. The serpent lunged, trying to bite Gertrude, who managed to dodge but could not avoid the swift flames. Her cloak caught fire, forcing her to put it out with her hands. Looking at the trail of destruction left on the ground, she saw even the stones had melted. The flaming python advanced mercilessly, burning all the monsters and students in its path. The treasures they carried turned to ashes in the process. Amid the battle, an assistant teacher questioned whether this was not too dangerous, since the flames could cause serious trauma or even kill someone. Kaio asked the head teacher what they should do, but Margina replied that they should leave it to the person in charge to decide. Meanwhile, Rin watched everything. He remembered his training with Skulls when he discovered his limit for dispelling spells was 3 attempts. The higher the enemy spell's level, the more energy it took to neutralize it. He knew that once he hit his magical limit, he would be completely incapacitated. That was why he needed to save Bolitos for truly critical moments. Even with much less magic compared to the other competitors, he decided he could not ignore the situation. He knew he already had enough points to stay ahead in the tournament, but did not hesitate to help. He began analyzing the flaming python's magical structure, identifying the 5 formation triangles and the runes inscribed all over it. The analysis was painful, his eyes burned, and he started bleeding again, remembering other battles where he had pushed his limits. He realized that every time he crossed those limits, his magic evolved. He noticed that facing powerful opponents accelerated his progress towards 6 stars. Even knowing this, he apologized in his mind, admitting he was not doing this for Gertrude but for himself. In a single moment, the flaming serpent broke apart in a sudden explosion. Everyone was confused about what had happened. Gertrude was covered in burns, and Lillian did not understand how her summon had vanished so suddenly. Margina reflected that in a competition like that, helping others brought no practical benefits since time and resources were limited. Even so, she acknowledged that this showed Rin's monstrous talent. She knew he was aiming for the top, but just as she thought that, she saw he was vomiting blood. Rin realized that dispersing a 5-star spell had consumed much more mana than he had anticipated, concluding that his body was not yet ready to handle such power. Gertrude noticed his condition and asked if he had done that. Weakened, Rin only wanted to know why she was still there and told her to run. Meanwhile, Lillian felt at a disadvantage, knowing her fire magic was not well suited to fight Gertrude's water, and that she no longer had enough strength to fully summon the python again. Even so, she tried to bring back a much weaker version of the creature. Even reduced, the serpent was dangerous enough to force Rin to dodge quickly to avoid being burned alive. He nearly died in the attack. Lillian prepared to finish him off but was interrupted when Gertrude suddenly appeared and landed a direct punch to her stomach, sending her flying. Rin watched everything, confused by Gertrude's decision to intervene. She justified it to herself by saying Lillian was her opponent. She also knew that if Rin was expelled from there, Krista would be deeply shaken because of the feelings she had for him. However, those words ended up being heard by everyone around them. Gertrude blushed with embarrassment as everyone started staring at her with teasing smiles. The mood became awkward, and Krista tried to play it off, telling herself that Rin was nothing but a rival to her, or rather an enemy. Even so, Logan found the situation amusing. He gave a thumbs up in approval, saying the two of them made a good pair. But he ended up getting slapped so hard he was knocked to the ground, sprawled out as if dead, making everyone watching burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Krista could not help but think that it was probably Rin who had dispelled the flaming python. She knew he had mastered the Ludwig family's secret ability, and that even so, using that power at such a young age was impressive. Gertrude, still with part of her body burned, decided she would handle it herself. She considered Rin just someone in her way and wanted to settle things with Lillian once and for all. Rin, even exhausted, asked her not to die in that fight. Lillian, spitting blood, told him to get out of the way, making it clear she would eliminate anyone who tried to interfere. Gertrude did not back down, reminding her that Lillian had started this and that now they would have to finish it together. As the two prepared to settle the fight, everyone noticed that the lower-ranked students began gathering around Rin. They knew he was out of energy and mana, seeing an opportunity there. For Rin, it was a disaster. Even so, he did not show fear. Watching the group form, he taunted them, asking if they really believed they could beat him even all together. However, he offered them a way out to avoid the fight. Surprisingly, many of the students actually looked relieved at the offer. The group's leader, though, found it suspicious that Rin wanted to negotiate peace and decided to attack him first with an electric baton. Rin defended himself by improvising with the branch as a weapon. The opponent mocked him, saying he had no more energy to fight. Meanwhile, Helen watched, clearly displeased with those students. Caroline commented that, in a way, what they were doing was still a valid strategy. Rin reflected that he had underestimated those mages a little. Even if they weren't the strongest, they had talent and were well coordinated. In the middle of the fight, When he was about to be struck again, he threw dirt in his opponent's eyes and knocked him down with a firm blow using the branch. Caroline was curious to know where he had learned such skilled staff technique. Ellen admitted she didn't really know either, while the analysts noted that even without mana, Rin was able to defend himself well thanks to pure technique. They also realized he hadn't used any spells, confirming he really was out of mana. Ellen thought he had probably used up almost everything when he dispelled the flaming python with Bel Krios. The opponents decided to take advantage of the situation by attacking him as a group. To the observers, it was obvious he was out of mana, but Margina thought those students were being far too reckless. Even so, she admitted she was curious to see how the grandson of the Kolse family would react. Suddenly, Rin used the rain to his advantage. He electrocuted all the opponents at once, surprising even the teachers. Jamar asked in shock if the boy still had mana for spells, but Kyle explained it wasn't an ordinary spell. It was the electric sword he had been charging since the start of the test. He had converted his energy into plasma and unleashed all the accumulated electricity. Kyle pointed out that this ability to improvise was what truly made Rin brilliant. Another student admitted Rin was strong, but probably had no tricks left after that. Then what seemed to be the group's leader shoved his teammate aside, saying he would beat Rin himself. Krista analyzed that this opponent's magic involved physical enhancement with the earth element, but Logan commented that even so, it didn't come close to the Chai High School technique he knew. The stone-armored mage taunted Rin, asking why he didn't just hand the points to another student if he was so exhausted. Rin calmly replied he was fine and didn't intend to give up. The stone mage declared he would crush Rin without mercy, but before he realized it, Rin had already approached silently and struck him squarely in the chest with the staff. He explained that he had developed the Osirian technique on his own, asking not to be underestimated. The blow hit the opponent's magic core, weakening him greatly. Rin then commented, reflecting on the test, that failing this evaluation would earn an F grade. But he explained that the teachers watched every detail because they could adjust grades based on performance and process. In other words, the result of the fight wasn't just about who stayed standing, but also how they fought. For Rin, that mage had not only failed to score, but also failed in his surprise attack and had lost to someone without mana. Even so, Rin suggested he could still walk away with an E grade if he simply withdrew now. He made it clear that although he was only a minor obstacle for the truly stronger candidates, he wasn't willing to continue with that any longer. He gave his rival the option to surrender to secure a better grade or face expulsion. The mage hesitated, realizing he might really pass if he backed down. But he felt humiliated, thinking he deserved more recognition for his skills. Filled with anger and pride, he chose not to retreat in front of Rin, even seeing how hurt and exhausted he was. But when he looked Rin in the eyes, he felt a deep chill, as if death itself stood before him. At that moment, the test time finally ran out. As soon as the time was up, all the students were forced to stop fighting and leave the magic barrier. Rin took a deep breath, relieved, and collapsed face first in the mud, exhausted, admitting to himself it was finally over. The stone mage who had fought him smiled, acknowledging defeat. As the groups dispersed, Caroline remarked to Ellen that she had seemed very calm during all that. Ellen tried to hide it, saying she hadn't been nervous, but soon everyone noticed Lillian and Gertrude hadn't stopped fighting. The two were still trading full-force blows, completely focused on destroying each other. Margina, watching the scene, sighed in irritation. She called them idiots and, with a simple touch on the ground, dispelled the entire magic barrier. The illusory world vanished completely, making them lose all the powers they had inside it. She asked aloud what was the point of having so much power if they acted like animals without reason. She reinforced that the test was over and ordered everyone to leave immediately. At that moment, Gertrude noticed her wounds had disappeared. Not just hers, but everyone else who had been hurt realized the pain faded, as if it had all been just a dream or illusion. Margina, with her patience almost gone, told everyone to leave while she was still being nice. Meanwhile, the analyst reminded her she would need to cast the spell again to expel the other group still inside. Margina confirmed she would, but asked them to get the students out without further delay. Later, as the students were leaving in line, exhausted and still processing everything, Lillian approached Rin to ask what exactly he had done. Rin answered vaguely, saying who knows. Before she could press further, he decided to ask her a question. He wanted to know if she really respected her own father. Lillian got angry, interpreting that as provocation, ready to fight right there. But Rin explained he wasn't trying to fight. He just commented that it seemed like, to escape her father's shadow, she forced herself to be number one. He pointed out that to do that, she crushed anyone in her way, burning all obstacles without hesitation, exactly as her father wanted her to be. To him, that turned her into the killing machine her father had dreamed of. Rin concluded by saying that if that was the kind of life she wanted, nothing he said would change it. He then admitted he was the one one who destroyed the fire serpent during the test. He warned her that if she insisted on that path, they would certainly meet again and that she should be ready for it. Lillian felt hurt and asked what Rin knew about her, but he didn't answer anymore. In silence, she stayed at the end of the line, thinking about everything she had heard. She remembered the old question she always avoided answering. What kind of mage did she want to be when she grew up? When Rin and Gertrude finally returned, they were greeted by Krista and Logan. Krista didn't waste any time and smacked Gertrude on the head, complaining that she needed to learn to control what she said. Rin, still confused, asked what had happened there. Logan brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Krista, embarrassed, told them to stop with those awkward conversations about her and Rin, but Gertrude insisted it was all true. Krista, trying to change the subject, wanted to know if it really had been Rin who destroyed the flaming serpent. She demanded that he not play dumb. Rin feigned innocence, saying he would never do something like that, insisting the magic hadn't ended on its own. Krista pretended to accept it, but didn't fully believe him. Logan noticed Rin was about to leave and asked why he was going. Rin simply replied that he found it funny how things had turned out. He thought that if he hadn't decided to study at that academy, he wouldn't have had those experiences. He recognized that the place was very different from other schools. Deep down, Rin reflected that if Lista hadn't left that letter for him, if he hadn't received that gift of facing his own limits, he might never have seen the world that way. In his heart, he admitted that Lista had been right. The world really was fascinating. As he walked away, Krista shot a hard look at Lillian, warning her she would pay that debt because the Warden family never left anything unresolved. In the end, the students were completely drained and exhausted, with no strength even to think about getting up the next day. But the schedule gave them no break. On the afternoon of the fourth day, they had the written test. On the morning of the fifth day, they faced the hellish challenge of having to flee from a deadly machine. After all that, the midterm tests finally came to an end. Afterward, the Academy Council met to decide who had been the best student during all those tests. The main candidates were Krista Warden, Nora Redden, Caden, and Rin Ludwig, but they knew only one could be chosen as the best. To ensure fairness, professors with family or direct academic ties to the candidates were excluded from voting. Each regular professor had the right to award 1 bonus point. The assistant professor Kyle could give 2 points for having participated directly in the tests, and the head professor Margina had 3 points to give. The discussions began. They voted, praised the candidates' performances, and commented on how Krista had shown great skill and how Carolyn had been an excellent monitor. After some time, Jamar reviewed the count. Krista was in the lead with 6 points, Nora had 4, Caden 3, and Rin only 2. Then it was Kyle's turn to vote. He commented that Krista truly left everyone speechless with her skill, praised Nora's magical precision, and Caden's incredible harmony with music and magic. But, thinking about the future of magic, he decided to give his 2 points to Rin Ludwig. This greatly improved Rin's position, even though Krista was still in the lead. Finally, there was only the most important vote left, Margina's 3 points. She let out a loud laugh before announcing it. She spoke about the future of magic and joked that Kyle used to use that silver tongue to charm women, but was now a mature man. Kyle, embarrassed, thanked her for the compliment. Then Margina explained that she too was investing in the future of magic with her vote. When the final tally was finished, the result was announced. The one who ended up with 7 points, recognized as the best cadet of the semester, was Rin Ludwig. Later, in the dormitory, Rin realized that his progress had increased again, now reaching 40.8%. He found it strange that his levels rose just by fighting, without needing to study, which made no sense to him. Even so, it was time to leave once more. As he prepared, Rin remembered a moment with the old hero's party. Pride had taken the last potion bottle when he tried to get some, but it was already empty. She explained she had no reserves left because she had been inhaling magical smoke for 4 days without sleep. Still, she invited Rin to visit her homeland once the adventure ended. She told him about the Red Mountain Sanctuary, where there was something called the Dragon's Breath, a very powerful elixir capable of greatly increasing someone's mana. She said she had authority there since she was Priestess Pride, servant of the fire dragon Bel Dakadun, and promised she could offer the elixir to him if he returned there with her. Now, many years later, Rin was heading exactly to that destination. He was more prepared than ever, and even after 300 years, he hadn't forgotten the path to the sanctuary. It was an 18-hour walk on foot toward the snow-blooming peak. As he advanced, he reflected that the red dragon had lived there for over a millennium and believed its mystical mana remained in that place to this day. Witches, priests, and mages considered that site sacred. Climbing the long stairway, Rin was already exhausted when he found a man sitting along the path. The stranger remarked on Rin's hurry, asking if he planned to steal something at the peak. He noticed Rin was desperate to reach the top even at his age, so he decided to give him a warning he shouldn't continue. He explained that the snow-blooming peak had been abandoned for over 300 years and everyone who had tried to steal something there had never returned. When Rin asked what was inside, the man mentioned a supposed demon guarding the sanctuary. He said he himself had once approached the entrance and nearly died, deciding never to return. Despite the warning, Rin thanked him and kept climbing. He thought there might indeed be some monster there and decided to be cautious. Night fell while he was still climbing, making the path darker and more dangerous. Using his lantern, he advanced through the forest, listening to the nocturnal sounds of owls, monsters, and small animals like squirrels. He reflected that when humans disappeared, nature reclaimed its space, though he still wasn't used to creatures like spiders and strange rats. At that moment, Rin also remembered when Lista introduced him to the rest of the group, calling him the new mage and saying he was really cute. Pride replied they already had someone cute in the group, referring to their mascot Pippi. Rin found it odd to be compared to a pigeon, but she explained that Pippi was a parrot. He remembered those days fondly and wished Pippi were with him now. After much effort, Rin finally reached the sanctuary. Just getting there had been exhausting, and he paused to think about which direction to take first. He decided to enter the sanctuary and noticed that, even though it had been built by the Red Dragon himself, nothing truly resisted the passage of time. He guessed the story about the demon was just a false rumor since he felt no strange presence. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. It was a flaming bird that lit up everything brighter than the moon, diving down violently. Rin dodged and raised a stone wall to protect himself, injuring the creature. When the bird screeched, he recognized that sound. It was the same noise Pippi made when she was angry. Rin wondered if that could really be Pippi. He remembered when Lista had introduced him to the group shortly after Pippi had set his hair on fire in a jealous fit, thinking she would be replaced as the mascot. Now he thought it would be impossible for Pippi to still be alive 300 years later, but at the same time, he couldn't dismiss the possibility. Unwilling to fight her, Rin tried to make her recognize him. When the creature landed and sniffed him, she seemed to hesitate but was confused by his different face. Even so, he felt hope. Despite all the time that had passed, he was sure it was Pippi, still alive even after 3 centuries. Rin tried to convince Pippi it was really him, even with his different face. He realized he needed to find some memory that only they shared, something that could prove who he truly was. So he used a 2-star water spell to bring her down, then cast another spell creating several waves dancing around them. Suddenly, they all transformed into a beautiful, shimmering rain. For Rin, it was a very simple but special spell. It wasn't written in any book. It was something he himself had invented back then, and only their group knew it. He remembered how much Pippi had loved it, and once again, she was enchanted by the rain, dancing under it until finally returning to her original form. Calm, she perched on Rin's finger, confirming his identity. She called him Coward Mage Rin, saying he was her friend. Rin collapsed on the ground, exhausted and emotional. His legs gave out. He thought that Pippi really hadn't changed at all, or maybe just a little, as one would expect after so long. Still not quite understanding, he asked why she had waited there for so long. Pippi replied that Pride had told her to wait, because Rin would show up. Rin called her an idiot for waiting so long, but she explained that Pride had said to wait because he was a friend. After 300 years apart, they talked for hours. Rin told her everything that had happened since his reincarnation. There was much more they wanted to say, but time was short. Their conversation only ended when the sun rose. Before leaving, Rin apologized for making her wait so long. Pippi then said she had something to give him and showed him a necklace with a ring, Pride's ring. Pippi flew to the sanctuary door, revealing that the ring was the key to open it, which was why no one had ever managed to enter before. Then she guided him through the corridors until they reached Pride's room. There, Pippi tapped a small box, asking him to open it. Inside, Rin found the long-sought elixir and an old letter covered in dust, dated September 24, 1168. A letter from 250 years ago. It was a message from Pride. She wrote that she was writing again that year but believed it would be the last time. Knowing Rin wasn't good at finding treasures, she had decided to leave everything in plain sight and Pippi as guardian of the gift. She explained that Pippi had lived so long because the Light Dragon had taken pity on them and helped her stay alive. Pride recalled everything they had been through together and how her wish to see him again had never changed. She wrote that as time passed, more memories piled up and made her cry, thinking about the things she couldn't do to save him. She said she needed to leave the temple and planned to go after the flame of 10,000 miles in the south. Perhaps, by chance, she might still be alive when he returned. She ended the letter saying that the gift with it was the promised elixir, the dragon's breath, a 19th birthday present for Rin. She hoped it would help him on his journey and in life, even just a little. In the end, she thanked him and confessed she missed her old friend very much. Rin, reading those so formal and affectionate words, remarked to himself that all that politeness didn't suit Pride. He cried as he read, and Pippi comforted him. Even as he tried to hide it, saying he wasn't really crying, he admitted that her formal way of writing amused him. Then he drank the elixir all at once. He immediately felt his entire body change. He quickly asked Pippi for the backpack and took out Ludvig from it. His magical power jumped from 13,000 to 26,000, literally doubling. Rin reflected that even the best elixirs from the 8 schools increased magical power by at most 5,000, but that one had doubled his. If he had known how strong the effect was, he would have waited longer to take it, but at least now he could use the mental barrier, and that was enough for him. Rin said he needed to go and asked if Pippi wanted to come along. She answered that she had waited for him, and now he should wait for her. But Rin explained that wasn't a problem. They could wait together, just not in that place. Pride was very famous, and if she were alive, there would be many rumors, so they could look for her together. Pippi thought that was a good idea. They then set off together on this new journey. As they left the sanctuary behind, Rin asked if Pippi wanted something to eat. She said she wanted some corn, which made him smile since he always knew Pippi loved corn. Pippi also remembered the moment when Pride finished writing the letter, saying she needed to leave and asking Pippi to wait for Rin so he wouldn't be alone in the world. Pride mentioned that Pippi would also be lonely during that time, but Pippi said it was okay because Rin was her friend and she would wait for him. Pride trusted that he would return someday and believed that if Pippi was the one taking care of that task, she would do it well. The next morning, already at the academy, Rin was trying to register a messenger bird, ready for the next step in his journey. Rin was at the school's reception trying to register Pippi as a messenger bird. He told the attendant that Pippi was very smart and asked her to repeat what the woman had said. But Pippi just started dancing in an extremely cute way, repeating corn, corn, corn over and over, making Rin annoyed and almost lose his patience with her. He commented that normally she spoke very well. The receptionist explained that he could register Pippi if he wanted, but she wouldn't recommend it. She said parrots were small compared to other messenger birds and that owls, which were very common as messengers, might attack her. In fact, an owl tried to intimidate Pippi, but she reacted by spitting fire and scared it away. The receptionist was startled and wondered if that was fire magic, commenting that Pippi looked like a sun parrot, a breed considered extinct for a long time. Surprised, she asked how Rin had managed to get such a rare bird. He just said he found her along the way. The woman, charmed, asked for permission to pet Pippi, and Rin allowed it. She got very excited, happily petting Pippi, and was sad when she had to stop. Rin commented that this was now Pippi's home since she would be attending the school with him. Pippi agreed, saying she would stay by Rin's side and began pulling his hair playfully. Later, Pippi was lying on Rin's bed, clearly exhausted after everything they had been through. Rin turned off the lights so she could sleep well. The next morning, Kyle asked Rin if he wasn't resting from the tests since he still looked worn out. Rin thanked him for the concern, explaining that his fatigue wasn't because of the exams. Kyle warned him that he needed to pay more attention now because something important was about to start, the student council. Kyle joked that Rin seemed lost for not knowing what that was and explained that so many students were gathered there because of the selection. Kyle commented that of all those present, no one had Rin's potential and said the school was probably boring for him because of that. Rin denied it, but Kyle insisted that the current student council president might inspire him and motivate him more. He also said he was proud of having a good eye for recognizing talent. Later, in Delatain's main auditorium, Logan called Rin to sit next to him, praising him for getting an S grade on all the exams, a feat few had achieved. Rin commented that he'd heard 3 other people had also managed it. Logan explained that he himself had stopped Lillian from getting that result, which was already a big victory. Logan said that based on the results, Rin was the favorite to win that selection. Rin said that Kyle had talked about the student council, but he didn't understand why it was so important. Logan explained that only the best students from the midterm and final exams had the right to join the council. He said that many of the presidents had followed that path. Rin asked if he really had to participate, saying he was already too busy and it just sounded like more work. Logan explained that actually many people would do anything to get into the council, and Rin apologized for not understanding the importance. Logan said he didn't need to apologize since he had expected that reaction from him. When everyone gathered in the auditorium, Medelia appeared with the staff to announce the results. She started by revealing the students in the lower positions: 8th place for Gertrude, 7th for Logan, 6th for Hilbert, and 5th for Lillian. She also reported that 33 students had been expelled during the midterm exams. Rin asked why there was no mention of the top 4 places. Madelia asked for silence and announced the best students: Nora Redden, Rin Ludvig, Caden, and Krista. All of them were called to the podium to receive their awards. The 2 women climbed up excitedly. Caden looked serious and gloomy, while Rin, even without caring much, felt proud to see so many people looking at him with admiration. Madelia then read the teacher's evaluations, explaining that these 4 students had received an S grade in all the exams, showing talent, exceptional skill, understanding, and knowledge. But she emphasized that among them, one stood out. Someone with the potential to be a pioneer in the future of magic. She explained that to be the principal cadet of Delatain, one needed to have unique originality, skill, and knowledge, being like a rare jewel among many stones. Meanwhile, Kyle commented to Helen that she seemed in a good mood. Helen replied that she wasn't, she was annoyed. Kyle remembered when they themselves were disciples, competing in their first year to see who was better. He confessed he was happy to witness that historic moment for magic. Finally, Madelia announced that the principal cadet of Delatain was Rin Ludvig. He remembered what Scalge had told him, that upon graduating as principal cadet, he would have the right to visit Rin's remains. He thought he was now one step closer to his goal. Madelia commented that when Caroline had talked about him, she hadn't been sure what kind of person he was, but now she was impressed. She handed him the principal cadet's badge and said he would need to work hard not to lose that position. Madelia congratulated Rin for becoming the principal cadet and said she was excited to see who he would become in the future. Some people were shocked by the result, while others didn't like it at all. But people like Logan felt proud. Second place went to Krista, third to Nora, and fourth to Caden. Madelia told everyone that Delatain was just one step in their story. She said they all needed to improve even more and hoped that the flame of motivation wouldn't go out in their hearts. Nora thought to herself that things were getting pretty interesting. Krista admitted in her mind that she had lost this time, recognizing that the labyrinth test had set her back, but that the gap between them wasn't that big. She believed she still had a chance to turn things around and left determined. Caroline thought it wasn't the time to cry. She knew that adversity created resilience and perseverance, forging an unshakable mage's spirit. Later, in the Dragon Hall, everyone was excitedly talking with the winners. Suddenly, a student burst through the door loudly asking if they were there. She wanted to know if the principal cadet was present and mocked that she wanted to see the boy who just stared at the empty sky while picking his nose. Rin thought he had seen that girl before at magical family meetings. She was Sandra Keppel, currently a second-year student at Delatain. Sandra greeted Krista, saying it had been a while since they last saw each other, and commented that it was a shame she hadn't become the principal cadet. Everyone was impressed by how familiar she was with Krista and Rin, since she was the young mistress of the Western Continent's magical aristocracy, and had never lost the position of chief cadet since her first year. Rin recognized that Sandra was the chief cadet of the second year, and knew her mana was extraordinarily powerful. She then said she wanted to take Rin directly to the student council, warning him that he had a lot of work to do. Rin asked if she was the president, but Sandra explained that in the second year you could only serve the president. She herself was the secretary. Rin wanted to know what kind of person the president was, where his family came from, and what kind of magic he used. Sandra said he didn't come from an important family and hadn't attended any of the 8 schools. People believed he had learned everything on his own. She admitted that at first she thought she would never catch up to him, but that only motivated her more. She said his nickname was the Absolute Prince of the Streets, and that he was actually quite famous. Rin was curious and wondered what that title meant. Later, in the student council office, Sandra introduced Rin as the first-year chief cadet, explaining that Professor Kyle considered him an excellent candidate. She began introducing everyone. She pointed to the quiet boy in the corner, saying he was Felix Drake, a third year and the vice president. Then she introduced Triwis, a girl with a bow in her hair who handled general affairs and was currently doing calculations. She just waved at Rin, and he returned the gesture. Rin asked what paperwork she was holding, and Sandra explained it was always like that. That period had a lot of work, and starting the next day, he would have to handle plenty of paperwork too. Rin asked why he had to do that. Sandra replied it was only until they found a successor for him. From now on, every day after class, he would have to go there. She commented it wasn't that much work, mostly meetings to discuss things, but when there were tasks, he would have to stay until they were finished. Rin said he didn't really like being part of elite groups like that, but Sandra said she believed the opposite. She thought he was very well suited for the job. At that moment, the president turned to them and asked if that was Rin Ludvig. Sandra confirmed and said she had forgotten to introduce the most important person. That was the current president of the student council, Valencidis. When Rin looked at him, he felt something different. It wasn't logic or reasoning, but pure instinct. His senses screamed that this boy knew black magic. Sandra tried to continue the conversation, but Valencidis just asked them to take Rin back, saying he was far below what he had heard. He commented that Krista would have been a better choice. Sandra questioned that, saying Rin had defeated all the students from the 8 schools and now held the position of chief student. But Valencidis replied that it didn't matter because it wasn't about talent but about attitude. He asked if Rin expected to be treated with nobility and luxury, with everyone serving him like they did at his noble house. Rin replied that it wasn't exactly that. Valencidis asked why he had then changed his attitude so much when he heard he would be in charge of general tasks. He wanted an honest answer. Rin wondered what he should do at that moment. Even if he told everyone that this boy used black magic, no one would believe him. Maybe the best option was just to play along with him. Rin then said it wasn't that he wanted to be treated like a noble, but that he simply thought all of that was pretty boring. He admitted he didn't understand why anyone would want to take that role. The president asked if he refused to serve the students of Delatain, saying his way of thinking was clearly distorted. Rin recognized that he had heard that many times before. Valencidis said it wasn't entirely his fault. He explained that in a country where everyone blindly chased nobility, being born noble made people believe they had the right to be served. He said many stepped on others because they thought they were superior, but those who used their power and status to help others were the ones who truly deserved respect. He said the student council was the place to learn that kind of thinking. He said it wasn't something earned just with grades or talent, but that came from character. Finally, he told Rin the choice was his. He could take the position or not. Rin wondered who that guy really was. Every user of black magic he had met used their power for selfish goals. Maybe Valencidis was hiding his true nature, or maybe he had learned black magic for a different reason. He also remembered Terena, who had been accused of using black magic. Rin understood, even if it wasn't said outright, that the student council president wanted him to stay there. He decided to accept the idea and stayed, ready to do any general task they needed. However, he was already planning something. To keep an eye on that man closely, he decided to join the student council. That way, he could always watch him carefully. He reflected that he might even become a burden to others, but the president promised he would correct him whenever necessary. Meanwhile, at the Ludvig family residence, the atmosphere was serious. Everyone was gathered at the table, father, mother, children, and grandfather. At one point, Skalj asked Bran to read a letter. Bran Ludvig, the second son, opened the envelope and read aloud that Rin Ludvig had become the chief cadet of Delatain. Right after, Sari also confirmed the same line. At that moment, the heavy mood turned into laughter and joy. The whole family celebrated together, happy with the news. Someone thought it must have been Skalj himself who gathered everyone there because of this important event. Skalj commented that everyone had contributed to making it possible and suggested they celebrate even more. Kevin admitted he thought it would be very difficult to achieve that result since that year there were so many extraordinary talents at Delatain, but now he realized he had worried for nothing. Skalj commented that this had not really been a concern for him, since the one who actually worried him was Margina, the person in charge of grading the tests. Fortunately, he said her personal feelings had not influenced the scores. Rin's mother remarked that she thought they had been close back in school, which left Skalj a bit embarrassed. Then Siri declared to her grandfather that she also intended to enroll in the academy and become the top student. Skalj replied confidently that she would definitely succeed. After all, she was his descendant, the great mage Suze. One of the uncles noted that Siri was already considered the best student at Rivendell School and was called a prodigy, following in Krista's footsteps. He was sure the Ludwig siblings were truly frightening in terms of talent. Skalj also praised the children's mother, saying that to have such exceptional grandchildren, she had contributed a lot. He acknowledged she was truly worthy of being called Nora of the Ludwig family. At that moment, she quietly got up to go to the bathroom. Kevin followed her, worried, asking if something was wrong. Brim, his wife, explained that it had been the first time Skalj had called her Nora. She remembered her past well, the daughter of a fallen baronial family. She had neither status nor possessions. The difference between her and Kevin, who came from one of the most prestigious magical families, was immense. Skalj, Kevin's father, had been completely against their marriage. He did not want to accept a daughter-in-law who was not as noble as his son. This caused a fight that escalated to the point where Skalj expelled Kevin, telling him he was no longer his son. Because of that, Brim had always carried a sense of guilt. She knew Kevin and his father had been close, but everything was destroyed because of her. She thought that if she hadn't married Kevin, that relationship wouldn't have been broken. Kevin, however, reminded his wife that without her, he wouldn't have Rin, Bran, or Siri. The 3 children were precious gifts in his life. Now, after so much time, his father had finally recognized her as part of the family. He asked her not to cry like that, reminding her that their children's lives were only just beginning and that they would still bring many surprises surprises in the future. Meanwhile, Rin was at the student council, dealing with a huge pile of paperwork. The work was boring and exhausting. He even wondered if Triwis had put him there just to suffer and be tortured with so much paper. Triwis simply explained that yes, that was the tradition. Everyone went through it until someone younger took their place. After some time, Rin stretched, annoyed with it all. He looked at the countless requests from students to the council and realized most of them were completely pointless. Maybe 90% of the requests made no sense at all. He thought the students created unnecessary work. It was only when he found a more sensible request that he paid attention. A student suggested something to make cleaning the floor easier, since sweeping it completely was very tiring. The council president approached, praising the proposal for finally making sense. Rin, surprised for not having noticed the president there before, asked how that could be considered a good proposal. The president explained that this was the way of thinking of someone who lived like an aristocrat, believing that because there were servants to do the work, students did not need to help. But to him, that was exactly the problem. He said that this mindset only caused the servants to sacrifice themselves for nothing, while the mages, who had power, did nothing to improve working conditions. He explained that this was, in fact, Delatain's policy. The magical formulas were so complex that only those with access to scrolls or those who were mages could understand them. There was no real effort to simplify the runes for ordinary people. Mages preferred to focus on high-level magic even though they knew many people didn't even know the basics, which could help a lot in rural areas where everything was still done with unnecessary difficulty. For him, when these magical miracles spread to the whole public, then a true golden age would really begin. Before leaving, the president handed something to Rin, asking him to take it to the local development club. Even if the results were small, they would still be useful. After he left, Rin reflected on who he really was. He wanted to understand why someone like him would have studied dark magic. He found Valencidis increasingly intriguing and decided he would investigate his identity, as well as continue searching for the Turina book. 2 days later, Rin went to the Adventurers Guild to pick up a long-distance mission, something like an escort. He handed over his bronze identification at the counter and waited. The receptionist explained that there were very few missions available that day and mentioned one that would expire that night. However, she warned he couldn't just accept it directly. First, he would need to pass a test. Rin didn't mind. In fact, he accepted without hesitation. The clerk said the client had prepared a carriage for the adventurers and that they would need to leave soon. On the way to the carriage, Rin was approached by another adventurer who called out to him. He looked around, thinking she was talking to someone else, and simply kept walking without responding. She insisted, saying she was talking to him. Rin noticed she smelled strongly of the sea and guessed she was a swordswoman from the Steel Isles. He wanted to know what she wanted. She suggested they travel together since they had the same mission, saying it would be good to have someone to talk to along the way. Rin showed no interest and walked away, but she pressed on, asking why he was rejecting the invitation of a pretty girl and teasing whether he didn't like women. Rin, irritated, thought she was extremely annoying. Even so, they ended up having to share the same carriage. He silently regretted it, predicting his ears would bleed from so much talking. The woman, completely unashamed, introduced herself as Herpian. Though he didn't want to, Rin had to introduce himself too, so as not to seem rude. She commented that his name sounded familiar, though she couldn't remember from where. Soon after, more adventurers started boarding the carriage. In the end, they formed a group of 5 people for that escort mission. No one seemed nervous since it was just a regular escort. Once everyone was settled, the driver said they would head to the place where the client was waiting. Along the way, one of the adventurers, a big man, asked exactly where they were going. The driver explained it was to the place where the client was waiting, and that they would arrive soon since it wasn't very far. Finally, they reached the destination, which was in a forest. The driver told them the client was waiting for them there. To everyone's surprise, they realized they had returned to the Golden Rose, their starting point. One of the adventurers complained, thinking they were being tricked by being brought back to the same place. The coachman reminded them that, according to the guild contract conditions, before beginning the escort they had to pass a test. At that moment, an arrow flew toward Rin, who managed to deflect it with his staff. That was when they really understood what the test would be. Herpian was impressed to see he wasn't a typical mage. Rin made it clear he wouldn't help her again. The big man commented sarcastically that it would be a shame if a silver-rank adventurer died from an arrow. The girl admitted she hadn't sensed whoever was attacking. Another adventurer with blonde hair pointed out that the arrow was real and seemed meant to kill. The coachman explained that this was indeed the test. They had to escape the forest and find the client, which was the minimum required for anyone taking an escort mission. Anyone who didn't feel confident could simply go back to the carriage, where they'd be safe. But no one wanted to give up. They all chose to stay and try to beat the challenge. Rin wondered if it was really necessary to go through something so complicated just to do an escort mission. Hirpian, the most experienced, explained that the attacks were meant to injure, not kill. That suggested it was probably not a human shooter but a trap or a summoned creature. To confirm, she stabbed one of her daggers into the ground and used a resonance spell to locate the enemies. When the next arrow came, she blocked it effortlessly. She managed to detect 5 presences around them and thought it was very basic for someone of her level. She complained they were underestimating a silver rank with such simple tricks. Rin watched, impressed by her ability to detect presences over such a wide area. The big man commented that if the test was trying to kill them, they had the right to fight back. The person in charge of the test confirmed this was true. The big man spun his staff, creating a strong wind that blew away all the arrows and even the tree leaves, opening up their field of vision. Rin thought he seemed very competent. Before advancing, he also cast a 2-star spell with impressive speed, which surprised the group. Rin realized the arrows were just distractions. He explained to Hirpian that they hadn't been fired by a person but by telekinesis, and that there were other traps scattered throughout the forest. The blonde adventurer asked for the coordinates. Rin shared the information, and the man then used a large instrument. He was an acoustic mage who used sound as a catalyst. When he played his music, he managed to track everything around them. He located the creature responsible for firing the arrows, which fell defeated without even reacting. Everyone was surprised by his precision. The musician explained he felt the mana flow and, since it wasn't a conventional trap, his magic worked well. Rin found the precision impressive and thought there really were high-level mages even outside Delatain. The man with the staff commented that so far he'd only met slow, clumsy mages, but these two were different. He introduced himself as Willis and said he looked forward to working well with everyone to secure a good reward. The hooded adventurer with daggers introduced herself as Brienne. The acoustic mage gave his name as Yanar. Hirpian, however, found so much formality unnecessary, saying the test was over. Brienne disagreed, saying it would only end when they reached the agreed location. That was when Hirpian revealed that she was actually the one supervising the test. She confirmed with her subordinate that all the traps had been destroyed and declared that they had all passed, allowing them to sign the contract. She said she found the group fun and effective. She revealed her full name as Hirpian Diale, eldest daughter of the Diale family, a high noble lineage. Brienne was extremely impressed to learn this. Rin, however, thought to himself that Hirpian didn't show even a bit of the dignity expected of a noble. Hirpian noticed Rin looking at her curiously and asked why. But then she added that, anyway, everyone had done a great job. She explained she had done all of that just to observe each of their skills up close. From that moment on, she would trust them for the escort mission. Later, they were all waiting together in a house for Hirpian to return. When she arrived, she asked if everyone had introduced themselves. Rin, however, had only asked one question. He wanted to know what their ranks were, and they were all silver rank. He answered that yes, they had introduced themselves. Hirpian brought with her Bardwell, the escort captain. He explained that their mission was very simple, to escort the young mistress on a journey to Ladakable. He added that Hirpian wanted to take the opportunity to stop at the local black market. Since this market was illegal, it only operated with tacit permission from certain orders. There were rumors that a specific order had been active there recently, which greatly increased the chances it would show up as well. For that reason, everyone would have to be ready for possible combat. Rin thought this probably had to do with the interrogation unit called the Children of God. He felt the situation could become much more troublesome than expected. He also imagined the Special Operations Department of the Magic Union might start investigating all of it. He concluded everyone would need to be very cautious. Despite these concerns, Brienne summed up what she thought was most important: the payment. She wanted to know exactly what Hirpian intended to buy at the black market. Bardwell replied that any purchase would come out of her own pocket. Hirpian explained that if the price was cheaper than the reward, she would cover it. But if it was more expensive, everyone would have to pay for themselves. Rin asked what the estimated time for the mission was. Bardwell said they should return in about 6 days. He told them that if there were no more questions, they should all get some rest in their rooms because they would depart the next morning. The next day, they were already on their way to Ladakable. During the journey, Rin approached Yanar and asked him to teach him musical magic. Yanar explained that this kind of magic required a deep understanding of music. It wasn't something someone could just use immediately because someone else taught it. Rin, however, didn't mind. He said he knew he wouldn't be able to use it right away. He was just curious. He admitted he had never seen sound magic in his life and asked to learn, insisting politely. At their first stop, Yanar agreed to explain a bit. He showed his lyre, which had 4 strings, each producing a different sound. He explained that the magic circle depended on the order in which the strings were played. The first represented water, the second fire, and so on. By controlling the tremor of his hand and the vibration of the strings, he could choose the runes, combining the melodies to form the magic formulas. Rin asked if that meant playing a song while mentally calculating the formulas. Yanar replied that it wasn't quite like that. There was a way of playing music that created the formulas on its own without needing to consciously calculate them. While he played, he explained that each note or harmony represented a different mathematical function, linear, quadratic, or cubic. Rin admitted he didn't really understand. Yanar said he had expected that, admitting he couldn't explain it very well himself. He said sound magic depended a lot on the person's intuition, comparing it to bards who claimed they could read the wind. He apologized for not being able to teach it more clearly. At that moment, Herpian noticed the conversation and asked what they were talking about. She saw everyone seemed to be having fun. Yanar explained that Rin was curious about sound magic. Herpian said that if it was music, she wanted to know if Yanar could play something like a lullaby because she was feeling sleepy. Yanar replied he couldn't do that kind of spell, but he could cast one to keep dangerous creatures away. Everyone thought that was a good idea. Yanar began playing his lyre, and soon most of the group fell asleep. But Rin remained thoughtful, reflecting on how vast the world was and how many magics he still didn't know. To him, it didn't matter how much he studied, there would always be something new to learn. Meanwhile, in a dark and distant place, a messenger of a dark mage reported that they hadn't had any problems with the academy. He said that if they waited another 6 months, number 1 would graduate as the best student. He warned that if that happened, the plan to recover Rin's body could be completely ruined. The leader, Lord Turena, questioned why he called it body. The dark mage quickly apologized, showing respect. Turena then asked about the situation in Ladakable. The mage reported that number 3 and number 6 were already on their way. Turena asked if number 3 was Ravinia, saying that getting the item wouldn't be a problem for her. He also commented that given the nature of number 6 and Ravinia, the city was probably in chaos at that moment. That would end up dividing the attention of both the Children of God and the Special Operations Department of the Magic Union. He said that as soon as he had authorization, they could start the plan immediately. Meanwhile, Rin and the rest of the group were arriving in Ledakabal. The group noticed they had arrived faster than expected. Willis remarked that the city was a bit smaller than he'd imagined, and wondered if that was really the largest black market in the Empire. Brienne replied that of course the black market wouldn't be openly visible to everyone. Ledakabal had a dark secret. Beneath the city was a huge underground district completely controlled by the Bandits Guild. This district was so organized that even the Thieves Guild paid tribute directly to the city's lord to keep operating. When they got there, Rin wanted to understand why a young noble like Herpian would be interested in a place like that in the black market. Willis answered that it was pretty obvious. Rich people tended to be obsessed with rare items and treasures. For them, collecting unique things was a status symbol. Brienne, however, explained that Herpian was different. She said her family, the Yahello, had built their fortune mainly through trade by making successful deals. She added that this was probably connected to an old rumor about the family's succession. The method of choosing the heir in the Yahello family was unique. All potential successors took part in a competition where they had to bring home the rarest treasure. Whoever managed that would earn the right to lead the family. Rin reflected that this really showed it was a merchant family through and through, completely built on meritocracy. It was an unusual custom that really defined their character. Willis summed it up for everyone by saying that, in the end, their task was simple: protect Herpian. In exchange, they would get a good payment. Bardwell interrupted to say it was time to go. They gathered at the south gate of Ledakabal, where Herpian showed everyone the scroll with the details of the item they needed to find. Her team was already fully mobilized to track down this treasure in the black market. Everyone would split up to avoid crowds and unnecessary suspicion. Herpian made it clear that no matter the price, what mattered was finding the object. Bardwell then gave the orders. Brienne would be responsible for acting as the scout, gathering information about the surroundings and detecting possible enemies. Yanar, not being very effective in direct combat, would stay next to someone able to protect her and watch for quick movements. Willis and Rin would be Herpian's direct guards, remaining at her side the entire time. That's how the operation began. Later, they went down in an elevator toward the underground city. The smell down there was horrible, a mix of mold and something reminiscent of corpses. In a way, it was the perfect place to hide from anyone who didn't want to be found. But despite that, what they saw as they left the elevator was a huge city. This was the famous black market of Ledakabal. The narrow streets were full of stalls and makeshift shops selling all kinds of strange goods. Rin observed everything carefully. He thought that every item there was extremely rare on the surface, even capable of attracting the interest of the unit known as the Children of God. He also knew the Bandits Guild maintained security there. For that reason, he concluded it would be best to avoid any kind of trouble. As they moved forward, Hirpion grew curious about him. She wanted to know what exactly motivated Rin to take part in a mission like this. She noted that he didn't seem like someone who was there just for the money and remarked that his skin was too soft for an ordinary adventurer. She said she had good instincts and felt she was getting close to the truth. She stated that she knew who he was, Rin Ludvig, the head cadet of Delatain. She didn't see any logical reason for a noble mage like him to accept such a job, so she was genuinely curious. Rin didn't hide much. He said he was only there because he wanted to find a rare book about Tirana. He was also a mage and had an interest in legendary figures like her. However, books about Tirana had become very hard to find recently. He took the chance to ask if Hirpion was there because of that family succession competition. She replied it wasn't exactly for that. She explained that the item she wanted to find had been lost by her grandfather a long time ago when he was captured by pirates. She said her grandfather had wasted years trying to recover that treasure but had never succeeded. She said it wasn't just any object. It was an heirloom left by his mother and carried enormous sentimental value. She knew how deeply it had scarred him not to have recovered it. She confessed he didn't have much time left, so she at least wanted to give him a reason to smile at the end of his days. Hearing this, Rin began to reflect on himself. He realized he knew almost nothing about the people he had met. He had no idea what Lista loved most in this world. He didn't understand what Kiss and Pride truly valued, nor did he know what Tirana's real treasure was. He thought that if he had understood those things earlier, maybe everything would have been different. Maybe he could have done something more meaningful for them, even if it was only to offer something at their graves. Maybe then everything would make more sense to him. While he was lost in these thoughts, Hirpion noticed his expression and asked if he was about to cry, moved by the story. Rin, a bit embarrassed, replied that he wasn't, saying there was just dust in his eyes. Soon after, Hirpion noticed a small bookshop. She thought there might be what Rin was looking for there. They went to ask the owner and, to Rin's surprise, he confirmed he actually had a book about Tirana in stock. After all, this was the black market where you could find anything, even rare and forgotten treasures. They could get anything in that black market. The merchant, an experienced old man, remarked that he had heard the Order of the Children of God was after that rare book, so he had rushed to get the last available copy before it disappeared. Hirpion thought that was great, and Rin was also excited to see that the copy was in excellent condition, just like the one he had seen in the library. Rin carefully examined the book and asked the price. The merchant replied it was 7 gold coins. Rin was shocked, thinking it was far too expensive for something that wasn't even a first edition. The merchant explained he was actually offering a generous discount, as lately there were many people desperately looking for anything related to Tirana. Rin wondered about the reason for such demand, suspecting it was something dangerous, and imagined the merchant might just want to get rid of the item before the Order of the Children of God showed up there. Despite loving money, the man valued his own life more. The merchant remarked that it was common to hear that kind of complaint in the black market, but he wasn't afraid of death. In fact, he said selling that kind of book wasn't dangerous but profitable. He claimed the original price would have been 15 gold coins, but he was still giving a discount. He said Rin should consider himself lucky and even warned there was a line of customers behind him, so if he wasn't going to buy it, he should leave. Realizing it was useless to argue, Hirpion suggested they leave right away, saying it was a loss for Rin. She reminded him that she still needed to find a music box. While he was distracted, Hirpion discreetly handed the 7 gold coins to the merchant and took the book for herself. Before leaving, Hirpion asked if the merchant planned to raise the price suddenly. He just replied ambiguously, suggesting anything was possible. Hirpion threatened that she could easily take that money back and hand it over to the Thieves Guild, which had a branch nearby. She said 7 gold coins could make a difference and maybe even get her more than one book for free. She explained that hesitating at the right moment was a valuable skill. The merchant, realizing the danger, became frightened and thanked her for the purchase, even going so far as to refuse payment and giving her the book for free. Satisfied, Hirpion commented that, as her grandfather always said, she was lucky with people. Ever since she was a child, she had an almost supernatural intuition for finding fortune, something hard to explain. She also reasoned to herself that she was investing in connections. If she could maintain a good relationship with Rin, they might work together again in the future. Rin was immensely grateful for the help and admitted that her intuition was indeed right. He said he was looking forward to collaborating with her again. Meanwhile, at the 11th entrance of the nest, a group of bandits was guarding the area when they encountered hooded dark mages. The bandits tried to stop them, but the mages advanced anyway. One of the bandits tried to hold them back and was struck by a magical needle. At first he didn't care, but when he tried to grab one of the mages by the neck, his body exploded in blood. The second bandit who tried to attack them met the same fate. One of the mages remarked that they didn't yet have official permission to kill, but the other justified it as self-defense. A bandit who witnessed this ran off to warn the others. Shortly after, a message arrived for the dark mages from Tarina, authorizing them to do whatever they wanted. As soon as they got the green light, they killed the fleeing bandit along with the nearby building, blowing everything up. One of the mages, wielding a scythe made of blood, showed a macabre pleasure in the scent of blood and despair. He said he had been holding back for a long time and was finally ready to kill. As chaos spread, Brienne patrolled the perimeter, always cautious about identifying dangerous individuals, which was difficult in that place. Soon she heard the explosion caused by the dark mages. She saw the fire spreading, smelled the blood, and noticed the growing commotion, with everyone surrounding the invaders. Despite the numerical advantage of the black market, when the first man charged with his axe, everyone around him was reduced to dust, torn apart without any chance of defense. Brienne immediately realized the level of threat they faced. Those mages were extremely skilled and dangerous. She knew she had to warn Hirpian as quickly as possible. However, before she could escape, one of the mages appeared behind her. She tried to react with her knife, almost striking the opponent. But the dark mage showed his superiority by teleporting beneath her and stabbing her with his weapon made of shadows. Though he regretted it, the mage explained that all victims had to die, because that was the rule. Brienne died right there, silently. The only person who noticed her death was Yanar, who felt that her vital harmony had completely vanished. At that moment, another member of Hirpian's team reported that they had found the music box they were looking for. They confirmed it had the exact engravings they sought. Hirpian became excited and ordered everyone to head there. But before she could celebrate, Nara appeared to announce an emergency. Even without hearing all the words, Hirpian immediately understood that something terrible had happened. Everyone there began to hear screams of despair. The people struck by the dark mages were floating in the air before exploding in blood, like Death Stars. When the rain of blood began, Rin realized it was telekinesis used with extreme brutality. Only dark mages would be capable of committing such an atrocity. Sherry felt the same chill he had when facing the Rat Spider Queen. He wondered if they were really after him, as if they had waited for him to leave Delatain to attack. Yanar warned that it was too dangerous to go in that direction, saying they would all die if they tried. She also revealed that Brienne was already dead. Hirpian ordered Bardwell to retreat with the entire team. She said she would go ahead alone because she didn't want to risk the lives of her subordinates over this. She explained that moving everyone together would draw too much attention and that they should split into smaller teams to escape, but Rin insisted on going with her. Hirpian said it wasn't necessary because she could go alone, but Willis, even wounded, said he would also go. Hirpian admitted it was arrogance on her part and promised to repay their help in the future. She needed to confirm whether that was really the treasure her grandfather had lost. If she returned empty-handed, Brienne's death would have been in vain. Rin understood that trying to convince her of the danger was pointless. She was too stubborn, so he decided he would go with her and stay very close. Whatever appeared, they would have to face it together, always alert. Yanar also found her courage and said she would go too, reminding them that this was their contract. Willis commented that there was no other choice. Bardwell agreed, saying they had no alternative but to follow her. They went together until they found a filthy alley stained with blood. One of Hirpian's team members was completely torn apart, but still alive. In her hands, she held the music box they were looking for. Hirpian thanked and apologized to Jackie, even knowing there was no way to save her. Rin realized Jackie was completely corrupted by dark poison. Willis, carrying the guard's body, said it wasn't the time to cry and that they needed to get out of there quickly. But then the worst happened. One of the dark mages appeared in the alley, sarcastically saying it looked like they had forgotten so many people alive there. He commented that maybe they were playing hide-and-seek, but unfortunately had been found. Rin drew his staff and announced he would stay behind to hold him off while the rest of the group fled. Hirpian tried to question him, but Rin said he wouldn't repeat himself. So the group left, taking the wounded in the music box. Rin knew the situation was extremely dangerous. Any small mistake in that fight would mean his death. He had no intention of winning, only of buying time for them to escape. The dark mage realized Rin's plan and mocked him, asking if he really thought he could stop him. He said he had heard everything and wanted to know exactly what Rin's plan was. Rin prepared himself, conjuring flames on his staff to defend. The dark mage even praised the effort while changing the form of his weapon, saying martial arts were his specialty. They began an intense staff battle, balanced in power. Herpian had to leave but did so with a heavy heart, not wanting to leave Rin behind. As he fought, Rin noticed that the Dark Mage's sight style was very similar to his own staff technique. He suspected the mage might have been a student of the Osiris school. Even so, his biggest concern was with the dark, poisonous magic the opponent used. In a moment of the mage's distraction, Rin managed to land a solid hit, but the mage was preparing a dark spell called Dance of the Massacre, creating a massive whirlwind in his direction. In an instant of precise calculations, Rin cast a spell combining fire and earth, generating a large explosion that completely dissipated the whirlwind. The Dark Mage acknowledged that Rin was strong, but Rin understood that if he kept matching the mage's power every time, he would eventually run out of mana. As the Dark Mage got back up, his head was on fire. Rin even considered using his mental barrier to win the fight, removing the bandage on his hand and revealing the symbol of Belquarius. But when the Dark Mage pulled back his hood because it was burning, Rin saw a face identical to his own from another life. It was as if he were looking at himself. He realized it wasn't insanity. It was exactly the same face. The Dark Mage remarked that he hated fighting strong enemies because it was too tiring, preferring to crush the weak since it was more fun. Then he offered his own flesh as a sacrifice to the abyss. He summoned several demons that charged toward Herpian and the group. Rin remembered how he had forgotten the pure malice of dark mages. That spell had a power equivalent to 3 pentagons, something devastating and extremely hard to block. He knew that if he used Belquarius in that state, he would end up dying. To stop that attack, he would need a spell of at least 4 stars, something impossible to calculate in 2 or 3 seconds. Then Rin thought of Herpian and how kind she had been to him. He also remembered Lista's words, that helping someone is never a one-way street. One day that debt would be repaid, and he wouldn't regret helping someone. So Rin decided to activate Belquarius, completely annihilating the dark spell advancing on the group. However, that effort left Rin vulnerable. The Dark Mage struck him violently and said that this was what happened when someone tried to protect others, that now he would die because of it. Rin felt the dark poison spreading through his body and swore to himself that he wouldn't die from that poison again. The Dark Mage taunted him, asking how it felt, whether he was angry or scared knowing he would die in 10 minutes. He wanted to know what it felt like to be about to die. Rin reflected that he didn't want to repeat that same moment of failure. He recognized that he had enough magical power, but thought that even so, he would just die there without having done anything useful. He questioned what difference his reincarnation had made if he hadn't fulfilled any purpose, hadn't left anything behind, hadn't honored anyone. At that moment, however, he remembered Pip. He thought that if he gave up there, Pip would be alone again, waiting centuries for his return. He couldn't allow that to happen. With all the strength he had left, Rin stood up, determined to keep going. When he was about to be crushed by the Dark Mage, flaming arrows flew past, nearly hitting him. Then Bart appeared with his hammer and hurled the Dark Mage away with a single blow, arriving just in time to rescue Rin. The Dark Mage, injured and pinned in the rubble from the hammer strike, called for another ally, Milek, who was handling things far more efficiently than he was. Soon after, the underworld bosses showed up to confront the Dark Mages. Milek himself remarked that the 5 biggest leaders had arrived and that he had already eliminated one of them. The fight was far from over. In the middle of the chaos, Rin ended up losing consciousness. When he woke up, he saw Rem smiling at him and saying it was good to see him again. Confused, he asked how they had gotten there. Bart explained that they had promised to repay the debt from that day and took the perfect opportunity to do so. Rin said all of it had been unnecessary, claiming he was almost defeating the Dark Mage on his own. Rem laughed and told him to stop lying, reminding him that everyone knew he was already looking at Heaven's Gates. That's why they decided to drag the poor, beaten-up guy to a safer place. Willis commented that they had been following Rin since he left the Golden Rose because they had already heard rumors that the Leticable Black Market was a dangerous place, and the events had proved it true. Rin remembered the words about how one day that debt would be repaid. But the fight was still raging between the 5 biggest bandits and the Dark Mages. Rim said they had to get out of there quickly, that they couldn't finish treating him in the middle of that chaos. She told Bart they had no other choice and would have to join the fight. Rin, however, just sincerely thanked all of them. Bart replied that there was no need for formalities since they were comrades, and comrades helped each other. Rim teased Rin, saying he was such a little arrogant guy and should be cuter for his age. She asked why he didn't say something like, "I was waiting so long for you all." Rin complained that they took too long to arrive, saying that if they had time to follow him, they could at least have saved him at the right moment. Rim laughed and said that if it were up to her, she would have left that kid to die right there. But Rin asked them to hold off the enemy for at least 10 minutes so he could finish recovering. Rim repeated, 10 minutes? With irony, saying that Bart could do that for hours. Meanwhile, Milek kept killing more victims, using a spell that created a huge watching eye capable of firing lasers, A crazy mage mocked them, saying that just because the enemy leaders had died, everyone there was acting like weaklings. Milek said that for him it was already over and that they should leave, since there was nothing else to do. But then the eye was finally destroyed by something, and Milek was almost hit by another flaming arrow. The insane woman screamed that they had stolen her prey. It was Rem and Bart who had arrived. Rem questioned what nonsense they were talking about. Bart introduced himself as Bart Urians from the School of the Stormwheel. Milek immediately recognized the name because he knew that was one of the best schools for warriors and that the surname Urians belonged to an extremely powerful family. When Bart declared his name and origin, it was clear he intended to kill. The crazy mage muttered that there was a lot of trash around there that day. She asked if Bart was the same one from that group of adventurers known for forging money. Rem got annoyed and corrected her, saying her name came first. The lunatic then asked if they were the ones who had killed the Rat Spider Queen, blaming them for destroying her precious creature. She swore that in that case, everyone would die right there. She used only a whip to destroy all the pillars in the place. Rem realized how much of a psychopath that woman was. But then Milek appeared behind her, teleporting through the black poison. He made poison rain down over the battlefield, something Rem immediately recognized as exactly what Rin had told everyone to stay away from. Milek laughed, saying that even if the poison touched her skin, it wouldn't be any fun if it wasn't lethal. Rem didn't fall for the provocation and tried to hit him with a flaming arrow, but Milek teleported to dodge. He mocked her, saying all his fights ended the same way, grabbing Rem by the foot, teleporting, and almost stabbing her. But Rem managed to break free and threw him far away. She then said she was going to teach him a lesson. She explained that many archers were weak in close combat, but she wasn't. She was a professional at it. She used his own poison as fuel to set the entire battlefield on fire. Rem, the legendary archer, warned that if he kept talking so much nonsense, she would rip his little mouth off. She said he could try to defeat her as much as he wanted. She called him Inksack with contempt and prepared to continue the fight. Milek realized he needed to reconsider the fight. He created 2 daggers coated with dark poison, planning to finish it quickly without prolonging Ren's suffering. When he advanced, Ren tried to defend herself with her flaming arrows. At the same time, Bart was fighting a crazed mage, completely breaking her weapon. Even so, she tried to retaliate with her warhammer, but Bart destroyed her weapon again with another axe blow. She was so shocked she was almost struck, unable to calculate a new spell in time, forced to dodge his quick attacks. The mage thought that man was no ordinary opponent. Her research had suggested that Ren and Bart's group was not that dangerous, but now she could see they were extremely threatening. She tried to counterattack with a black mist, but Bart simply held his breath, turned his axe, and struck the side of her face hard enough to break several teeth. The blow was so violent it threw her against a structure at the end of the street. Even so, Bart knew it wasn't over. The mage stood up, sacrificing her own body once more to call on the power of the abyss. Ren understood she had to stop both Milek and the mage's curse, but Milek moved in to protect his ally. He deflected an arrow that would have hit Ravini. Meanwhile, Bart threw his axe at Ravini and charged at her with such speed he seemed to keep pace with the weapon he had thrown. Rin, watching, realized Bart was too distracted and that this was a technique where you throw the weapon and retrieve it before impact, a maneuver called the wheel blade. However, Ravini didn't stop casting her curse. Bart realized her spell's activation was faster than the time he had to reach her with his axe. With no other choice, he tried to punch her, but he wasn't fast enough. Ravini used the power of the abyss to lift Bart into the air. Ren tried to save him but was blocked by Milek. Ravini intended to crush Bart's body completely, but before she could, her magic was nullified by someone who appeared behind her. It was Rin, who had stolen her spell and burned it away in an instant. The scene even surprised Milek, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. Rin recognized that Rin had been quick, but also regretted that he had finished the enemy before she could. Even so, Rin explained that he would handle those enemies from that moment on. Bart asked if it was over, and Rin replied that unfortunately it wasn't. Even badly wounded and with parts of her body burned, Raveni was still alive. Rin said he knew that type of person well, people who were hard to kill. He told Ren and Bart to stay behind him, saying they should consider it an honor since they'd be the first to witness his mental barrier. When Rin created the mental barrier of the Lord's Flow, the enemies were stunned. It was a technique typical of 6-star mages, and he was using it naturally at such a young age. Ravini screamed that it was ridiculous and that illusions like that wouldn't work. For her, magic was pure power. reserved only for those who sacrificed everything for strength. But Rin continued his work, explaining slowly that he was forming a 2-layer fire spell. The inscribed runes were flow and field, creating a river of lava that blocked Ravini's magic as if it were nothing. Then he carved new runes, transition, wave, and projectile. The dark mages were alarmed to see the runes changing mid-spell, something extremely rare. Historically, only 3 people had accomplished such a feat: Terena, Pride, and the legendary Archmage Rin. Milek realized they needed to flee immediately. He watched in horror as he understood that Rin had been the one to defeat the Rat Spider Queen using a 4-star spell. Milek tried to convince Ravini to retreat since both of them were too badly injured. But Ravini refused to give up, screaming that she would kill them all no matter the cost. Even as Milek shouted for her to fall back, she advanced. The moment she left the cover, a massive spell formed in the sky. Rin released so much energy in the form of flaming rain that the 2 dark mages could barely move. The magical pressure pinned them to the ground. Ravini, consumed by rage and desperation, remembered being called a failure. Even so, she kept fighting, but she was now completely at the mercy of Rin's overwhelming power. Rin looked at Ravini and coldly stated that if she couldn't perform rune conversion, she couldn't be called a success. To him, she was just a flawed, defective creation. At that moment, Ravini, filled with despair and hatred, offered everything she had to the abyss. She sacrificed her own body, giving up both arms, wanting only to kill Rin. But he activated Belquirius and made her spell vanish. Ravini collapsed, utterly defeated. When the 2 dark mages had been immobilized, Rin could no longer maintain a firm stance. He coughed up a little blood, feeling his heart beating faster than normal. Rin noticed and warned him not to push himself so hard, worried about his condition. Even so, Rin maintained his threat against the enemies. He warned that if they so much as moved an inch, they would be burned to death, making it clear they shouldn't try anything stupid. Milek, trying to understand who that young man was, asked who the hell he was. But Rin turned the tables and said they were the ones answering questions. He wanted to know who had transformed Ravini that way, with the appearance of the legendary Archmage Rin. Ravini, already very weakened, could only glare at Rin with hatred. She answered with contempt that he shouldn't rely so much on that rune conversion, because true magic was in her. She said she possessed not only the appearance but also the power, explaining that she was the vessel for the soul of Archmage Rin, the masterpiece created by her own mother. Rem was confused upon hearing that and wondered if it was possible for there to be a vessel for his soul when he was right there, alive. She thought it was impossible, but before she could understand better, the dark magic around Ravini's body began to activate. Ravini then apologized to her mother, saying she would do better next time, admitting she already knew that when the magic broke, her fate would be sealed. As she begged forgiveness, Ravini's body began to destroy itself. First, her organs exploded, then her flesh melted from the inside out. Milek only commented that it was expected. To him, Ravini's mother was a ruthless woman without any mercy. In the end, Ravini became nothing more than a pile of burned, rotting remains. Next, it was Milek's turn to accept his death. He didn't even scream. His body also succumbed to the same dark magic, dissolving without any resistance. Watching it all, Rin concluded it was a programmed curse. When certain conditions were met, the bodies were automatically destroyed to ensure none of them could be captured alive. Rim was outraged at Milek's coldness, thinking about how much of a psychopath he was to die like that without reacting. Still confused, Rim reflected on that story about being a vessel for his own soul. He thought it was all absurd, just another damn plan by dark mages that only brought tragedy. He wanted to understand what they were really trying to do, but he didn't have time to think more. Soon after, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Sammy was observing Rin's condition and remarked that his body was burning from the inside, just like before. He said it was always the same. Every time Rin lost control, he ended up in that pitiful state. Rim wanted to know, very directly, what exactly that mental barrier was. Bart, despite everything, admitted he didn't really know how to explain it. He only said it had something to do with the pinnacle of magic, but that wasn't very helpful. Rem insisted, annoyed, saying she'd asked that question before and wanted a clearer answer. She asked again who the hell that boy was. Bart, out of patience, just shot back that it didn't matter who he was. For him, what mattered was that Rin was one of them now. Rem, still irritated, eventually accepted that. It seemed no one there was going to argue about it. Later, word spread that the incident in Ladakable had been officially closed. The Inquisition, known as the Children of God, along with the Magical Union's Special Operations Team, showed up to handle the final details. The Bandit Guild suffered devastating losses, with an estimated 2,000 casualties from that single event. They uncovered everything that had been going on there, including the black markets operation. The Lord of Ledicabol was arrested by the Children of God and transferred to the Holy See, accused of allowing such a large illegal trade to flourish in his city. Meanwhile, Doran reflected on the massacre. He found it strange there were no suspects or concrete evidence, only rumors spreading around. For him, that wasn't enough. Tirintid commented there was nothing left to do there, saying all that remained was trash. But Doran disagreed. He remembered that the basics of any investigation were to find out the why and the how. He wondered if those people were so powerful, why had they caused so much chaos? Why prolong that massacre so much? Tirintid insisted there was no one left alive, that everything had already been resolved by the Holy See. But Doran didn't see it that way. He believed the Dragon of Light had always controlled humanity with intelligence, allowing small anthills like that to exist even while knowing about them. For him, the goal wasn't to wipe everything out, but to let humans evolve on their own. In a symbolic gesture, Doran picked up a fly larva crawling nearby and dropped it into a box. He asked Tirintid what she thought would happen if they left the larva there. She replied that it would starve. But Doran explained you couldn't be sure. The larva might turn into a monster and break the box entirely. He knew it didn't make sense, but said you couldn't dismiss possibilities. Then he placed a piece of apple inside the box. He said now the larva had enough food to become an ordinary fly. He explained that in the human world, nothing died. Nothing exploded unexpectedly. Everything was managed and controlled. To him, the Dragon of Light could intervene but chose preservation, letting people evolve on their own. Tirintid understood what he meant. She asked if that meant there would be another anthill and the Dragon of Light would ignore it in the same way. Doran confirmed, complimenting her intelligence. But Tirintid corrected him, saying she wasn't his subordinate but a member of the Magical Union. At that moment, someone approached with a report for Doran, confirming that the noble prodigy Rin had been present there. Fortunately, he wasn't one of the victims. Doran became thoughtful, wondering why a noble boy like that would risk his life in such a terrible place. He wanted to understand what was so special about that book he was looking for. Meanwhile, Herpion showed up with a book, wanting to know how Rin was doing. Sammy explained that he still showed no signs of waking up. He seemed trapped in a nightmare. The poison had already been neutralized, so he wasn't in danger of dying. But he could still be in a lot of pain from the remaining traces of poison in his body, something they couldn't treat. Herpion understood and said it was time to go. She thanked them very much for their help and asked them to pass along her gratitude to Rem as well. She left the payment and the book Rin wanted so badly. Sammy, in the end, reflected that it was the same book Rin had asked for the last time they met. Before leaving, Herpion sincerely thanked them for everything Rin had done. She said they would meet again when he was healthy. She promised that if he visited the archipelago where she lived, she would treat him like royalty. To reinforce the gesture, she surprised him with a loud kiss on the cheek, which even left Sammy a little impressed. Herpion quickly explained it was nothing special, saying it was a cultural custom in her land, something that also happened in places like Brazil or France. After that, the investigation in the city continued. Everyone there was doing their best to ensure Rin's recovery, while Herpion left behind the legacy of those who had died and kept fighting for those who were still alive. At that same moment, a message reached Harina's base reporting that Units 3 and 6 had been eliminated. One of the elders, appearing among the flames, asked who had killed Ravini. For him, it wasn't all that surprising. He thought she was the kind of person who might die suddenly. All the elders began discussing what had happened. One of them wanted to know if there was any report or intelligence on the case. A dark mage confirmed that Unit 6 had sent a report before dying. It recorded the name of the one who had defeated them, Rin, someone with extremely dangerous mana who needed to be eliminated urgently. Another mage commented that Milek did not mess around, so if he considered Rin a threat, it meant it was something truly dangerous. But someone else reminded them there were 13 mages registered with the name Rin in the Adventurers Guild. 9 of them were already dead, leaving only 4 who did not seem like the dangerous type. Some suggested Rin might not even be a name but a code. Then one mage identified one of them, Rin Ludwig. He pointed out that the boy had reached the 3rd rank in less than a month after registering. That caused surprise, since it was not common. They questioned if they really believed a boy like that had defeated Riveni. The mage insisted he was only stating the facts. Another said he knew that Rin Ludwig was a noble genius, part of Delatain's so-called golden generation. Even so, some doubted it, saying it was impossible for a rookie to have defeated Riveni. But another replied that knowing Riveni, she might very well have let her guard down. He admitted she had not been doing a good job lately, and in a way even deserved that punishment. One of the elders then asked why they were still standing around talking instead of putting the plan into practice and getting close to the boy. Another warned it would not be so simple to drag a noble mage out of Delatain. But another mage, the one with cat-like pointed ears, suggested that their number 1 was already at the academy. Because of that, it should not be too hard. They just needed to make it look like an accident and kill the boy. Tarina listened to everything and gave a direct order. Valencidus was to eliminate any obstacles, making it clear Rin was the target. Valencidus accepted the task without hesitation, saying he would obey his mistress and put the plan into action. After dismissing the group, Terena was lost in thought. She remembered the child she had created through human transmutation, Raveni. She had shaped that girl with her own hands and considered her precious. Even so, after seeing her dead, she felt nothing. Terena had felt nothing ever since Rin, the great archmage, had departed. For her, nothing else came close to the experience of being in his presence. Several years after Rin had fallen into his eternal sleep, the fact that he never opened his eyes again was what motivated her. She believed the spell used to put him in that state had been spoken incorrectly. Because of that, she was determined to cover up the entire truth, doing whatever it took to bring her master back. 200 years had passed since Rin's body was frozen. During that time, Terena did everything she could to find a solution to reverse the situation. At one point, she even confronted a great dragon seeking answers. The dragon, however, was clear in saying it was impossible. Even if she could melt the ice surrounding his body, the freezing of the soul could not be undone. The spell Rin himself had created was already at a divine level, beyond any magic she could control. But Terena refused to give up. She thought that if his soul was truly trapped inside, he must be wandering through that frozen void. That was why she kept insisting, believing she was getting closer to her ultimate goal. For her, just a little more effort would be enough to achieve the results she wanted. The story then shifted to the moment when Rin was finally waking up, in a dreamlike scene inside a carriage, reminiscent of old game introductions. Sammy asked if he was awake, and Bart commented they were already on their way to the Golden Rose, almost there. Rin, still recovering, murmured to himself that it all hadn't just been a dream. Rim took the opportunity to tease him, saying Rin had impressive connections since they had risked so much to leave Ladakable with that forbidden book. She told him that lots of people had seen his face, but even so, they managed to slip past the special forces. Rin explained that actually, the one who had helped them was a man with a very strange hat. He knew that man was Doran. Rin also thought about thanking the group that was with him, recognizing that if it had not been for them, he would not have made it out alive. But when they tried to confirm what he said, Rin just stayed quiet without repeating anything. Rem noticed and teased that he was being all cute in that moment. Finally, they arrived at the Golden Rose. Before leaving there, they received important news. They had been summoned to the Trident Point, a place considered sacred for true adventurers. Rin explained to the others that this place was near the region known as Harvadonia, also called the Land of Madness. He said only silver-rank adventurers or higher were allowed to operate in that area because it was very dangerous. In return, the rewards there were triple the normal amount. Bart commented that the ones who had summoned them were the third most powerful team in the guild, called Mob Dick. For him, it was a big opportunity for him and Ren to advance their careers as adventurers. Ren, however, reminded them that Ren still did not have silver rank, so he explained he would not go with them. He said he planned to return to the church during that period to stay focused on his studies to become a priest. Rin thought that even if it was dangerous, it made no sense to try to hold them back. In truth, that would be pure selfishness. It was something to celebrate. He wanted his friends to take advantage of the opportunity. Bart showed concern and almost patted Rin on the head like Keys used to do. But Rin joked, telling them to hurry up and go, saying he did not need that kind of care and that he was stronger than all of them put together. Despite the playful farewell, he really wanted them to leave without fear. Before they left, Rin asked if they would see each other again. They answered of course they would, because they were friends. Later, back at the academy, Rin checked his study progress with Ludian, which had reached 44%. He put Terena's book away in his room but was too exhausted to read at that moment. That was when he remembered Pippi and hoped she wasn't causing trouble. When he went looking for her, he saw Gertrude holding the door for Krista because, according to them, it was corn time. He found the name strange, but Gertrude told him to see for himself. When he looked, he saw Krista feeding Pippi with corn. She was being very affectionate with the little bird, talking and showing lots of care. When she realized Rin was watching, Krista was so embarrassed she slammed the door in his face. After that, Krista complained about how much work it had been taking care of Pippi, saying it was pretty hard. Even so, Rin thanked her. When Pippi thanked her too, Krista was so moved she almost cried from how cute it was, but managed to hold back and told Rin to go away. Pippi asked him if she had caused any trouble. Rin replied no, saying it had been his own fault. He also noticed that Krista had bought a new cage for Pippi. He complimented her, saying it was very pretty, but Krista just slammed the door in his face again, though before that she had waved goodbye to Pippi and cried a lot at that farewell. Later, Rin talked with Pippi and asked if she remembered Turina. Pippi said yes, saying she was her friend and also Rin's friend. When he asked how Turina was after he left, Pippi just went quiet and did not want to say anything. Then Rin started reading the book about Turina. It said that after the war, Pride accepted Turina as his disciple, and that was the beginning of her training as a witch. At 13, Turina became the youngest witch in history to be officially promoted. After being ordained, she continued to follow Pride and over the years became known as the Witch of Ashes. At 29, she was the first person on the continent to completely master both shamanism and magic. She used her powers to help the poorest people across the continent for free. After 7 years dedicated to healing and helping, Turina was chosen as Pride's successor. The Witches' Council approved this appointment unanimously, and she became known as the Priestess of Ashes. From then on, she served the dragon race and led humanity, holding that position until she was 80, when she finally retired to live more peacefully. Rin reflected on why that book was banned, since the story seemed only to talk about great achievements. He also read that the Priestess of Ashes always carried the old straw hat of Archmage Rin and Pride's pipe. When he asked Pippi if she really wore the hat everywhere, Pippi confirmed, saying she did not let anyone touch it. Rin thought that coming from her, it was a great honor. The book also mentioned the many records Turina broke. Rin thought that with such power, she might even have mastered immortality. Among the most famous spells she created were the Spiral Ice Bridge and Slippery Ice Link, abilities that could freeze the body and improve healing with sacred and enhancement magic. Rin realized all of it was truly fascinating, and he even thought it resembled the technique he himself had created to hibernate forever, called Domino's Reversal. He wondered if Turina had become obsessed with that idea after what happened to him. In the end, Rin did not really know what was going on in her head, or even if she was still alive. Even so, he felt proud of her in that moment. He regretted not keeping his promise to return or to stay by her side on her journey. Then, silently, he apologized. The next day, Rin started his routine already busy, ready to continue with his duties. The first thing Rin needed to do that day was help Karen by returning the book she had lent him. He was on his way to do that when he suddenly bumped into someone. It was President Valencidus. Valencidus noticed the book Rin was carrying and commented on it. Rin knew that man was also a dark mage and suspected he might have shown up on purpose, maybe to get revenge for those he had killed. He stayed alert, suspecting it could be a trap. Valencidus asked if Rin was really reading that kind of book. Rin thought quickly. He could not let him discover his plans. He replied that he saw no reason not to read it, saying he did not even know it was forbidden. Valencidus explained it was banned by several religious orders and mentioned that the children of God were at the central library. At that moment, Rin realized he was surrounded by problems on both sides, dark mages and the religious order itself. Even so, Valencidus just handed the book back and asked Rin to follow him, saying he was going to the library anyway. Rin realized that if he refused, he would look even more suspicious. For now, he decided to assume Valencidus really was working with Ravini and her group. Even so, he remembered that Valencidus was very popular and did not seem like a dark mage. Suddenly, Valencidus asked if Rin thought he was a good person. Rin replied not exactly, to which Valencidus said that was good, because it was dangerous to judge people too quickly. The most dangerous people were those who hid their true intentions. Rin understood the message and thought he was still referring to Turina. Valencidus commented there was something odd about that book and, getting very close, rubbed the cover to show it smelled like sewage. That was when Valencidus turned, ready to attack Rin. Sensing the danger, Rin also prepared a fire spell to defend himself. However, the confrontation was interrupted by a shout. It was Professor Ellen who appeared, saying she had not borrowed any book. Taking advantage of the distraction, Rin ran away from there. He reached a spot where he saw people talking with his aunt. They were the Golden Children of God. Ellen noticed the forbidden book with Rin and quickly began improvising to help her nephew. She loudly asked if Rin still had not returned the book to her, saying she had asked for that a long time ago and he was always so slow with those things. She said she herself had checked out the book from the library and given it to him, expecting him to return it quickly. Rin did not understand at first and asked what she was talking about. Ellen then whispered to him to play along with the act. One of the religious order members said the professor seemed a little confused. She confirmed if she herself had checked out the book and just had not returned it yet. Ellen admitted yes, that she was returning it now, and asked why the book was forbidden. The other woman replied they could not discuss that there, but if they met again, she could explain. Ellen insisted, saying she was a very busy and brilliant professor, to which the woman from the religious order agreed, dismissing Rin so he could leave quickly. As he walked away, Ellen wondered why her nephew was reading that book. She hated getting involved in those kinds of situations, but this time she would have to cover for him. After that, Karen appeared extremely nervous. She had forgotten that she could not lend books to first-year students and turned pale, apologizing many times, saying she did not want to cause trouble for anyone. Rin explained the whole situation to calm her down, and in the end, everything turned out fine. Karen still wanted to know where he had gotten that book, saying she had heard about insane events at the Leticable Nest. Rin dodged the question, saying he could not tell her and called it an industrial secret. He also asked Karen to thank Professor Ellen later, saying that it was only because of her that things had not gone very badly. Karen thanked him a lot, saying she would never forget that favor. Meanwhile, Valencidis was reflecting alone about what had happened. He realized that Rin had enormous magical power but was a terrible liar. As soon as he felt Rin's killing intent during the confrontation, he understood everything. He was the one who defeated Ravini and Milek. And that book he was holding was not a simple library copy. Valencidis had switched the original copy for a fake one when he bumped into Rin. The one the Children of God took was just a regular copy. Now, however, his next target would be Rin Ludwig. At the same time, Rin was also reflecting. He thought Valencidis was much more dangerous than he had imagined, and did not expect him to act so soon in that way. At least Rin had made good progress in that time. Just with the expedition he did with the group, he gained over 4% advancement. He knew defeating Dart Mages gave a big bonus to his progress, and even wondered if Valencidis was more powerful than Raveni, but decided not to think about it right then and went to sleep. The next morning, Rin was summoned to the headmistress's office for a private talk, which was their first meeting alone. Medelia commented that she had been hearing a lot about him lately, especially because of Owen, who even though he was grumpy would not stop praising him. He was not the only one. According to Medelia, Rin had many admirers in Delatain. She wanted to know why he was there. Rin explained that he assumed she already knew about the disappearance of Terena's biography from the library. He told her he had borrowed the book, but returned it when the Inquisitors showed up. He also said that Professor Ellen had tried to protect him, taking the blame, and now was in trouble because of him. Medelia then asked what he intended with that meeting. Rin said he wanted her to punish him, not his aunt. However, Medelia replied that he was a little confused, because what they needed to discuss there was not Professor Ellen's fate but his own. She explained that he knew very well that no first-year student could borrow books, and even so, he used his noble status to get it. If they let him break that rule without punishment, it would go against the Academy's discipline. Rin then proposed that they make a deal. He said he was the best cadet in Delatain and the legitimate heir of House Ludwig, and that even if it was something small, he could offer something in exchange. Medelia thought students usually got nervous or overly respectful when talking to her, but Rin was different. He spoke naturally. She remembered a conversation with Kevin, his father, who once said that his son was a talent, a genius among prodigies, but he had not even come out of his own shell yet. He said what they needed to do was wait and treat him with a lot of love and trust. Medelia asked what he was offering. Rin said he would do anything she asked to solve the problem. She replied that she was expecting something more specific, but since she did not hear anything like that, she was a bit disappointed and said there would be no deal. She was ready to give the punishment. Seeing Rin starting to panic, Medelia decided to give him one last chance and asked if he would agree to become her daughter's private tutor. Rin questioned if she knew he was only 16 years old and how someone from the Ludwig family could teach someone from the Page family, known as the greatest mages in history. Medelia explained that he was the best student of Delatain's golden generation and had proven talent. She also knew that his record showed he had been Skous's personal assistant for 3 years. She clarified that she did not need him to tutor for very long, just 2 or 3 months would be enough. She guaranteed that if he accepted, she would resolve the problem with Professor Ellen. She also said that was her last offer. Rin understood he could not hesitate. He knew he had no margin for error there, and he accepted the offer. Medelia warned that her daughter was a complicated child in certain ways and asked him to take good care of her. Later, they went up to a tower where the girl stayed. Rin asked if she was locked in there, and Medelia explained not exactly. It was her daughter herself who shut herself in because she wanted to. She knocked on the door, told her daughter she was coming in, and that she brought a friend who would teach her many things. They entered a messy room where the girl, looking exhausted, seemed not to have slept in days. Rin formally introduced himself as Rin Ludwig, but Cassina said she did not care and told him to leave. When Medelia demanded politeness, Cassina threw a book at Rin. She stayed aggressive, throwing books and pens, and even when she fell to the floor, she refused any help. That was when Rin noticed something. He asked about her legs, realizing Cassina was not angry but frustrated. At that moment, she started crying and told them both to get out of the room, saying she did not want to see them. Later, in a private conversation, Medelia talked with Rin about her daughter's situation. She said Cassina did not talk to many people and that many famous mages and professional tutors had tried to help her, but all of them gave up and left. Rin wanted to know if there was any problem with her legs. Medelia explained that there was not, that in fact Cassina had always loved climbing high places since she was little. She used to climb trees and catch her attention. She remembered how cute that was, but admitted she might have needed to be a stricter mother back then. While they were talking about Cassina, someone approached, saying that Medelia's regret did not make any sense. Rin immediately recognized it was someone important because of the cloak with the blue dragon crest, the royal symbol of House Argen. He bowed to the man, realizing his status. This man explained that even the tutors best known for their kindness and patience had not lasted with Cassina for very long. He said the most that ever happened was a fight between her and the tutor, but in the end everything would be fine. Medelia insisted that her daughter was not just any child, but he argued that in the end she was still just a child. He asked them to stop with this tutor business before something went even more wrong and suggested giving Cassina time to sort out her feelings. Medelia, irritated, asked if he wanted their daughter to rot alone in that room. It was at that moment that Rin realized that Man was Cassina's father. The man then asked what Medelia suggested they do since they had tried everything and nothing had changed. He said Medelia was just using her own guilt as an excuse to keep pushing this. He added that he also loved Cassina, after all she was his daughter, but the way Medelia was trying to solve things was wrong. Completely overcome with anger, Medelia threw a wine glass at his head and told him to leave immediately. As he passed by Rin, the man said that if anything happened to Cassina, he would never forgive him and that Rin should remember that. After he left, Medelia apologized to Rin for him having witnessed that scene. She explained that the man was Urin, her husband and Cassina's father. Given the situation, she told Rin that if he wanted, he could refuse the agreement to be the tutor. She promised that even so, she would still take care of the problem involving Professor Ellen. She admitted she only thought of having someone Cassina's age as a tutor because she hoped it might change her behavior, but perhaps she had been too impatient. Rin replied that he didn't think being impatient was a bad thing. In his view, it was better than leaving everything behind schedule. He thanked her for helping with his aunt's situation, and since he had accepted the deal, he reaffirmed that he would do his part. He also remembered that when leaving, Urin had threatened to kill him if anything happened to Cassina, but Rin thought that showed the man still cared a lot. He himself could not get her image out of his head and decided he would truly try to be her tutor. At that moment, Medelia remembered a conversation she had with Kevin, Rin's father. He said that leaving a child alone and isolated like that was not education. There needed to be someone who could help break that barrier. Kevin proposed a bet. Both children were excellent, and whoever could help one break out of their shell would help the other do the same. That idea convinced Medelia that Rin could be her daughter's tutor. Rin understood he could not refuse that responsibility, even though it was something asked by the Chancellor. He knew he was there for that and decided not to give up. When he went back to talk to Cassina, she said that to avoid getting him expelled, she would tell people she had just thrown him out of the room, allowing him to leave. But Rin refused to go. Cassina said he didn't know anything, but Rin replied that he knew very well. She was Lady Cassina, and even with all the insults and objects thrown at him, he didn't even react. He let a book hit his face. She remarked that it must have hurt and told him to leave before things got worse, saying she didn't care about any contract. Rin explained that the contract wasn't something trivial. He wanted her to live like a normal person. Cassina replied that he was insolent and accused him of wanting to turn her into a court jester like everyone else who judged her behind her back. She said he could just do like the others and pretend she didn't exist. Rin refused. He said he wasn't there to comfort her or say pretty words that meant nothing. The only reason he was there was to help her walk again, so she herself could pick up a book from the floor and put it back on the shelf. Cassina, in tears, said it was impossible because her spine was ruined. Rin replied that magic existed to make the impossible possible. Cassina asked ironically if he planned to move her legs with telekinesis, reminding him it had already failed before. He then approached and touched her legs while she asked what he was doing. Rin calmly explained that he was just checking. He used Belsidius to examine her, realizing that her neural circuits were completely severed in the spinal region. He also noticed that someone had tried to treat her before but only made it worse. He thought that if it had been him in the past, he wouldn't have been able to improve anything either. Now that Rin had mastered Belcidius, he began treating Cassina carefully. He stretched her leg, focusing on imagining all the nerves and trying to simulate them with magic. He knew it was a risky procedure but could see her internal state with Belcidius. He asked Cassina to relax her body and accept everything calmly because if she resisted, she would feel more pain. He explained to her that the chances were only 50% and nothing was guaranteed. Even so, he asked her to trust him, saying he might know what he was doing and that he would try to make her walk again. When he used the first rune, Cassina felt intense pain, but the one truly suffering was Rin, who cried tears of blood as he continued transferring power. Even when she tried to tell him to stop, Rin ignored the pain and pushed the spell even harder. At the end of the procedure, Cassina tried to speak to him but noticed something strange in her legs. Rin, exhausted and bleeding, explained that it had worked. He said that for now nothing would change immediately, but if she was patient and trained carefully, she would be able to start walking again little by little. Cassina, confused and still not understanding, asked what he was talking about. Rin wiped the blood tears away and explained in detail. He told her he used a combination of runes called the Pentagon with the rune of delicacy. He said human body movement depended on electrical signals sent by neurons and that the electrical flow in her body was blocked. He had used electric magic to unblock those signals. At that moment, he held Cassina and helped her stand up. He said that was the true potential of magic, to make the impossible possible. He explained that, in practice, she was moving thanks to his magic because her body was not fully healed yet. That was why walking would feel strange at first. However, he guaranteed that walking with both legs was possible. He stressed that right now, she was completely dependent on his mana to stay standing. But if she learned to use that magic herself, one day she could use her own mana to walk without help. When he finished, he asked if she agreed to accept him as her tutor. Cassina, however, told him to go away. She even called guards to throw him out. As soon as he left, she fell to the floor again. Even though she thought she couldn't walk, she clearly remembered how she had stood up. Later, in the student council room, everyone was working hard. Rin, as an intern, ended up overloaded with all the paperwork. During the shift, someone came in to say that Director Medelia was asking for him. When he got to her, Medelia was direct and asked what had happened with Cassina. Rin, surprised, wanted to know if Cassina had told her mother anything strange. He noticed Medelia was not at all pleased and felt he might be in trouble, so he chose his words carefully. He only replied that he had explained the benefits of magic to Cassina, but that after that, she threw him out of her room. Medelia, however, said she knew that wasn't the truth. She explained that a letter had arrived at the mansion from Cassina, and the content of that letter was surprising. Cassina said she would like to see Rin again. Rin, in disbelief, asked what she was talking about. Later, he actually met with Cassina. Still suspicious, she wanted to know if with his teaching she would really be able to walk on her own one day. Rin replied yes, but only if she worked very hard to learn. Cassina admitted she was not sure she could trust him. She asked if what he had done the day before was nothing but an illusion. Rin, irritated, was surprised at the accusation. Normally, he never showed his full power, but now he was genuinely offended at being doubted. To prove his point, he used the same spell as before and lifted her again with his magic. This time, standing, Cassina felt excited. She began to walk, feeling the ground under her feet. She couldn't contain her enthusiasm and remarked that even though they were the same age, he was incredibly skilled, doing something even her mother, a powerful mage, had not achieved. But even so, she teased him, saying he probably wouldn't even get past the second star. Rin explained that every mage had their own area of specialty. Cassina, still skeptical, asked how she could know it wasn't a trick since she didn't know anything about him. Rin, losing patience, asked if a walk through the city would convince her. Cassina, excited by the idea, said she wanted to try, but only if it was possible to leave without her mother's permission. She explained that if her mother knew, she would assign several guards to watch them and people would keep looking at her in a humiliating way. She wanted to go out without worrying about any of that, freely. She suggested sneaking out quietly. Rin hesitated, thinking it might end up looking like a kidnapping. But then he remembered what the heroine had told him when he was younger, that she hoped he would grow up to become a wonderful adult, able to spread the light of magic to others. Rin looked at the window and remarked to himself that it was actually quite big enough for two people to fit through without any problems. Cassina explained to Rin that there was a magic barrier on the window set by her mother to prevent escapes. Rin, however, said that was no problem for him. He used Bel Curios to undo the barrier precisely and quietly. When the barrier fell, Cassina was surprised and asked how he had managed it. Rin replied that he didn't have time for detailed explanations and pulled her by the hand, guiding her to the window. There, Cassina was able to see the horizon in a different way, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. She was so moved she even cried at the sight of the landscape. At that moment, some knights arrived running to stop them and asked what Rin was doing. Cassina firmly replied that they were just going for a walk and asked them not to tell her mother anything. Then, impulsively, she threw herself backward through the window. Rin hadn't expected that and was forced to use magic to soften her fall at the last second. When he reached her, he scolded Cassina, asking what she was thinking jumping from that height. She, smiling, said the view was wonderful and that she had never seen the city that way. Meanwhile, a big commotion was forming in Medelia's tower, leaving Rin a bit regretful about the mess. Even so, Cassina was still excited and asked if he knew any cool places in the city. When she spotted a particular spot, she pointed excitedly and suggested they go there. She said there was a famous pastry shop with delicious cakes. Rin agreed and suggested she go first. Carefully, they descended using a protective barrier Rin summoned to cushion their landing. As soon as they touched the ground, Cassina told Rin she intended to start running. Rin reflected that controlling another person's nervous system with magic was not easy at all, but he accepted the challenge. When they landed, Cassina had trouble keeping her balance since she wasn't used to standing on her own, but she was overjoyed to realize she could move. She ran off, thrilled to be truly running, something she hadn't been able to do in a long time. They reached the rice cake stall she had been so eager to visit. Cassina was so excited she didn't know which one to choose, saying she wanted all of them. The vendor recognized her immediately and asked if it was really her, saying he had heard terrible rumors about what had happened. Cassina explained she had been out of sight for a while and admitted she had actually been worried his stall might have closed. The vendor, relieved, commented that she was the same as ever and confessed it felt like a dream to see her so healthy. Cassina said she felt the same way and was happy to discover the taste of the cakes was exactly as she remembered. The vendor was moved to see her so happy and thanked her, saying she had made his day better. Cassina, embarrassed, asked him not to get so sentimental and promised she would come back more often. The man then asked who the young man beside her was. Cassina replied that he was her tutor, even if not officially. At that moment, the guards finally caught up with them. Before they could be taken away, Cassina stuffed her mouth with cakes while Rin, even in a hurry, did not forget to pay the vendor before they ran off. The guards, already tired, gave up on chasing them actively, and the vendor pretended he hadn't seen anything. As they ran, Cassina began to feel her legs failing. Rin explained that it was happening because her mana was nearly depleted and without it, she wouldn't be able to stay on her feet. At that moment, the magical guard appeared to intercept them, keeping a certain distance to avoid any dangerous situation with Cassina present. Suddenly, an experienced knight appeared quickly and grabbed Cassina without giving her a chance to react. Rin noticed that the man had a 3-layer mana chain on his back, a sign of a very high-level swordsman. It was Ainsane who, with a firm voice, said he would have no choice but to use force if they continued resisting. He asked them to make a sensible decision at that moment. Right after that, Yurin appeared extremely angry, demanding a good explanation from Rin for why he shouldn't kill him right there. Rin tried to explain that Cassina wanted to go out to see the city and that he had only escorted her. Before he could say more, he took a hard blow from one of the knights, and at that moment the magic supporting Cassina's legs stopped, making her fall to the ground. Yurin, furious, accused Rin of attempted kidnapping, asking how he dared do that to a child who could barely walk. He ordered them to arrest Rin and threatened to cut his wrists on the spot. Ainsane tried to intervene, reminding him that Rin came from a noble family, but Yurin didn't care at all. At that moment, Cassina firmly intervened. She warned that if anyone touched her tutor, they would see what would happen. She called her father an idiot for never listening to her. She explained that she had asked to go out into the city on her own. She said she hadn't been kidnapped but didn't want to go out with dozens of guards watching her every move because she hated being treated that way. Yurin, still visibly angry, replied that he had always only thought about her safety and protection, trying to justify the excessive control he imposed on his daughter. Cassina looked at her father and told him he had never stopped to think about how she felt about all of it. Yurin, realizing his daughter was crying, rushed over to her, worried. Meanwhile, Rain was finally freed from the magical restraints. Cassina then spoke loudly so everyone could hear that Rain hadn't just gotten her out of that suffocating tower, but had also made it so she could walk and even run. Yurin tried to argue that other tutors had tried to move her body with telekinesis before, but Cassina explained that being controlled by telekinesis was horrible, something she hated. With Rain, it wasn't like that. She felt like she was controlling her own body. She asked him to make her run again. Rain, exhausted, confessed that unfortunately he couldn't. His mana was completely depleted. Ainsane, who was nearby, confirmed to Yurin that it was true. He said even he was surprised to see that her movements were so different from simple telekinetic control. Cassina, determined, declared that she wanted to learn Rain's magic. She said that if she studied his method, she could run again. Yurin, surprised, reflected on how this daughter who once had no expectation for the future, who used to say she wanted to die, was now talking about the future. Then he looked seriously at Rain and asked if he could really do that for her. Rain hesitated. He thought maybe it wasn't worth the risk. He himself had almost died trying to help her that time. Maybe he should look for another way to solve the problem with the ant without getting involved in this. But Yurin got straight to the point. He asked if Rain could be the light in his daughter's life. That was when Rain remembered the day he left the magic tower to start his journey. He recalled how there were people who hadn't cared about his departure, some even celebrated it. He himself had kept his distance, never expecting to be treated well. He remembered how, before leaving, one of the mages had asked if he wouldn't say goodbye and told him to come back safely because everyone would be waiting for him. And even if it didn't seem like it, there were people who really liked him, crying and asking him to write letters. He remembered the director of the magic tower giving him the hat he always wore, telling him that mages don't cry so they won't be underestimated, but that if he was going to cry, he should do it properly. He also remembered Lista, who admitted she almost cried too. The director explained that the southern sun was strong, so he would need the hat to shade his face, even though Rain only used it to hide his tears. She also made him promise that when they met again, he would be a wonderful adult who used his magic to help other people. Thinking about all that, Rain looked at Yurin and promised he would help Cassina walk again. And at that moment, he officially became Cassina Page's tutor. The next morning, during class, Rain was physically present but not mentally. He ended up falling asleep right in the classroom. Krista noticed and asked if he was already freaking out about final exams even though they were still 2 months away. She realized he wasn't even paying attention to what she was saying. So Krista, trying to hide her curiosity, asked about Pip. She told Rain not to get the wrong idea, that she wasn't missing Pip or anything like that, of course not, never would. According to her, it was just a trivial topic. Gertrude joined in saying Krista needed to decide if she wanted to date Rain or just be his friend. Krista quickly denied it, saying she would never do that because he was her rival. But Rain kept sleeping without reacting. Gertrude commented that it was better to leave him alone since he must have been very busy lately. She added that Krista probably hadn't even heard the rumors going around the city. She said people were talking about a black-haired boy who had tried to take a young noblewoman away from home. Krista, hearing that, thought the story sounded romantic and wanted to know who had spread the rumor. Gertrude replied that it was just some random rumor. Krista commented that it would be pretty impressive if the girl was really from the Page family. After lots of talk, Gertrude slowly revealed the truth until she admitted that the boy in the story was Rain. When she realized it, Krista gave him a smack on the head to wake him up and asked if he was really involved in that romantic drama, if he was flirting in the middle of Delatain. She warned him that she wouldn't forgive him if he let his studies slip because of a romance. Rain, confused and sleepy, wanted to know why she had hit him. Krista replied it was just a friendly warning. She then thought to herself that she had actually met the girl from the Page family before. She remembered that Cassina was her name, even though she hadn't seen her since they were children. She even recalled the rumors that said Cassina was dead and considered that it made sense she was alive in Delatain. She concluded she might have to worry about that later. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the interrogation room next to the pontiff's office, someone was asking if borrowing a book was really enough reason to have been brought there. The paladin explained that if it were something simple, she wouldn't have even bothered coming. Ellen was impatient because she had a lot of work piled up and felt she was wasting her time. The paladin wanted to know if she had any idea how dangerous Tarina was, but Ellen replied it was the first time she had ever heard of Tarina being any kind of threat. At that moment, another person stepped forward and explained that Tarina was not just dangerous but extremely dangerous, to the point of being able to bring about the apocalypse itself. Juliana, the moon priestess, was the one who took charge. She said it was she herself who had ordered Ellen brought to that meeting because she needed to confirm Ellen was not one of Tarina's followers. She explained that Tarina had never been someone worthy of respect since everything good she had done in life was part of a much bigger and darker plan. Even now, she was still acting behind the scenes, plotting something. Ellen was shocked to learn that Tarina was still alive and wanted to understand what kind of goals she could have, living for so long. Juliana explained that Tarina's goal was to resurrect the great archmage Rin. When Ellen asked why that would be such a bad thing, the paladin said it wasn't something so easy to explain. She explained that according to a confidential prophecy from the Oracle of the Light Dragon, Rin's soul had already left the mortal plane forever. That meant his frozen body would never truly awaken. Ellen then wanted to know if Tarina was going mad because of that, or if she was doing all of it without knowing. Juliana replied that the problem wasn't ignorance, but that she had completely lost herself. She said Tarina had plunged into dark magic, fed by the abyss, the source of all darkness, and that it also affected all her followers. She explained that Tarina was a powerful woman who ended up being tragically consumed by her obsession with bringing Rin back, trapped in a love that no longer existed, and destroyed by dark magic. Ellen found it all hard to believe. Juliana said that even knowing everything, she once had the chance to kill Tarina but hesitated, and because of that hesitation, things had spun out of control and were now escalating too quickly. Ellen asked if Juliana really wanted to kill her, reminding her that she had been her teacher. Juliana admitted that she did, but said Tarina had crossed every line and now they were running out of options. She knew something serious was going to happen soon. As she spoke, the smoke from Juliana's pipe started affecting Ellen, who ended up collapsing onto the table. Juliana did this so she could cast a spell on her mind and search through her memories to verify whether Ellen was innocent. When she finished, she was certain Ellen was not guilty of anything, was not one of Tarina's followers, and had not been the one who took the book or involved her nephew in the whole story. The paladin commented that the true suspect was probably the boy named Rin Ludwig. She reviewed his file, which said he was under special operations surveillance, and said they had already tried to interrogate him in Leticable but had been stopped. Juliana asked why a student would even be at the black market, but the paladin said there was no need to worry too much since Doran was watching him and would step in if anything happened. Even so, Juliana wondered if that boy had gone there to find a forbidden book. Meanwhile, Rin was in trouble. He was talking with Medelia, who was questioning him about certain rumors of a romantic escape. Wanting to end the topic quickly, he insisted there was nothing romantic about it and apologized for being nervous. Medelia found the apology strange since he hadn't done anything wrong, and explained that she was just curious about the supposed love story everyone was talking about. Seeing he didn't want to discuss it, she gave up insisting. Despite that, Medelia seemed very grateful. She said, leaving Cassina in Rin's care had been the right decision. The night before, for the first time in 10 years, she had been able to have a real conversation with her daughter. Cassina's eyes had been full of light and determination when she said she wanted to learn magic at any cost so she could walk again. Rin found that inspiring, and Medelia agreed, saying she owed him more than she had already told him. Rin then explained that he had used a spell to try to restore the girl's damaged nervous system, using Belsidius, a basic 2-star electric spell that simulated the body's neural pathways. Medelia suspected that and confirmed the method made sense since applying electrical current to the right points could make the body move with enough effort. She acknowledged the concept was correct, but warned it would be impossible to do safely without being able to read the body's internal circuits. In other words, only someone like Rin who could use Belsidius could perform it. Rin, for his part, said he didn't want to do everything himself forever, but only wanted to help Cassina learn to do it for herself. Medelia, however, explained she couldn't allow that without the necessary safety, because even if it was difficult, she needed to believe her daughter could do it, but only in experienced hands. Reaching 2-star magic was not something extremely easy, especially for Cassina. Medelia was truly grateful for everything Rin had done. She knew how talented he was, and that was why she had trusted her daughter to him. Thanks to the use of Belsidius, Cassina had found a new reason to live, but Medelia also knew it had only worked because Rin had done it for her. She couldn't place that kind of risk on the girl's shoulders. Later, Rin was at the academy trying to blow off steam. He was thinking about how that magic was a little too risky for Cassina's body. For him, her safety always came first. While lifting weights with unusual strength, Logan noticed and asked if something was bothering Rin, warning that if he kept going like that, he would end up hurting himself. Rin explained he was thinking about how to reduce the burden on Cassina's body, but Logan said it was precisely pain that made muscles grow. For him, shaping one's body was like a blacksmith forging armor, a path to achieving a glorious physique. Rin, however, commented that if you crush the body too much, it would break. He also mentioned that he had heard rumors about this type of body-strengthening magic, and that if used incorrectly, it could twist bones, shatter the body entirely, or even tear it in half. Logan confirmed it was not just a rumor. It happened all the time since magic followed the world's laws and everything had a price. He said Rin knew that better than anyone. So Rin asked why he had chosen to study at such a dangerous school. Logan replied that was not the right question and explained that he had a primary sigil carved into his chest that compensated for the body's tension through body-strengthening magic. That sigil allowed novices to make as many mistakes as they wanted without getting hurt. Rin admitted that really helped, but Logan warned that the problem with the sigil was that it blocked growth and change. When the student graduated, they needed to remove the sigil. That was why sometimes people overestimated their own abilities after removing the seal and ended up destroying their own bodies. Rin asked if he could carve that sigil onto someone else. Logan said of course, since he was considered a prodigy and could do it even while asleep, so Rin asked him to teach him. From that moment on, Rin's week became completely full. In addition to regular classes, he had to help the student council, learn body-strengthening magic and the sigil method with Logan. At night, he studied everything he needed for the next day and still found time to teach Cassina. She would get very annoyed during lessons, saying she did not want to learn baby stuff and wanted to study real magic. Rin had already explained many times that for now they would pause the lightning magic to help her move better, but she needed to focus on mastering the basics first. Even so, Cassina said she was bored and that it was really annoying. Rin then decided to propose a challenge. He said that if she could solve the problem he gave her, she could learn a new method to walk. He wrote everything on the board and asked her to keep the math in her head. Cassina tried, thought hard, but ended up saying it was impossible. He explained it was actually a beginner-level problem she should know how to solve. Irritated, Cassina wanted to show what she was really capable of. She then demonstrated her special magic. It was her family's secret technique, drawn magic. She began tracing runes in the air, the designs flowing with the movement of her hands in a harmonious and beautiful way. The Page family's hereditary magic did not require complicated formulas, only drawings made in rhythm with movement, imbuing them with all the mage's desire. Cassina created a magical bubble around herself that made her float in the air. Rin had to admit to himself that the power of the Page family was truly mystical, unlike any other form of magic. He knew that even with explanations, he had never fully understood the origin of that technique. The only thing he knew was that it supposedly worked because the users simply wanted it badly enough and made it happen. Drawn magic went against everything traditional magic represented, as it was not built on logical formulas or mathematics. It seemed to be something only the direct descendants of the founder of that art could use. While thinking about this, Rin was already considering that he needed to discuss the next step with the headmistress. Meanwhile, Cassina remained floating inside her bubble, pleased to have shown off her talent. For Rin, it had truly been amazing to watch. As promised, Rin decided to teach Cassina the next magic, hoping she was really ready for it. He used telekinesis to place her back in the right spot, preparing the moment for the new lesson. He explained that the next step would require her to remove her skirt so he could draw the sigil on her leg, but before he even finished, he got hit on the head with a book in response. Despite the setback, Rin noted she had excellent aptitude for telekinesis, and at that rate would probably learn even faster than he had. To demonstrate, he removed his own shoes and applied lightning magic to his legs, showing how he did it. He explained he had given his word and that was why he was going to help her walk again. What he had marked on his own leg was called the primary sigil. This sigil helped reduce stress and strain on the body. The magic circle had the shape of a pentagon, and the rune inscribed in it was Rui, which gave properties to lightning magic. He guided Cassina to try moving her hand, explaining that her thought, "I'm going to move my hand," started in the brain, traveled through the nervous system, and reached the limb, all in milliseconds. The sigil replaced that electrical signal with magic, simulating the energy waves sent by the brain without overloading the body as much. Cassina asked if, with that, she would really be able to walk, and Rin assured her she would, saying he had learned all of it just to help her. She wanted to confirm that the request to remove her skirt was really so he could draw the sigil on her leg, and Rin explained yes, but warned that her body might suffer some damage, so they would do it as safely as possible. Even so, Cassina found the idea scary and refused, saying she would not take off her skirt. Rin tried to reassure her, saying he had lived with many women and seeing a pair of panties or two did not make any difference to him. He did not care. Cassina felt embarrassed, but Rin explained that during the whole process he would use Belsidius to see only her nervous system without actually seeing her body. That convinced her, and she eventually agreed. When she got ready and said she was prepared, he handled everything very carefully. He explained that the process would be simple but required a lot of attention. He started tattooing the primary sigil from her hip down to her ankle, and then drew another one in the center of her spine. Before starting, he warned her that it might sting or itch a bit, so she would have to endure it during the procedure. While they were upstairs, one of the cleaning staff was doing her night rounds and remembered that Rin had become Cassina's tutor. She was happy to know the girl had changed a lot since she began lessons with him. However, as she walked down the hall, she heard strange noises and Cassina's voice saying it hurt and asking Rin to be gentler. Frightened, the worker ran up the stairs, pressed her ear to the door, and heard Cassina complaining about the pain. Without thinking twice, she burst into the room in a panic and found them both sweaty and out of breath. Terrified and completely misunderstanding the situation, she jumped in with a knife in hand. Threatening threatening Rin and shouting that she would kill him. He tried to explain quickly that it was all a misunderstanding. The knife stopped right in front of his face as the worker demanded an explanation from Cassina. The girl asked them to close the door first so she could explain everything calmly. After they explained the whole situation, the worker finally understood what was going on. To ease the tense mood, Rin asked her to stay and tell some stories to distract Cassina during the rest of the procedure. The worker agreed to help, saying she would do her best. After a lot of work and care, Rin finally finished applying the sigils. He asked Cassina how she was feeling, and she said it hurt a lot, but that if it could make her walk again, she would not regret it. He then asked her to try activating the sigil on her spine so the magic could flow through her whole body. Rin was hoping it would work. When he saw her legs start to glow, he had a flash of hope, but the light soon faded. Cassina asked why she could not move, saying she thought she would be walking already. Rin felt frustrated, wondering if he had failed again and only given her false hope. The worker tried to calm them down, saying that even if it had not worked this time, they could try another method. That was when Cassina noticed something surprising. Although her legs were not moving completely, she could finally feel something in them. Her toes twitched slightly. For the first time in a long while, she had some feeling in her lower limbs, a small sign of progress that gave everyone their hope. Of course, Cassina and the maid were extremely emotional when they realized what had happened. Cassina admitted she had never thought she would ever be able to walk again. Meanwhile, Rin reflected on how he had used a bit of telekinesis to support the first sigil. He knew that once her legs gained enough muscle strength, she would be able to walk on her own. Cassina thanked him deeply for everything he was doing. Rin thought that maybe this was what he had been searching for from the beginning, to see that kind of light and hope on people's faces. Even so, he said they were done for today. He explained that from this point on, she would need proper rehabilitation training to really walk again. He told her that from now on, the headmistress would be taking care of her. Cassina was surprised and protested, but Rin just answered that he was a tutor, not a babysitter, and closed the door in her face. Even so, he felt happy. Even if it was just a little, he knew he had been a light in someone's life and had given his best. Later, during dinner, Yurin asked Medelia if it was true that Rin had quit tutoring. She confirmed it, saying he had simply left without giving much of an explanation. Yurin complained, saying he was probably just another useless man. But Medelia immediately corrected him, saying it was exactly the opposite. She explained that Rin had done more than enough, coming every day for the past month purely for Cassina's sake. That alone was something worthy of deep gratitude. He had not made their daughter walk immediately, but he had managed to spark her interest in magic. And if Cassina continued down that path, many doors would open for her in the future. Yurin ended up agreeing with his wife about that. While they were talking, the maid appeared asking permission to interrupt dinner. She said Cassina wanted to speak to them personally. Medelia got up ready to go to her daughter's room, but was surprised to see Cassina coming to them, walking, even if with some difficulty. Her parents were shocked by the sight. The maid explained that all the girl wanted was to show them that she was managing to walk in front of their eyes. When she was about to fall, Medelia held her gently. Yurin asked in surprise if she was really walking, and Cassina confirmed it, saying it was thanks to Rin that she had achieved it. She said he was amazing, explaining that what he did was not simple telekinesis. The maid, even without knowing much about magic, commented that it seemed like a technique based on the first sigil. Medelia asked if it was that physical strengthening technique taught at the Chaiha school, which she knew could cause serious injuries. But Cassina explained that it was not the case because the sigil had been made specifically for people who did not want to get hurt, like novices. Medelia admitted she would never have imagined something like that. Then Cassina apologized to her parents for having been a burden for so long. They had a very beautiful and emotional moment full of tears, where they showed all the love they felt for one another, for everything he had done, from placing the first sigil on Cassina to taking care of her during that whole period. Rin had become someone to whom the Page family felt a debt of gratitude that would be impossible to fully repay. After that, Ludian revealed that Rin was already at 47% progress in his own technique. Perhaps this was the result of the intense research he had done on the first sigil, or even the treatment he had given Cassina. Meanwhile, in Delatain, a major event was about to begin. In an auditorium full of students, Professor Kyle explained that in 2 weeks, the final exams of the semester would begin. He warned that they would be completely different from the midterm exams. He said that even the panel of judges would change, including not only mages from Delatain but also other renowned mages from outside. That final would be each student's chance to make their name known in the world. It was no exaggeration to say that their performance in that test could define their future as mages. Kyle explained the format of the exams. Group A would consist of the elite students from the noble magical clans of the 8 great schools, along with the top 30 ranked students. All the others would be randomly assigned to groups B through F to balance the average scores. But ironically, this made Group A the group with the worst conditions. The preliminaries would begin in 2 weeks, and only the top 4 from each group would advance to the main tournament, which would have completely random brackets. In the end, the last one standing would earn the title of Best Cadet. At that moment, Kyle announced what the first test would be: the scroll. He explained that all students were expected to become great mages who could help people by creating useful scrolls. The theme of the test would be to create a spell worthy of being turned into a scroll. Rin imagined they would probably have to invent spells for people's well-being. Kyle said that was all for the day and that they should use the next 2 weeks to explore the theme as much as possible. He said he was excited to see everyone's results. Before finishing, he made one final announcement. He would introduce the new first-year transfer student. To everyone's surprise, it was Cassina who arrived using crutches. Even Rin was extremely shocked to see her there and couldn't hide his astonishment as he wondered what she was doing in that place. If you are enjoying the content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It really helps me keep bringing videos like this. Turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let's grow even more together here.